Hello! Welcome to the Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2 brought to you by Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA under the leadership of the founder, CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. We have a local coaching hub here at the Coffee Republic operated by the global partner Master Coach A. My name is Candy Teng and I am your host for this segment.
Hello, Miss Candy Teng. So I am Coach
Hello.
Pastor Mel, co-hosting the segment 7 with the most energetic life coach ever in the world, Miss Candy Teng. Coach Candy, we have four speaker, Miss Candy, tonight or
Yes.
today, this morning. First speaker per segment, and our first speaker have shared this interesting facts about himself. To quote, sabi niya, I love Naruto Shippuden. Maninja to. Ano to sa ninja, Coach Candy. So, sinasabi niya rin, coffee and soft
Exactly.
drinks free for 3 years now. 3 taon na
Wow.
siyang hindi umiinom
Oo.
ng kape at ng soft drinks. Kaya pag
Agree.
pumunta to ng decaf, Coach Candy, calamansi juice ang iinumin ng first
Yes.
speaker natin.
Oo.
At ang pinakamaganda, sabi niya, pakilala niya sa sarili niya, got married 8 months into the relationship. Sana all, Coach
Oo.
Candy.
Sana all. Ayan. So our speaker, ito siya. He will be sharing 6 progressive coaching questions. O kakaiba to. That needs to be answered for one to move forward from all the things that are happening. So his idea is
Wow.
to, oh, di ba kakaiba? So his idea is to establish the person itself first among all people so that the person can also be a medium of moving forward for others. So you have to move forward
Ayos.
para maka-move forward yung others, no? So his talk is entitled Best Comeback Ever.
Wow. Nakaka-excite,
Oh,
Coach Candy, no? Best
oo.
comeback
Comeback
ever.
ever.
So, so hindi na po natin papatagalin. Ang ating
Yes.
unang speaker sa segment 7 ay si Coach Neo Calonge. Roll video.
Good day, my dear friends. I'm so happy to be with you, to spend time with you for a few minutes today, to share with you my insights about COVID-19 return of insight. Thank you for saying yes and taking time to be part of this Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneur that is based in Dallas, Texas, USA. This talk is a response to the original material of Master Coach A on COVID-19 ROI or Return of Insight. You may watch the replay of the said Kapihan Night episode at Coach A YouTube channel. I'm change agent Neo Kalonghe. I am a professor of theology and social sciences. I'm also a lay preacher for our community, the Light of Jesus family. I'm also a radio anchor. I'm also a personal finance consultant. And aside from those things, I'm also a husband and I'm also a father. And you know what, my dear friends, I believe that uh, the whole COVID-19, uh, personally, I believe no one expected it to be as big as this one. Particularly me, hindi ko inasahan na ganito kalaki ang magiging epekto nito para sa akin at para sa mga tao nasa paligid ko. Maraming mga bagay ang hindi natuloy, maraming schedule ang hindi natuloy, maraming lakad ang hindi natuloy because we are into the 4th week of the enhanced community quarantine. And una-una mahirap 'yun para sa isang tatay na katulad ko at bilang isang asawa na katulad ko, bilang isang propesor na katulad ko rin. Kasi ang daming factors na kailangan ko i-consider. I have so many functions that I have to play and na merong kinalaman sa interaction ng mga tao. And being quarantined for a very long time, wow, grabe yun. You know, by personality, I'm an extrovert. You know, mukha naman akong extrovert. I'm an extrovert. So I am a people person. I yeah, engage. I love engaging people. I love encountering people, and you know, being quarantined for a very long time, it sucks out the energy out of me. And aside from that, of course, I need to provide for my family. Kailangan kong maging tatay sa mga anak ko at maging asawa sa asawa ko sa gantong pagkakataon. I will be very, very, I will tell a lie if I say with you and if I share with you that I don't feel anxious, I don't feel afraid. Siguro naman, um, bilang isang tao, nakakaramdam din ako ng takot, nakakaramdam din ako ng pagkaaligaga. But then again, isa sa mga napakagandang bentahe ng ng meron ka kaya ng makitang malaking perspektiba ng lahat ng bagay na ito, you know, meron kang pananaw na meron kang mga bagay na hindi mo kayang i-control. Kaya nga, 'di ba? Ang sinasabi natin, we have to control the things that we are in control, and we don't have to control the things that we cannot control. At ako sa palagay ko, syempre, bilang isang simpleng mamamayan ng bansang ito, hindi ko kayang makontrol ang sakit na ito. Ang tanging pwede kong makontrol lang is on how I respond to this pandemic. At isa sa mga pangunahing ambag ko para sa paglaban sa sakit na to, tanong niyo sa akin kung ano, staying at home. At napakahirap yan. It's very, very difficult for an extrovert, for a sanguine to stay at home even for a very, very short time. You know, but we've been in quarantine for almost 4 weeks. Grabe. You know what? That's why, you know, when the invitation came from Master Coach A, when the invitation came in to become part of this global summit, tuwang-tuwa ako. Tuwang-tuwa ako kasi meron akong pagkakataon na makipag-usap sa mga tao, kahit na hindi man lang live, but meron akong pagkakataon na makihalubilo ang mga tao through this virtual summit. And for me to be able to share and to put in my insights on how to move forward from this one, I'm so happy for that, and I'm so grateful for Master Coach A for allowing me to be part of this wonderful summit. You know, we are 40 change agents. 40 change agents giving different talks about this moving forward. You know, this is very, very fantastic. This is very, very wonderful. And you being here present with us right now is very, very is a very good affirmation that we're doing good things. And thank you very much for trusting us, and thank you very much for being with us for the next hours, as you may say, listening to our insights and listening to our talks, and for us to know that there is someone listening to us and watching to us. Naku, napakalaking bagay na yan para sa amin. Alright? Sige, let's proceed. I focus my talk on the context of moving forward from this one. Coach, di ba parang hindi pa naman sigurado kung hanggang kailan ito? Okay lang. You know, what I will be presenting and what I will be sharing with you is a general understanding based on my own experience on how to move forward. You know, Master Coach A asked me if we ask us, the speakers, if we could, you know, give 3 questions in our talk for us to be able to you know to make people and to call people to action. But you know, when I was doing this the outline of my talk, you know what? Lahat ng ito ay nakapalibot sa mga tanong. So sabi ko kay Master Coach, hindi lang po 3 questions ang ibibigay ko, bagkus lahat yung kabuuan po ng aking ibabahagi ay nakapalibot sa mga tanong. Okay? Are you ready? If you're ready, I am ready as well. Okay. Personally, I've created a wonderful framework focused on the individual. Again, what we are going to talk to what we're going to talk about today during my time is about moving forward. Okay, and moving forward is a very powerful, mindset that a person needs to understand. Coming from this traumatic experience of of experiencing the pandemic, moving forward is very essential. Moving forward is very crucial, particularly, for example, for those people who are in the front lines, medical workers, the police, the authorities, uh, of course, the victims, the people who became positive for the coronavirus, they also need this one, because actually, to be very honest with you, I strongly believe that all of us needs to understand that we all need to move forward. Ask me why? Because we were all affected of this virus. We were all affected of this pandemic. Kaya nga naman, para sa akin, lahat tayo, meron tayong kanyang-kanyang kwento na maaring maibahagi. Meron tayong kanyang-kanyang karanasan na sa pandemic na ito, na maaring makapigil sa atin na mag-move forward. Pero ako, as I've said earlier, I've created this wonderful framework which I believe would be very helpful, not just for the society, but primarily, primarily, first for the individual. And I've called this framework You First Framework. Di ba may props ako? You First Framework. Okay, what is the idea in this You First Framework? Moving forward, my dear friends, is moving forward, my dear friends, is primarily an individual task. Okay? Moving forward from, for example, from this pandemic, okay? From this pandemic is an individual project. It's an individual assignment. It's an individual commitment. Tanong mo sa akin kung bakit? Because you cannot expect people around you to move forward if you yourself cannot move forward. That's very powerful. Ulitin ko let me repeat. You do not expect the people around you to move forward from this pandemic if you yourself cannot move forward. That's why you have to move forward first. You have to move forward first. Kaya nga yung framework, You First Framework. Ikaw muna ang move forward. Okay? And by you moving forward first, next thing would follow. People around you would follow. The society would follow eventually, and every one of us would follow. Okay, the next question would be, Coach, anong mga gagawin? What should be done? Okay, in this You First Framework, I've created, I'm going to ask you 5 powerful questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 powerful questions that could serve as the grounding, okay? Grounding of your next step while you journey towards your moving forward. Okay? Sige. Are you ready? First question in my You First Framework. Where are you right now? In Tagalog, nasaan ka ngayon? Have you asked yourself, how's myself? Kumusta na ba ako? Tanong mo na ba? Mindfulness of where you are right now is very important. That's the first step. Alamin mo muna kung nasaan ka. Intindihin mo muna kung nasaan ka. Know where you are right now, alamin mo kung nasan ka. Where is your space? Why do you need to know your current space? Because that would be your starting point. That would be your starting point. To know where you are, to know your space right now, is very, very essential for you to move forward. Because if you don't know where you are right now, how would you know where to go? Ah, kung hindi mo alam kung nasan ka ngayon, paano ka pupunta sa susunod mong pupuntahan? Ang lalim, di ba? Included here in the where you are right now, we need to understand and we need to accept our emotions. Alamin natin kung anong nararamdaman natin. Alamin natin kung ano yung pakiramdam natin. Okay? Vulnerability is important as well. Mindfulness and vulnerability is very, very important. Sasabihin ng iba, Coach, I am so ashamed. Nahihiya ako kapag nalaman ng mga tao na mahina ako. So what? So what? So what if you are traumatized? So what if you are anxious? So what if you're afraid? So what if you are, you're doubting? So what? The most important thing is to know where you are right now and okay, accept your feelings. Mindfulness, vulnerability, those things are very, very important. Okay? What's the first question? Where you are right now. Nasaan ka ngayon? Mahalaga yan. Mahalaga yan. Because that would serve your starting point. All right? Next question. Where do you want to be? Okay. The first question was where you are right now. The next question is where do you want to be? Okay, where do you want to be? Saan mo gustong pumunta? Alam mo na kung nasan ka. You know now where you are right now. The next question is this. Where do you want to go? Okay? Where do you want to go? Mindfulness. Alam ko na ang pakiramdam ko. Alam ko na ang nararamdaman ko. I know where I'm right now. I know my feelings. I accept my feelings. I don't care if people would say that I'm so weak. I don't care. I accept it. Now, where do you want to go? Where do you want to be? Saan ka pupunta? You're here and you're going where? That's very, very important. Okay? Destination. Set your goal. Saan ka pupunta? You are in point A right now. All right? That's your first question. Where you are right now. That's your point A. Now, you have to identify your point B. A coach, who would identify my point B? It's not me. It's you. Bakit ako? Because that's your life. You have to take responsibility of it. Are you listening? No? Ikaw ang mag-set niyan eh. You're here in point A, you have to identify your point B. Saan ka pupunta? Saan ka pupunta? Okay? Set your goals, set your destination, set your endpoint. Ayan. Ganda yan ha. Set everything. Okay, Coach, can I ask help? Of course, yes. You can ask help para ma-identify mo kung ano bang next step. Huwag kang mag-alala. A lot of people would want to help you. Oh, you look for a life coach. You look for me. And I could help you process along the way. Diba? And, understanding everything, diba? Sinasabi nga natin, meron tayong tinatawag na we have this, what we call SMART goals. Ano yung SMART goals ulit? Konting review. Your goals must be specific. Your goal must be measurable. Your goal must be attainable. Your goal must be realistic. And your goal must be time-bound. SMART goal. Okay? Again, who would be identifying your point B? It's you. Who will be identifying my goal? It's you. It's not me. It's you. Are you listening? What's the first question? What's the first question? Where are you right now? That's the first question. Second question. Where do you want to be? All right. Where you are right now, identifying your point A. Where do you want to be? Identifying your point B. Are you listening? Very, very simple. Okay. Konting review. What are we talking about? We're talking about the You First framework. How to move forward from this pandemic. Okay. Again, You First framework. Bakit You First framework? Because it need, you have first to move forward before you be able to understand and would be able to allow other people around you to move as well, to move forward as well. All right? Okay. Sige. Now, let's proceed to the third question. What's the third question? Ta-da! What do you have? What do you don't have? What do you have? What you don't have? Okay? Anong ibig sabihin nito, coach? Okay? You have to identify what can you maximize. What are the things that you can use for it to be able to go to your point B? You identified your point A. Now, you have identified your point B. Next, what are the things that I can use for me to be able to go to my point B? Are you listening? What are my strengths? How would I be able to maximize my strengths? Coach, paano yung mga weaknesses ko? Weaknesses has a very, very special place as well in this process. Ask me what? Maximize your strengths and identify your weaknesses and develop them to become your strengths as well. Okay? Kasi may mga tao minsan, sabihin nila, coach, ito lang, these are my only strengths. Oh, what will happen to my weaknesses? Some people might say, sir, coach, I'll just throw away my weaknesses. No. Try to develop your weaknesses so that eventually those weaknesses would also be would also transform to become your strengths. O di ba? Andahin mo na ngayong strengths, hindi lang iisa. Yung dati mong strength ay yung dati mong weaknesses ay naging strengths mo na rin. O di ang saya. At the end of the day, you would always benefit from those things. Okay? Now, know your strengths. Maximize them. Know your weaknesses. Develop your weaknesses. Are you listening? Okay. Now, some people might think, ito dami ko talagang na-encounter na ganito eh. Some people might think that there are only one way of achieving a goal. No. There are a lot of ways, okay? There are a lot of ways for you to be able to achieve your goals, ha? Tingnan mo ha. Ang daming pamaraan para mapuntahan mo yung nais mong mapuntahan. Okay? Sige. Ilang pamamaraan, how many ways would you think of if you plan to go, for example, to Baguio? Some people might say, coach, sorry. Some people might say, coach, I only have a private car. That's one. Coach, I I can commute. That's two. Coach, wala na akong maisip eh. I have a private car, I can commute. Those are only the two things I can do. Well, can a bicycle allow you to go to Baguio? Yes or no? Of course, yes. Does walking would allow you to go to Baguio? Yes or no? Yes. Look at this one. People might tend to forget that there are so many things, that there are a lot of things, okay? There are a lot of ways to achieve our particular goals. And in this framework, my dear friends, in this framework, what I'm telling is this, no? Moving forward from all of those things, okay, moving forward from all of these things, you have identified already your point A, where you are right now. You're hurt? Yes. You're traumatized? Yes. You're sad? Yes. You're anxious? Yes. That's your current space right now. That's your point A. Now, identify your point B. Coach, I want to feel better. Yan. Specific dapat yun. Smart. Okay? Follow your SMART goals. Specific, measurable, attainable, um, specific, measurable, attainable, okay, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time bound. Bro, ito yung goal ko. Okay, coming from this point A, I would want to go to my point B. Identify it. Next, what to do? What do I have? What are my strengths? How can I maximize my strengths for me to be able to go to my point A? And how would I be able to develop my weaknesses for me to be able to go to my point B? Point B. O think ko how would I be able to maximize my strengths to go to my point B? And how would I develop my weaknesses to go to my point B? So walang tapon. Lahat yun nagagamit natin. Alright? Again, there are many ways to achieve our goals. Ibig sabihin nun, my dear friends, listen up. There are many ways for us and for you to be able to go from your point A to point B. Amen? Amen. Saya. Alright. Next question. What's the first question? Where am I right now? Second question. Where I would want to go. Okay? Where do you want to be? Sorry, where are you right now? Where do you want to be? Third question, what do I have? Fourth question, what to do next? Okay. This is a very, very powerful statement that what I would really want to let other people understand. Okay. Always understand that it's always progress over perfection. Oh, ulit. It's always progress over perfection. So along the process, okay, don't be too hard on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself because it's always a process. It's all about the journey. It's the climb. It's a climb. Okay? It's a journey. It's a climb. It's a process. It's always progress over perfection. Okay? So relax lang. Okay? Facing. But the first thing to do, ayan, the first thing to do after identifying your point A, where you are right now, identifying your B, where do you want to be, what do I have, what I don't have, okay? What to do next? Listen to this one. What to do next? Make the first step. Make the first step. Even how small it is, make the first step. Because you will never go to your point B from your point A if you don't make the first step. The first step is always be the hardest step, but you have to do it. Are you listening? The first step is always the hardest step to do, but you have to do it. No one will do that for you. Even your coach will not do that for you. It's you. That's why it's you first framework. All right? The last question. What could have worked better? Along the way, my dear friends, you might be feeling tired. You might be feeling that you're not hitting the mark, that you're not hitting your goal. It's always okay, to recalibrate. What do you mean by recalibrate? Evaluate your progress, evaluate your goal, evaluate your ways, evaluate everything. Okay? It's okay to recalibrate. Okay? Remember, my dear friends, this is not a 100-meter dash. This is a marathon. It's always progress over perfection. All right? Moving forward is really a long process. It will not happen overnight. Hindi naman pa pwedeng pagtulog mo, kinabukasan, you've already moved your part. You've already moved forward. No. It's a long process. Considering the fact that this pandemic is very, very big, it's very, very huge. And um, ganun talaga eh. It's a long and tedious process, but you have to do it. You have to do it. Kasi at the end of the day, it would always be you and should always be you because you have first to make the first step. You first. You have to move forward first before people around you can move forward as well. The last thing, this is not a question. The last thing that I am going to share with you is this. This is very, very important, my dear friends. Can you guess? Sharon, pray. Prayer works. We cannot do things on our own. We can never do things on our own. All the things that we are doing, all the things that we are aiming, and all the things that we are looking forward to, we cannot achieve that without God's grace. Hindi mo maalis yan. A lot of people would tend to ask, bro, I've been praying for so long. Coach, I've been praying for so long. It seems that the Lord is not listening to me. It seems that the Lord is not answering my prayers. You know, I've got a big message for you. Ask me what. Sometimes you might feel and you might think that the Lord is not listening to you or the Lord is not answering your prayers because sometimes we talk too much. We demand too much. Remember that the Lord is not an ATM machine. The Lord is not an ATM na pag naglagay ka ng card, pag withdraw ka ng pera, hindi ganon. Hindi ganon yan. Hindi lang naman po pwede na laging ikaw lang nagsasalita. Sometimes it's also important for us to be quiet and listen carefully. Because the Lord might be speaking into our hearts already for the longest time possible. But because we are too noisy, we cannot hear Him. I believe, my dear friends, that we are all moving towards moving forward. Napakasayang pakinggan at napakasayang maisip na sa pagkakataong ito, sana marami tayong natutunan. Marami tayong reflection, marami tayong natutunan sa mga kaganapang ito. Ma-appreciate natin kung anong meron tayo. Ma-appreciate natin kung ano ang naibigay sa atin ng ating Panginoon. Dear friends, the You First framework is a very, very powerful framework because it allows the individual to take responsibility first. It allows the individual to make sure that before he allows other people to move forward first, he first have moved forward. Ask me why? Why? Because you cannot give what you don't have. You can ask other people to move forward if you yourself have not forwarded yet, have not moved forward yet. Okay? You first framework. Where you are right now, where do you want to be, what do you have, what to do next, what could have worked better. Pray. My dear friends, I have had so much wonderful time with you. And I'm really praying and I'm really hoping that one day, we'll be able to go to our point B from our point A. We'll be able to move from point A to point B. If you need coaching service, you may reach me through NIO, November India Oscar _ Kalonghe Charlie, Alpha, Lima, Oscar, Neo, ano, uh, Golf Echo at yahoo.com. Or you could just search my name over Facebook, Coach Neo Kalonghe. That's Neo Kalonghe. And November India Oscar. Charlie, Alpha, Lima, Oscar, uh, Neo, Golf Echo. Coach Neo Kalonghe. Or you may visit our coaching hub at Decaf Coffee Republic, located at Pioneer Center Compound, Capitolio, Pasig City. We offer 24/7 coaching service on demand. You could also connect through us through 0917-586-1661 and visit Life Coach Philippines or globalcoachentrepreneur.org to know more about life coaching and life coach certification program. Once again, this is Change Agent Neo Kalonghe. God bless. See you around.
Coach
Wow.
Pastor Mel, wow, 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 ang galing. It's such a
Ang ganda po
beautiful
ng
talk.
simula natin.
Oo. I really love the energy of Coach Neo, no? Meron pa siyang, ask me why. May ganun pa siya, no?
Totoo
Nakakatuwa.
po.
Oo. So I just like to give a recap, no? It's a very powerful model, yung framework na shinare niya na tinawag niyang You
Tama po.
First framework. So the You First framework is a framework for moving forward that is primarily focuses on you and emphasizes that it's an individual task and it's a commitment to take
Tama.
responsibility of your own life. 'Di ba? Ang maganda yung sinabi niya, you cannot expect people around you to move forward if you yourself cannot move forward. So parang no, same principle as you cannot give what you do not have. Ang galing no,
Mm.
Coach Mel. Oo.
Sobra
Tapos
po, no?
oo, and then he shared 5 powerful questions to begin journeying uh to moving forward. So yung first niya is, where are you right now? Starting point, 'di ba? Sabi niya and in here he shared that mindfulness is the key. And syempre, along with that, the mindfulness, what validates the mindfulness is the vulnerability and for you to be able to accept your feelings. Ang ganda pa ng tinawag niya pa
Tama.
dito eh. Meron ako dito bago, sabi ko, how is me? O, di ba? Ay,
Oh,
because you
how
have
is
to,
you?
how is you, di ba? Because you have to really honestly assess yourself and ask yourself, kamusta nga ba talaga ako? Yung alam mo yung no Miss Universe answers is just plain brutal honesty. How am I? And then the second
Tama
question,
po.
sinabi niya, where do you want to be? This is the destination, no? And then the third is, the resources, what do I have, what I don't have, so that
Ano?
you can maximize what you have. And then fourth is what to do next. And ang ganda ng in-emphasize niya dito is it's progress
Mm.
over perfection. So don't be too hard on
Galing. Ang
yourself.
ganda po nun.
Ang ganda. And the last, diba, what could have worked better. So
Tama.
Coach Pel, ikaw, ano naman po yung insights nyo?
Ako po, natuwa po ako, Coach Candy, kasi ginawa niyang simple yung pagpunta ng from point A to point B. Ang simple niya pong sinabi, yung parang from complicated, pupunta po ako ng point A, ay pupunta po ako ng point, nasa point A ako, papunta ako ng point B, naka-quarantine po tayo. Lalo sa personality po niya na sobrang people person, sobrang nasa ang activity niya parating nasa labas. So paano ako makakapunta ng point B ko? Ito ko tao, ang daming na delay na mga activities, ang daming mga dapat gawin dapat, pero nasa
Yes.
loob ako ng bahay. Kaya yung pinaisip niya po doon sa kahit yung pangatlong question niya, ano yung mga pwede ko pang gawin o ano yung weaknesses ko na pwede kong i-improve, ano yung strength ko na pwede kong i-maximize.
Yes.
Ang ganda po ng illustration niya, Coach Candy, yung pagpunta ng Baguio. O tayo, pupunta tayong Coach Candy ng Baguio, ha?
Mm.
ano yung mga options natin? Iisip tayo, magko-commute, meron tayong sariling car, dalawa lang pwede nating maisip,
Oo.
pero pag ginawa mo pa talagang nag-brainstorm pa, hindi po ba posible na mag-bike tayo o kaya mag-motor? Kaya naman po, 'di ba?
Pwede,
O maglakad,
actually
kaya
pwede
po
yun,
eh.
yung bike, kaya yun, oo.
So so posible po, mahirap lang po. Parang
Yes,
ang sinasabi niya, may mga ginagawa po tayo ay may mga ah, mahirap na pwedeng gawin sa loob ng bahay dahil nakaka-quarantine pero possible pong mangyari o possible pong makapunta po tayo ng point B kahit nasa loob lang po tayo ng tahanan po natin. So ang galing po
ang
Coach
galing, ang
Candy.
ganda. Oo, yung emphasis on achieving goals, there are a lot of ways. Often kasi 'di ba iniisip natin, isa lang siya, it's
Opo,
just one way, and if you are not able to do it, ano na, parang wala na, we give up. And ang maganda dito also is the emphasis on the need for a life coach, because a life coach nga
tama.
sinabi niya, 'di ba? A life coach will not tell you the answer kasi it cripples. Sasabihin is, ikaw, it's your responsibility, ikaw dapat ang makakapagsagot niyan. A life coach only
Ay,
facilitates the process. And ang ganda na po ng
mm,
pinukus niya, yung pray and the
mm,
grace and yung ATM machine,
yoon.
ganda nun.
Tama, na sila na hindi si Lord daw ay hindi parang ano ATM machine 'no, na 'pag
Mm,
pinasukan mo ng card, lalabas na kaagad yung sagot o yung cash na
agad-agad.
gusto mo, 'di ba?
Oo,
Agad-agad. So,
oo,
kailangan
because
po nating manalangin.
yes. Oo, sige, sige Coach Pastor.
Ayun po, parang kailangan po nating manalangin, kailangan po natin ng tulong ng Lord dahil hindi po natin magagawa makapunta ng point B unless tulungan po talaga tayo ng Panginoon. Ang galing po nun, Coach Candy.
Yes, yes, ang ganda. And ano, especially in this season, no, in COVID, kasi uh, Coach Neo pointed out earlier sa talk niya is there are a lot of things that we cannot control. And COVID, yung
Yun,
epidemic ngayon, yung pandemic is ano, is something that we cannot control. And something that we cannot control is something that we really have to lift up to God, no? And we lift it up
amen.
through prayer and petition, di ba? O, di ba? Kalain mo.
At saka yung at coach sasabi niya ang response niya lang do'n at ang makokontrol niya lang do'n ay yung mag-stay ng bahay. Kahit radio anchor siya, kahit preacher siya, kahit professor siya, tatay siya, yung ano lang ang control niya, yung ano niya, makipag-cooperate sa government, mag-stay ng bahay. At sobra nga po siya nagpapasalamat na binigyan siya ng opportunity na makapag-usap sa pamamagitan po ng platform na ito sa tao sa labas, no? No, natuwa siya na binigyan siya ng task ni Master Coach A na i-share yung nalalaman niya po. Kaya ang galing po nung yung desire niya na marinig, yung desire niya ma-apply niya yung ginagawa niya, nagawa niya po dito.
Yes, you can feel the excitement, especially in the first part where ano, he is expressing his gratitude towards Master Coach A for the opportunity
Totoo.
to do this. And speaking of that, etong ginagawa natin, what we are doing here is Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. It's COVID-19 ROI, Return on Insights, the follow-through. So this is a 40-hour non-stop non-stop
Yun.
learning, video
Ang
streaming,
tindi
tapos
po, ang tindi.
oo, 'di ba, with 40 change agents, with 40 transformational messages. So you for those viewers, if you miss the first parts, you can always go back to to Master Coach A YouTube channel or Coach AI Connect. Ayan po, tapos magbasa po tayo
Ayun.
ng comments.
Sige
Ayan,
po.
oo, may bumabati po si Life Coach Ed Ramos. Sabi po niya, "Hi Coach Neo, congrats." Ano po ba? Andito din po si Coach Glacy. Sabi po niya ay,
Yun.
"Hello
Hello
Coach
po.
Neo, go go go." Ayan. At ang may comment po si Coach Gracie, sabi po niya ay, "There are many ways for us to achieve our goals." So na-capture din ni Coach Gracie. So
Hmm,
papaano po Coach Pastor? Meron pa po tayong
excited
tatlo,
na.
no?
Tatlo. Nakakatuwa po ang
Yes.
first speaker natin, kaya nakaka-excite pa. May tatlo pa po tayo mapapakinggan sa segment 7 po, Coach.
Yes, and with that, we will go to our next speaker. But before that, we will have a 5-minute break. So stay tuned, guys.
See you!
Hello! Welcome to Global
Hello!
Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. So our
Yeah!
institute, yes, our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder and CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. So we have a local coaching hub here at D Cup Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner Master Coach A. So my name is Candy Tang and I am your host for this segment.
Hi, Miss Candy Teng. Hi, Coach Candy. So
Hello.
ako naman po, si Coach Pastor Mel Basilio, co-hosting the one and only most energetic Coach
Yeah.
Candy Teng. We have four speaker, Coach Candy, per segment. And
Yes.
our second speaker have shared this interesting fact about himself. To quote, sinasabi niya, papakilala natin tong second speaker
Oo,
natin,
game,
tong segment
game.
7 po.
Oo.
They are saying, sabi niya, they are saying that I'm too serious, but they don't know that I'm kalog. Kalog pala to, Coach Candy, tong second speaker
Mm-mm.
natin. So,
Mm. Pwede,
sabi
pwede.
niya rin, I am afraid. Ito po, sabi niya po, I am afraid of blood flowing out of my body. Takot siya sa dugo. At sinasabi niya po, I show my way of pectus or gigil on wanting by gently biting my tongue.
Paano ba yun? Paano ba yung ganun?
Ini-imagine ko yun, coach eh. Pero
Ah,
mamaya
ganun ba?
pa-demonstrate po kaya natin.
Oh, yeah. Oo,
Nakagano
mamaya
yata.
pa-demonstrate natin. Ayan. So,
Sa panel po. So,
oo. Yeah, so our next speaker will be sharing his personal responses towards COVID-19 through his talk entitled, kakaiba to. Alam mo yung it brings back memories. The title is, Dear COVID.
Dear COVID.
Oo. Sincerely, Al, responding to the call of coronavirus. Ah?
Hanip, hanip, Coach
Oo,
Candy. Parang
kakaiba.
sumusulat po
Oo,
ito eh. Dear COVID.
oo.
So, papatagalin pa ba natin, Coach Candy? So,
Wag
hindi na po ako
na.
makapaghintay.
Yes.
Our second speaker is Coach Al Kali.
Yes.
Sumulat si Coach.
Welcome to Coaching Summit Part 2, COVID-19 ROI, Return of Insights by Coach Al Kali. Good day, everyone. This is Coach Al Kali, a change agent certified by Global Institute of Coaches and Entrepreneur, all the way coming from Zamboanga City, Philippines. At the same time, I'm also the school head of Asia Academic School, Zamboanga City. And these are my responses as we face the current crisis on COVID 19 or novel coronavirus disease 2019 pandemic. The first thing that came into my mind is that what is COVID 19, which started in Wuhan, China, in which right now, as of April 3, almost a million, almost a million of cases and almost 50,000 already died. And in the Philippines, we have a total number of 3,018 positive cases of COVID 19, with two recovered, and as of yesterday, we have already 136 people who have died in this disease.
I do believe that novel coronavirus disease in 2019 or COVID 2019 came to us by surprise. It actually surprised all of us. No one expected this to happen, nor wished to have this disease, nor wished to have this disease be present worldwide, as this brought scare and hatred to every individuals worldwide, because we are fighting to something that we can really be seen by our naked eyes. This scare led us to take actions against the COVID 2019 pandemics. Since it's pandemic, this involves people worldwide, yet our government has initiative came in at first. The initiative of the government. At first, it was a general community quarantine wherein all of us had to take precautionary measures, and it's just like an ordinary days that we have. After such time that we had this very first case of positive of COVID 19, and our government announced for an enhanced community quarantine, wherein everyone should stay at home and no public transportation shall be allowed to operate on land, sea, and air, and be at least a meter away from someone or even our loved ones to lessen the spread of the COVID 19 virus. As we implemented the enhanced community quarantine, there are three questions came into my mind. First, what will happen next? Second, how's our daily living with my family? Like our work. Being a school head, I've also asked myself, what will happen to my faculty and staff? How's their lives during this time of crisis? But these three questions leads me to more questions in mind. How can our family survive in this 1 month enhanced community quarantine? How's the lives of my faculty and staff? And what will happen to our students? Our students who have not yet completed their lessons and also haven't taken their fourth quarter examination. But despite of these questions in mind, I remain to be calm and optimistic of our situations right now. As they said, we should think positively or think positive. Prior to the enhanced community quarantine, I was able to talk with was able to talk with my teachers. And as I talked with our teachers, we came up with some ideas on how we can still touch the lives of our students amidst the crisis. During the meeting, we had agreed to still keep in touch with our students through Facebook groups, Messenger, and even call and text to at least coach them some important learnings in life and somehow impart important academic learnings that are really important to them. We had done this during the 2 weeks of enhanced community quarantine so that our students would still be updated, they would not felt a sudden break with their favorite teachers. And also, our teachers had a chance to explain to the students the current situation that we are facing in the meantime. Also, Also, I had the chance to talk with my family the night prior to the ECQ. Explain to them what will gonna happen during ECQ and what should be done as a family. I even explained to my parents that during the period of enhanced community quarantine, no one should be allowed to work, even private individuals who will do business transactions related to their own business. Because my mother would really want to do some business. I'd like to do some business transactions in order for us to survive in our daily living. But in the end, my mother agreed on my explanations, and we agreed on some plans of survival during the enhanced community quarantine. As the enhanced community quarantine started, as a family, we followed the strict guidelines of the government on enhanced community quarantine, which is first, to stay at home and be safe. That's the important thing to be done within the period of enhanced community quarantine. And most importantly, all of us would be safe at home, being with our family. As the quarantine days went by, first, it gave me the opportunity to be more closer to my family. We spent more than 10 hours every day to talk with one another, bond with each other, get to know more deeply with one another, sharing our stories with laughter, in which we have not done in the past few years because of being busy at work and study. Second, to stay in contact also with my teachers. Stay in contact with them, and some of them have actually had a session with Guru Connect of initiative of our um, group in coaching, life coaching. This is the Guru Connect, wherein eight of my teachers, seven to eight of my teachers have undergone the Guru Connect. We have actually touched their lives on the situation that they're going through right now. How are they coping up in the situation and what they think the possible outcome of ECQ and at present and in the future. As I can stay contact with my teachers, I actually ask them how are they doing with our students. As we agreed before the ECQ, we will touch the lives of our students. Third, always to be updated, always to be updated on the news online and on television. But before I will share all those informations to my teachers that I've gathered online, most especially in social medias, I usually verify first the informations through some friends working in the government before I will share it to my teachers, most especially to my family and friends. Because there's one thing that we need to verify in information is that we need to really see to it that it's really the real information, a legit one, not a fake news. Fourth, I had a chance to go back on one of my favorite hobby, which is the planting. Not just to help Mother Nature, but also to help my family because my mother and I planted a vegetable. A vegetable in the Philippines, it's commonly known as alugbati. Lastly, I would like to really say thank you to our employer who gave our salaries even though we have no work or class within the period of enhanced community quarantine. I know now that in the end of this crisis, I know that at the end of this crisis on COVID 19, we can all answer the following questions in my mind now. First, what are the learnings that I have learned? What are the learnings that I have learned on COVID 19? For me, the most important thing that I have learned during the ECQ or the spirit of COVID 19 is to value things, to really value things, most especially our family. Because at the end of the day, our family is our strength to keep us fighting on whatever crisis that we may face through. Our family is always there to lean on. Our family, we can share all of the things that in our mind right now as we face on some crisis in our lives. Second, how can I be prepared on something like this that may happen in the future? For me, every moment is really a moment to be prepared on. And looking forward that by the time that might happen again, like what's happening right now, we are more prepared, especially in our daily lives, our daily living, such as the food, enough funds for our daily survival so that we can buy the things that we need for daily survival. Because amidst the crisis, the only thing or the only one who can really solve your problem is you. You need to be more prepared than before. Looking forward that in the future, this might not happen again because COVID 19 is not what we wish for. COVID 19 gave us learnings on how we should face things in our lives. And as we face it, this give us the strength to really fight on. Fight, fight, fight. A fight that anyone are not prepared. Even me, I'm not prepared in this situation right now. Because when I have first seen the news on TV, what came into my mind is that what's this? What's happened? What's happening right now? But I haven't realized that I need to prepare for it. The preparations that needs to be done prior. I haven't realized that me and my family and all of us in the world would actually experience like this. Experience being quarantined at home. Being quarantined at home, it's not that easy because all the things you need that you should think positively. Your mind and heart should work as one as you face the challenges of COVID 19. I know all of us have learned from this and looking forward that all of us will treasure all those learnings that we've learned and might use it in the future so that we are more ready to face the challenges of the future. The third question is that what possible solutions we can do so that diseases like COVID 19 might not happen again. As per possible solutions, as an individual, we need to be more ready. Cherish all those learnings that we had to be more prepared. And looking forward that our government would really do something that we might be prepared for the future. So that any diseases that would actually came in into our country would really be prepared. No one would be left behind, even poorest of the poor. Because what's happening right now, since we are not ready for this, our government actually cannot capture all those things, all people that needs the help. I'm not blaming the government, but one thing for sure is that to us, the question to ourselves, what did I do to be prepared on this COVID 19 pandemic or any challenges that might come in the future? How can I be ready myself? I'm not blaming anyone, but I'm challenging myself. How can I be more ready in the future? Because the possible solution is that for me, I need to be prepared always on the things that might happen to me or my family, my friends, relatives, or anyone every day I really pray this COVID-19, that COVID-19 pandemic would end and will give us again a life, better life for everyone as we face on the next challenges of our lives. Looking forward that no more diseases would come in into our lives that would affect many people around the globe, hoping and praying for everyone's fast recovery. All those almost a million cases worldwide, 3,000 cases from the Philippines, the three cases in our locality in Zamboanga City. Every day I prayed for their fast recovery. As I end my talk, let's all work together as we end the COVID-19 pandemic by cooperating with our government so that all of us will heal as one. Stop our discrimination, most especially to our frontliners, because they are doing their job to enable for us to be protected. Let's all work together as one to heal as one. Do not discriminate anyone. And yet, let's help our frontliners. Let's help our frontliners to enable for them to survive in their everyday lives. Because right now, they're working as healthcare practitioners, soldiers, so that all of us will be guarded from this crisis. All of us will not be sick. I would like to take this opportunity to really thank you, to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to all our frontliners. A great salute to all of you, all the frontliners around the globe. Thank you so much. Just remember that the hardest battles are always the greatest teachers. Keep on fighting to all our frontliners. We can all do it. We can surpass this crisis, and all of us will be back to normal. And normal lives that we wanted, not just for ourselves, but most especially to our family as one. To all our frontliners, thank you so much. You are great. And finally, I have this message to everyone. Please do not share the hate and scare. Instead, let's all spread the love and care. And all of us would say, the love bamboo. The love bamboo, what you need to do is that to share it to everyone. Spread the love. Spread the love and care to everyone. To everyone in your lives, online, offline, text or call. Love bamboo, do it. Love bamboo, do it. But just actually have a finger heart in your hand or finger hearts in your hand or form a shape of heart using your finger, using your fingernails and spread it to everyone. With that, thank you so much and see you all soonest. Again, do not share the hate and scare. Instead, let's spread the love and care. Love bamboo to everyone. This has been your coach Al Kali signing off. Right. Signing off for now. Thank you so much and God bless us all. Thank you.
Wow! Love
Love
bamboo!
bamboo!
Oh, di ba nag-correct tayo, Coach Master Mel?
Di ba,
Love
coach? Mm.
bamboo! Yes!
Boom!
And honestly, you can feel the love with ano no Coach Al's heart, and it's
Al.
it's very interesting because yung ano niya, the title, 'di ba, is Dear COVID, Sincerely
Okay.
Al, responding to the call of coronavirus. And it's very beautiful how he started, 'di ba? Kasi when we make letters, we convey message, we express, we want to communicate, 'di ba? And there's an
Yeah.
addressee, yung Dear Blank. Okay. So if for this case, it's Dear COVID. So at the first part of the
Okay.
presentation, pinakilala niya. He let everyone knew
Yes.
who the addressee is, and si COVID. And usually when we do letters, 'di ba, we have this questions that we want to ask the person. Ano
Tama.
ano pa ba yung mga usually na tinatanong natin, mga the feelings that we really want, yung mga hinanakit, the deep rooted
Yes.
feelings that we have, that we want to communicate. And he really presented it very well. He presented us with a lot of questions ranging from what will happen next, what will happen to the world, how their lives will be this time, and then after, what will happen. And what really captured me here, Coach Mel, is the ano, is the love not only for the family, because the family is common, no, but his love for the teachers and the students.
Yes.
And all throughout the presentation, you can see he's very calm and optimistic. Opposite po nung
Mm.
energy ko, no? Oo. So he's very calm and optimistic. Oh, laba po. Oh, 'di ba?
Ang-
And um, it's very beautiful how he said that his learnings is to value things, that family is
Tama.
strength, 'di ba? And ano nga ba, what it made me ask, what is the call of coronavirus? Kasi he said, 'di ba, responding to the call of coronavirus. And what I really got is, if for our viewers, no, Coach Al is a teacher. He's a
Yes.
principal in one of the schools in Zamboanga. And what what I saw through his journey, he is also one of the who we got to interview with the Coach Connect, and he
Guru
really
Connect.
responded. Yes, he responded by connecting teachers, Guru Connect. So he
Yung
connected with 8 teachers. So it's a very beautiful way that how he responded to to the COVID virus. Kaya ang ganda, dear COVID, ganyan. I'm
Dear
responding by
COVID.
making a stand to be socially intimate with other people despite the physical distance and the mandate of the government to have social distancing. Ginawa niyang social intimacy, and this is what Master Coach is heart really is, and what we are really um delivering a message to the world right now. That's why we're doing this global virtual summit. And ano
Medyo.
pa ba?
Yes.
And what captured me is the planting of that's my
Yun.
personal
Tama,
take,
tama.
planting. Because he asked, 'di ba, how will my family survive? And still he responded by not stopping on questions, but he did something. So it's focused on solution based, not on the
Tama
problem.
po.
It's really beautiful, no? Coach Mel, what's your takeaway? Ang ganda eh.
Kay Coach Al po, parang personal po siya, nakikipag-usap, eh.
Yes,
Sobrang calm,
yes.
pero puso niya po yung ano, eh, nangingibabaw, eh. Parang, "Dear COVID,
Mm.
kung" parang ang dating po sa'kin, "Dear COVID, kung alam mo lang, sobra kaming
Yes,
nagbabanding ng pamilya ko. Kung alam mo
oo.
lang na nagpapasalamat ako sa employer ko na kahit kahit hindi kami pumapasok, binibigyan kami ng sahod. Kung alam mo lang
Yes,
na engage ko yung 8 kong teacher, mga faculty sa pagko-coach, sa coaching, at na-share nila yung ay ano nila, yung heart nila, yung istorya nila during the quarantine." Parang, "Dear COVID, kung alam mo lang, bumalik ako dun sa hobbies ko na
yes.
pagpa-plant," 'di ba? So parang personal
Oo.
po yung pakikipag-usap niya dun kay COVID. Tapos bandang dulo, parang nagpapasalamat din siya kay COVID na, "Dear
Mm,
COVID,
mm.
salamat, salamat
Thank
dahil
you,
nakita ko
oo.
yung halaga ng pamilya, yung learnings na puwede pala ako mag-maximize pa yung sarili ko.
Yes.
Salamat, salamat COVID." Pero ang pinaka natuwa po ako, coach, habang nagsasalita siya, habang parang sumusulat siya kay COVID 'no,
Mm.
parang, yung message niya hindi lang din pang sarili, yung parang,
Yes,
it's about for frontliners na
yes.
magpasalamat tayo sa kanila,
Mm.
respetuhin natin sila, i-encourage natin sila araw-araw kasi mahirap yung pinagdadaanan nila. Kaya nga yung word niya, love boom, eh, 'no, wag
Love
tayong mag-discriminate,
bamboo. Yes,
oo,
stop
wag po na
discrimination.
wag tayong mag-cause ng panic or ng katatakutan. So talagang napakaganda rin po nung mensahe po at yung pagsulat po ni Coach Al ng letter kay COVID. Tinatanong ko Coach Candy, kung ikaw si COVID, ano kaya ang re-reply mo kay Coach Al? O yung ano kaya susulat ka?
Ay,
The letter ano ka? Paano
ang
kaya
ano
ang sulat
naman,
mo kung ikaw si COVID? Oh,
well,
kasi
if I'm
sinulatan niya tayo si
COVID,
COVID ng ano eh. Mm.
I'll look at this in two ways. Dalawa.
Opo.
First, if I'm COVID na na yung masama, yung kontrabida
Oo,
sa
oo.
buhay, 'di ba? If I'm
Virus,
COVID that
virus.
I'm the enemy, 'di ba? I'm the villain. I'll really, alam mo yung etong taong to, I am here to bring this person down, but what's happening?
Ye
He is rising up.
yes,
So if I am
yes.
COVID, I will definitely feel defeated. Now, if I'm COVID
Mm,
naman na alam mo yung tawag yung sidekick, yung sidekick,
opo,
yung tawag dito, the supporting role to
ah,
the 'di ba, the
the
hero.
best
I
friend, oo.
Yes, I have done my part kasi because of my presence, it has allowed the hero in Coach Al to really emerge, 'di ba? Na he took the
Yes,
steps and he really yung outflow ba no love niya, especially to the frontliners, and it's a clear delivery message that to stop the discrimination for frontliners, and teachers are also
tama po,
frontliners, because here in the
tama po.
Philippines, 'di ba, maging totoo lang po tayo. Hindi gano'n kaganda yung sweldo ng mga frontliners natin, ng teachers natin. And ano pa ba, hindi hindi kagandahan yung tingin. It's as if mas mababa, but to other countries, these are ano, very noble professions, 'di ba? So it's really high
Amen.
time ngayon na iangat yung helping industry
Totoo po.
ngayon. Oo. O ikaw naman?
Kung ako po si COVID na masama,
Oo.
si parang kung sinusulatan pa ako nito, parang manggigigil ako, maiinis po.
Oo,
Kahit
nakaka-insulto,
yung pagsulat niya po kalma, kahit sobrang
Ay,
kalmado ni
yes,
Coach Al,
very calm.
pero pero kung ako po yung ano, parang nagawa ko ba yung job ko na magkalat talaga, parang gano'n si COVID. Pero tama po, 'no, parang panalo po, panalo si Coach Al, na
Yes,
nakapagsulat siya at nakapagsabi, "Sincerely, Al." Oh, 'di
sincere.
ba?
Tapos meron pa siyang ang
Ang
tapang,
galing.
it's really brave and courageous responding to the call. Call talaga.
Yun, oo.
Another ano pala 'no, another thing here, Coach Mel, I really what I got is ano 'no, sabi niya is, "Every moment is a moment to be prepared." So really, if you look at,
Yun.
COVID-19, it's really a season of preparation 'no, and ano ba
Tama
yung
po.
preparation? The preparation is the call. Ano ba yung call? What is the calling? What is your calling? What is your purpose? So I believe that COVID is preparing us that after the COVID, we will all go towards and shift towards our calling, towards our purposes, towards the
Amen.
greater humanity, 'di ba? Sabi nga niya, heal as one. Ah? And
Heal
spread
as
the
one.
love.
Tama po. Love Bam Boom. Kaya
Love,
nakakatuwa po si Coach
oo.
Al. Opo.
So ano,
Parang
oo, sige lang, go.
ano po, nakakatuwa lang po, 'no, parang, kung susulat siya kay maalaala mo kaya kay Charo Santos,
Oo.
para pong ano, 'no, hindi siya madrama, parang punong-puno siya ng ano, ng kwento ng nangyaring
Yes,
magaganda
yes.
during quarantine po, 'no?
Very optimistic, very optimistic. And
Totoo po.
that's what he precisely said. Calm and optimistic, 'di ba? And I
Yun
would
po.
like to ano emphasize on the quote na he presented. He said that
Hmm,
students need happy teachers who makes them excited to
yun.
and grow a love for learning, because oftentimes we see students right now, they hate going to school and they don't appreciate the value of
Hmm,
learning. So ang ganda, you can really see the heart of Coach Al.
totoo po.
Yun. Mm.
Na hindi raw kailangan ng perfect na teacher ngayon,
Yes,
kailangan natin mga masasayang teacher na
masasaya.
makakapag-excite doon sa mga estudyante.
Yes, who spreads the love. 'Di ba? Oh, 'di ba?
Amen.
At
So,
imagine, I mean, imagine a teacher, Coach Mel, 'di ba? Ano ba, you start the class, love bomb boom. Oh,
Lablambu.
oh, tapos you end the class, love bomb
Sobrang saya.
boom. Ang saya, 'di ba? You really enjoy
Ay,
learning.
tama po. Tama, Coach Candy. Nakakatuwa si Coach Al, 'no?
Yes. So,
So na-excite ka na ba, Coach?
oo, excited
May
na ako
dalawa
na
pa
two
tayo.
more. Yes, two more.
Ang
Ano,
bilis ng oras po, 'no, pero
yan.
nakakatuwa. At mamaya po sa mga nanonood po natin, Coach Candy, wait lang po
Yes,
natin, meron po tayong panel interview, makakasama po
yes,
natin
yes.
sila.
Yes, wait for the panel interview. Everyone who's watching, wait for the panel interview, and you'll really meet them in person, 'di ba? Actually in person, live. Ayan. So
Live.
again, for our viewers, in case you don't know, this is Global Coaching Summit, Virtual Global Coaching Summit Part 2, COVID-19 ROI, the follow through. So we started on April 5, yesterday ng 12:01, and
Yeah,
we will run until later, 4 p.m., April 6,
PM.
4 p.m. So, ano ba to? We have 40. Ayan, 40. We are doing actually a 40 non-stop video streaming of non-stop learning from 40 change agents with
Change
40
agent.
transformational messages. So if, in case you missed this, and in case you watch this and you want to get a replay, You can catch or subscribe to Coach A YouTube channel and Coach A I Connect. Ayan.
Ayun. So, may
Oo.
dalawa pa tayo, Coach Candy, ngayong segment
Wow!
7 po natin.
Yes, and it's very
Excited.
exciting. The next two are very exciting as well. So, before we present the last two or the next two, we'll take a short 5-minute break, everyone. See you, Coach Mel.
See you, Coach Candy.
Hello! Hi.
Hello.
Yes, welcome to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. So our
Yeah.
institute, yes, is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder and CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. So we have a local coaching hub here at D Cup Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner Master Coach A. So my name is Candy Teng, and I am your host for this segment.
Hi, Coach Candy. So, I am Coach Pastor Mel Basilio, co-hosting the segment 7 with Coach Candy. We have four speaker per segment, and our third speaker have shared these interesting facts about himself. To quote, ito yung po yung sinasabi at pagpapakilala niya po sa sarili niya. One of my crazy dream is to travel internationally without restriction. Paano po ngayon, Coach Candy? Bawal pong
Mm.
mag-travel ngayon abroad. So, may restriction na kagad tong coach na, itong speaker po natin ngayon, no? So, sabi niya pa po sa sarili, description niya pa po sa sarili niya, I can hear and tell story for hours. Wow.
Wow.
A birthday mechanic for this year. So, advance happy birthday, speaker number 3, no? So, magkwekwento
Mm.
po kayo ng maraming oras sa amin. So, ito pa po ang kanyang description. Got to change a car tire on my birthday this year. Ayun. So,
Wow.
nakapagpalit siya
Oo.
ng
Oo.
tire
First
niya.
time, no? First
Galing.
time. Oh, and to correct, Coach Mel, tapos na yung birthday niya, January.
Belated
Oh,
pala. Belated happy birthday. Speaker 3, sorry.
ayan.
Kasi alas 2 na yata, Coach Candy, no?
Kaya to. Oh, energy girl. So our
Hallelujah.
oo. So our next speaker will be sharing his experience on learning how to pause to move forward and make a fulfilling journey of a brand new season. O, di ba? Saktong-sakto. It's very timely for
Wow.
COVID and we're going to transition to a brand new season. So, ayan na. His
Galing.
talk is entitled COVID-19 Season End Journey to Moving Forward.
Wow, napaka-interesting po nito. So,
Yes.
ang ating speaker po natin ay sinasabing taong bahay of the Teacup
Mm,
Coffee
mm,
Republic.
mm.
Siya parati yung makikita po dito. Bukod dun po sa logo ng DCAP, siya po parati ang present na nandun sa loob ng DCAP. At walang
Yes.
iba, ang ating mabuting kaibigan na si Coach Lau Lim. So,
Yeah.
roll video! Yeah.
Thank you for saying yes and taking time to be part of this Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs that is based in Dallas, Texas, USA. This talk is a response to original material of Master Coach A on COVID-19 ROI or Return of Insight. You may watch the replay of the said Kapihan Night episode at Coach A YouTube channel. So hello everyone. Welcome. And let me introduce myself. I am Change Agent Coach Rao. I'm a certified life coach of the Institute, and I help people express, I help people in creating their wonderful story. And in line with that, always tell my stories through art because I love drawing. I love cartoons, and usually I draw them as a way to express myself, my message, my journey, my life, and a way to also express my emotion. So this is my original character. This is me in cartoon form. So hello, as you can see the words art and stories because I love to see art and I love to hear stories behind the art that was made. So welcome to the Global Summit Part 2. And in line with that season, this is the title of my talk, COVID-19 Season End, Journey to Moving Forward. And prior to that, and before everything else, I want to tell you my current journey. Because how would we go to a season end if we didn't even start the season? But today I want to start by telling you my quarantine journey. Here goes. I started my quarantine journey through this picture. This is one of the first pictures I draw when the quarantine starts here in the Philippines, and this is one of when I always draw this picture. It always tells a message of me fighting, of me moving forward, of me going through this journey and of me making this journey worth it. So I want to fight to make this journey a beautiful journey, a wonderful journey. So that's why this is the picture. It's time to fight. It's time to go. It's time to make an impact. You know? I started that, and in line with this picture, I fight and be grateful, and finding the ways to be grateful through that. And because many times, because I know in my heart that my mental health also affects my physical health. So let's start fighting to make a, a well mental health or a good mental health. And through that, it's always being grateful to where you are, to the situation, and to see something beautiful, things that you could learn, things that you experience, good things that you can experience in this season. So at this point in time, this is one of my pictures. This is one of my drawings. This is how happy I am when I draw because I want to let myself see the star and letting my star shine. And after this, the next day, all right, the story starts here. My adventure starts here. The next day, I started to adjust. I started to be awake at this moment in time. I started, my body started to adjust in my sleeping patterns. I started not to sleep at night. In fact, I'm a morning person, but now I am not because I am active at night. So, well, my body adjusted very, very quick through this quarantine. And what is hard about this is that I need to wake up in the morning because I get to work in the morning. Because at this moment in time, the lectures in work starts in the morning, and I committed for that. So that's how I look. Oh my gosh, I'm awake and I have something to do in the morning. And yeah, I draw this like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. because really I cannot sleep at that moment in time. Then later on in the evening of the same day, I was shocked. I don't know if it's in evening, but I vividly remember that event. I was hurt. I heard hurtful words to the person I love. So I was hurt. I thought it was not affecting me much, but to realize and to understood and to acknowledge that those words did really hurt me. So at the time I started to adjust, at a time of peak adjustment, I also encounter something that hurts in this journey. And this is me. As you can see, he's hurt. That's why the eyes are closed and the mouth is like, oh my gosh, I'm hurt. And as you can see, there's bandages in his face because he was hurt. And and it's like having a wound and you're just bandaging the wound. So it's a sudden thing that happened for the day. And and knowing to accept that you're hurt can just let your brain know how to manage, how to see and how to make it feel better. So at this adventure, at this moment, at the same day I was adjusting, I cannot sleep, I got hurt. And then the next day, I started missing people. It's been a week since that day because every day I'm a decap person. Every day I go to decap. Every day I get to see the people I love. I get to see them physically. I get to hear their voice. I get to talk and tell them my stories. Now I started to miss them. I already missed them the day the quarantine started. But at this moment in time, I really do miss them, and I felt it. I felt a deep emotion of missing them. As if my character is crying because in reality I was also crying at this moment in time. To accept that I miss them and I don't have the chance to get to meet them because of the limitations. And all I can do is to cry and make it feel better. So after that, after the crying, now I wanted to decide that this season is a season for me to grow. This season is a season for me to, to be better, to be greater. So that's me teaching myself, come on, this season is an opportunity for you to grow. Then this is this adjustment period in my part. Then the next day, I felt the boredom. My adventures is full of ups and downs of emotions. And the next day, eh, I got bored. Boredom's message. This is my growing of me bored. To be honest with you, I also got bored. I don't want to get bored in this season, but in reality, I got bored. And and part of that is me getting bored. I drawn this picture. Boredom's message for me. Um, you can find the message of this art through my Facebook group, which I'm gonna say later. I got bored at that moment in time. So I was looking for ways to take that boredom away, but in reality, I am bored. So I was looking for a lot of things that will stop me from being bored. But I know in my heart that there's something that will stop me from getting bored. Just looking for other things. Then at the same day, because I'm working from home and I'm adjusting to all the transitions that is happening while working from home, that you cannot there's challenges in communication, there's challenges in the projects because you don't get to meet the person in person and you don't get to teach the person in person, don't get to point where they need to fix. I'm an IT professional by the way, and I and I am a supervisor in my office, and I get to be a supervisor when this quarantine starts. So that transition was with so there was a transition, and the challenges of you adjusting to your new position while you're in quarantine. Wow, and you handling a project that is, you know, that everyone in that project had already resigned, so you need to face the truth that I need to face the truth that I'm handling that project right now, and there are only a few or, or maybe none for me to ask about the project. So so this happened. I got really confused. I got really confused at my role. I got confused at the project. So at that adjustment period also came confusion. And the next day I encountered the past. Yeah, there was a trigger that day that made me encounter the past. It felt like me stepping on that moment, watching, and it started. My heart started to bleed and to get hurt at that moment in time because I heard it and it brought me back to the past. But remember, this is a message for me. This art told me that at my present, it's beautiful. At my present, I have my wonderful people. At my present, I'm loved, accepted. This is the message of this picture for me. Na I need to stop being in the past and go and be here in the present, which is beautiful. And in response to that, I get to I get to talk to wonderful people. I get I talk to a wonderful people person in my life, and my heart smiled because my heart already smiled thinking of them every day. It smiled because thinking of them makes me smile, makes me happy. So happy because they are the people I'm thinking about, my wonderful people. So this is also an expression. I posted this on Facebook as an expression to them how much I love them. It made me feel better. At least that day, the past tried to bring me back there, but at the same day, the present was there for me all along. A wonderful present with wonderful people. So that is my quarantine journey in relation to my title, a journey to moving forward. I told you my journey here in this season, here in our current season. And all of this drawing I show you are my journey. And my journey in this season might be similar or different to yours. But in this season, we are journeying. In this season, we are walking. In this season, there are ups and there are downs. But life goes on. Life continues as it is. And today, I want to talk about journey to moving forward. Oh, in relation to that, I want to tell you that as you as you notice, many of my drawings has a message. Many of my drawings there has that writings, has that lettering in its right side telling a message. Because my drawings are a message for me. And when I start drawing that, it's a moment to see the reality in order to move forward. The moment to pause, a moment to reflect, a wonderful moment to see things clearly. And a moment to see where I wanted to go. So that's who I am. That's what my art is for. My expression, my heart, my message. And as you can see, today I want to talk about this picture because this picture is what I call the title drawing. As I was thinking of my title in this talk, I got to encounter this picture. And what is the art story behind this picture? The art story behind this picture is that what happens when you step at the end of the line where that season is gonna end? What now? Because when season ends, your story didn't end yet. Your story will continue to the next season. So what is that season for you? What is that season? What is that brand new season? Because that season will never be the same as the previous season from the old season. That season will be a new season, a change season, a season that is will be different. The same way we transition to this quarantine, we step onto a brand new season and things are different. The same way as transitioning again from the quarantine season, the quarantine journey to a brand new journey of our life. So the same way as the title, COVID-19 season end, a journey to move forward. So, and in relation to the drawings, I want to start with the reflection. As we end the journey, let's pause. As we end the journey, let's sit down and reflect of season, what kind of season that we wanted to have. So for today, here I'm gonna give today 4 questions to prepare you for the next season. 4 questions to reflect on, to pause on, so that you can move forward to a brand new season and continually moving forward there. Now, my first question is, as we end the season, let's end it by being grateful for the season. What are the things you can be grateful for in the old season? What are the things that you appreciate with the old season? What are your learnings? What are the brand new things that you have? We call in Tagalog pabaon. What are the brand new things you're carrying today because of that season? What events that made you become a better person and stronger person for that season? The reason why we start by being grateful because when we see the beauty of the old season through gratefulness and we can appreciate that, then it let our hearts create same way for the new season. It let our hearts to create the beauty for the next season. Okay? That's the reason why that is, that is the question. Like what other things you can be grateful for the season? So after this question, as we go through, as we see that there's beauty in the old season. Now, let's start to move forward by knowing where do you want to go? What story do you want to have for the next season? Who do you want to become for this next season? What do you want to achieve for this next season? Can you visualize it for me? Because as the drawing states, that is where I want to go. I always represent a meaningful goal as a flag on top of the mountain. Because when you go up of the mountain, when you reach the peak of that mountain, you'll see a lot of beauty. You see the sky, you smell the fresh air, you see the city on the city in that mountain. You see the horizon, the beautiful horizon. That's why that's the representation of that mountain. You can see a beauty on that mountain. And what is the beauty of your meaningful goal? Can you visualize your result? Can you visualize if you are there in the new season? What do you see? Because at the beginning of the new season, you have the opportunity to create a story and have an opportunity to have a brand new journey to go forward. And so after knowing your meaningful goal, let's know first the reality. What is today? Where are you now in comparison to where do you want to go? What is your state? Who are you now compared to who are you to where you want to go? As you can see in the picture, destination to direction. Because knowing where you are will let you know the directions to where you wanted to go. And the reality, this is one of the challenging part, knowing the reality, to accept that that is your reality. So, what is your reality in comparison to your goal? Where are you now? What is your state in compared to your goal? It is important to know that how real the present is to you, because knowing the present, knowing the reality, will let you know the gap between you and your meaningful goal. So, there you go. Uh, Then after this, the next question will be what actions you can do to move forward, to get to where you want to go. Actions changes things. And without the actions, where is the moving forward? Action changes things. And as you go to your goal, actions will make you get closer and closer to your goal. And defining your actions is important. What specific actions you can do to move forward to get to where you want to go? What is that? What change you have to make? What mindsets do you want to change? Or who are the people do you want to connect with? Because it's only with actions that you can walk and have a step closer to where you wanted to go. And the next question is, who is with you on your journey? I love this picture. I really do love this. This is the most beautiful drawing that I ever received. This picture tells a beautiful story. So, let me tell you a story of this. There was one day that I drew a picture of me having a hard time, me being hopeless, me making a hard effort. And the journey was really hard. My journey was not that easy. And there are times in your journey that things are not really getting easier. But my coach just sent me this picture that I'm not alone with my journey, that I have my family with me. I have my coach and I have my family. So, who's with you on your journey? who's with you, who can celebrate with you on your journey, who's with you that will help you process, that will help you make your decision, who's with you in that adventure that you're going to have in your life. Because it's having people, an adventure is great when you have someone with you sharing the ups and the downs. And that's what a coach is for, to be with you on your journey, to help you be free, to help you express, to help you know your reality, to help you see what you want, your meaningful goal. And here's like a summary of what in this picture. A coach helps you know what you need to acknowledge, what is that in the present of yours. And also it helps you process. Because I always say when emotions are processed right, it gives you a wonderful message, a message to move forward. Also, a coach helps you in your decision because when you make your own decision, you get to feel that you are free. It breaks you from the flow. It breaks you from expectations of people. It helps you set yourself free. And when you're free, when you see your reality, when you know where you want to go, then you started to heal and you get to see who you really are as a person. Then you get to see your pain and acknowledging the pain that you have, you get to be free and you get to heal and get better. Now, at this point in time, I want to ask you, what story do you want to make at the new season as you imagine yourself stepping on that line, looking at the horizon? What story do you want to make as you reflect, as you know your goal, as you see your reality? I'll ask you, what story do you want to make? And I'm a coach, and I'm here to help people create their wonderful story. And if you wanted you wanted to see your goals, you want to see your reality, you want to acknowledge what is really there inside of you that you need to see. I'm Coach Lau. I could help you process. I could help you see your potential. I can help you discover who you are as a person. You can contact me through 0928 1262 502. Also, if you like this and if you appreciate the arts and the stories behind the art I'm inviting you to my group, Stories Behind Ellipses. There you can see more of moving forward videos. There you can see um, uh, videos, stories that helps you know how to move forward in life. So art is more than a beauty to see and hear. It's also a wonderful story to discover. I always believe that art has a story behind it. And I want to invite you to my group. You can always connect with me through my group, Stories Behind Ellipses. Also, or you may visit our coaching hub, Recap Coffee Republic, located at Pioneer Center Compound, Capital de Pasig City. We offer a 24/7 coaching service on demand and you can contact Pick Up Coffee Republic through 0917-586-1661 and or visit if you are interested about life coaching or the life coach certification program. You can always visit Life Coach Philippines or www.globalcoachentrepreneur.org. So This is my final story. I shared to you my quarantine process, my journey of ups and downs. But I get to learn a lot from that journey. I get to smile, I get to cry, I get to I get to experience an ups and downs. And I get to have my support. So as a coach, I always believe in trusting yourself, trusting the coach, and trusting the process. Because I've overcome those situations. Remember that there's a message in my drawing because those are wonderful message for me. And because of the process, because I've gone through the coaching process, I get to overcome that. I get to have to celebrate. And I want also for you to experience that as well because it was a wonderful story to uncover, a beautiful journey that I have. Going closer to my goal is also becoming better as a person, also, and also healing in my wounds, in my heart. So thank you for listening, and thank you for tuning in, and thank you for being part of the Global Coaching Summit Part 2. So bye bye. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Wow! Nawawala po ako.
Well, are you there?
Nasaan po ako?
But your voice is here naman, oh. So let's continue lang, no? Ang ganda. It's a very unique and very personalized way of delivering a message.
Totoo po.
Oo, 'di ba, art stories, and that is really the specialty of Coach Lau, 'no? He delivers his message through his arts. He really draws it, and ano po siya, he does that real time. It's one of his way of expressing his emotions, and it has something to do with the mental health, with his mental health. It's the way he processes it, and in mental health, he mentioned there in the first that mental health, for you to be mentally healthy, you have to be grateful. And when you are grateful, you shine. And the very beautiful message here in his presentation is that underlying everything, it's the season of opportunity and the season of growth. And the beautiful thing here, ayan na, si Coach Mel. Oh, hello.
I'm
Oo.
back. Ano
Oo,
po?
I'm doing a recap of the beautiful art of
Apo,
of Coach Lau, and
totoo
what
po.
passes here really is the season of opportunity, di ba? He said that it's the season and he's crossing towards another journey, di ba? Moving forward. So you can see here it's
Amen.
really a season of opportunity, which for him is a season of growth, a season towards greatness. And for you to move towards growth and greatness, you have to create it yourself. Ang ganda-ganda talaga. And he
Sobra, sobra po.
his emotions, no? Pinakita talaga niya yung journey niya during the quarantine, the struggle. Alam mo yung hashtag, the struggle is real. And with
Totoo.
also he presented steps and ano no and questions, four questions, 'di ba? Sabi niya, where do you want to go? And moreover, doon sa where do you want to go, he emphasized who do you want to become? And then from that is what is your reality? Yung present natin ngayon, no? Because the beautiful thing here is knowing is different from accepting. Those are two different things. And he emphasized it here that you have to know and you have to accept. And it's only then that you papasok yung third, no? What actions can you do to move forward? Because most often na ginagawa ng tao is they just want to move forward and forward and forward, but they
Yes.
don't acknowledge their reality, and pwede naman they na-acknowledge it, but they don't accept it. So again,
Yon.
knowing is different from accepting, acknowledging is different from accepting. So you have to really accept wholeheartedly. Kaya nga, di ba ina-emphasize niya, it's painful, but you have to trust the process. And with that, ang pinakahuli niya is, who is with you on your journey, because it is
Yon.
important that when you're in a journey, there are people there who will support you, who will love you, who will accept you without judgment. Di ba, Coach Mel? Ang
Saya
ganda-ganda.
po. Sobra
Mm-mm.
po, sobra po. Coach,
Ako,
sobra lang akong na-amaze.
mm-mm.
Kasi sa ginawa ni Coach Lau, parang napaka-creative, no? Kasi ang tao po kasi
Yes.
natural na visual eh. Kung ano po yung nakikita ng mata, talagang naglalaro na po sa utak niya. Habang nga po ako
Mm-mm.
nakikinig, na-drawing ko pa
Ay,
lahat ng journey niya. Di ba? Pero mas syempre mas
wow.
maganda yung kay Coach Lau, no? Nakakatawa unang araw na quarantine niya, may pinaglalaban siya. It is parang pumasok sa kanya talaga. This is a time to fight, no? Tapos
Mm-mm.
na-confuse siya, nag-struggle siya, pumasok yung takot, pumasok yung boredom, yung pumasok yung anxiety. Pero pinaka nakakuha ko po doon, coach, pinaka sumagi po ako, pumapasok naman po lahat sa puso natin, no, sa isip natin during quarantine. Kasi nga, nakakwarto na, hindi naman po tayo sanay na isang buwan mahigit or na nagwo-work from home po ang Coach Lau. Pero yung pinakamaganda pong nakita ko doon na pumasok po yung past niya, 'di ba?
Yes.
Nakwento niya yung past.
Oo.
Tapos kinalma niya yung sarili niya at sinabi niya, "Oy, gising ka. Ang ganda ng space mo ngayon
Beautiful
now. Ito
space.
yung you have beautiful space." Na
Mm-mm.
parang na-realize ko po na kahit quarantine, ito po ay magiging beautiful space kung nakatingin ka sa perspektibo ni Coach Lau, katulad ni Coach Lau na, ay may magagawa ako, ay may
Mm-mm.
maitutulong ako, ay may maaambag ako, at may istorya po akong mabubuo kahit po naka-quarantine po tayo. Kaya amazing, amazing. Kaya mas maganda po ang drawing ni Coach Lau, pero yung na-drawing ko po, yung journey niya, na-amaze po talaga ako. Na-amaze po ako,
Na-map
lalo na yung iba. Ayan,
yung drawing niya. Ang
na-map
galing.
po. Kasi ang galing po niya mag-present. So, bilang nanonood, bilang nakikinig, madali na rin po sa akin no, kahit
Mm.
drawing drawing pat-pat yung ko, yung
Oo.
drawing ko. Nakakatawa po.
Ayan. Oo, so ano muna 'no, Coach Mel, let's, read the comments. Ayan. So ayan
Sige
po,
po.
um, andito si Coach Lau, online po siya. Hello. Ayan, si Mel Basilio. Sino kaya
Congrats,
si
Coach
Mel
Lau.
Basilio na 'to?
Ay,
Nag-comment.
poging coach yan eh. Poging coach.
Beautiful space, in-emphasize niya. And then we have from
Talaga.
Coach Will, powerful drawings. Amazing how you convert your emotions and ideas into one hashtag
Sobra.
wonderful drawings. Swak at hagip siya na utak ko. O, ayan. And
Totoo.
from Coach Rizel, ayan, this is a beautiful, Coach. And from Coach Will again, thank you, Coach Lorenzo, hashtag family. Oh,
Family.
family. Ang ganda, no? And also, no, sabi niya, the beautiful thing here is acknowledge that you are in the process. And when you
Amen.
acknowledge that you are in the process, eventually you get the freedom. Kasi 'di ba na-acknowledge mo that that is your space. You will have
Yes.
you eventually let go of things that wala doon sa space mo. And that will give you
Mhm.
the freedom so you can heal. And ang ganda ng quote niya, I really like to quote him for this. Sabi niya, when emotions process right gives you a wonderful message. Ang ganda.
Ayun.
Emotions process right? Because 'di ba Coach Mel, ang often we
Totoo po.
see emotions as negative. Parang 'di ba sinasabi, "Huwag ka
Mhm,
masyadong
mhm.
emotional," gano'n. But when you are
Mm,
able to respond to these emotions in a very healthy way
tama.
and it is processed right, it gives you a very wonderful message for growth, no? And in-emphasize din niya
Totoo po.
here is the need for a life coach to help you in the process, to help you in the journey of your life.
Ang
Ah,
galing. Ang
ang
galing
galing,
po. At
oo.
pinakita niya po talaga na yung talent niya, yung sa pagiging artist niya,
Mm,
lumabas po eh, yung emotion niya eh, yung nararamdaman niya na
oo.
through his talent, through art no, na pakinakita niya po doon. Ay ang ganda-ganda ng kinalabasan po ng storya dahil nga yung pati yung passion niya na apply niya po dito. Ang galing po ng ating coach Lau.
Wow, ayan. So we are down to our last speaker, ano. Pero gusto ko I want to emphasize din the ending for our viewers. Coach Lau asked one thing and it's really it encapsulates everything. What story do you want to make? So amidst the
Amen.
COVID-19, what story do you want to make? A very, very powerful question, no?
Ang galing. Mm.
Ayan. So, ano pa ba? Again, we are doing this for our viewers. We are doing this Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, COVID-19 ROI, the follow through. So if you want to catch this, you can subscribe to Master Coach A. So it's Coach A YouTube channel and Coach A I Connect. Ayun po. So
Yun.
we started April 5 ng 12 a.m. and this will last until April 6, 4 p.m. So later 4 p.m. So we are doing a 40-hour non-stop streaming, non-stop learning with 40 change agents with 40 transformational messages. Ayan. So
Amen.
for our segment,
Ayun.
we have last na, no? Nag-iisa na lang,
Last
Coach
na po,
Mel.
ang
Yan.
bilis naman po, ano? Ang
Oo.
bilis.
So before we introduce no our last speaker, we'll have a 5-minute break. Ayan. So see you
See
everyone.
you. See you po.
Hello!
Hello, hello.
Yes. So, welcome to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder and CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. So we have a local coaching hub here at D Cup Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner Master Coach A. So my name is Candy Tang and I am your host for this segment.
Hello, Miss Candy Teng. Hello, Coach Candy. I am
Hello.
Coach Pastor Mel Basilio, co-hosting the segment 7 with Coach Candy, of course, the wonderful, beautiful, most energetic coach of the tribe. Okay. Okay, Coach Candy, we have 4 speaker.
Mm,
Nakakatatlo na po tayo. Ito po yung
yes.
pang-apat natin sa segment 7. And we have shared his interesting facts about himself. So, tignan po natin, kilalanin po natin tong speaker natin ngayon. No? He is a
Mm,
BS Animation graduate. Wow.
wow.
A photography hobbyist and a cooking enthusiast. Aba, magaling magluto ito, Coach Candy. Who,
Magaling.
who
Magaling
is who is not afraid to try different mixes and dishes. Ayun. Fun fact, he recently created a cooking challenge with fellow life coaches in the tribe. Aba, hindi
Oh,
yata ako nakasali doon, coach ah. Pero
wow.
mukhang nasarapan ng ang cooking challenge po ng ating
Mm,
next speaker. Ito po pala ang matindi. He is also the eldest son of our very own master coach, a
yes.
young entrepreneur as he is one of the owner of and director of the Cup Copy Republic. Ayun, ang saya nitong last speaker
Oo.
natin, Coach Candy.
At meron pa ako isang additional fun fact, oo. Magaling kasi
Uh,
siya sa voice, sa pagvo-voice, no? So, he is known as DJ Boju. O, ayan, o, let's leave
wow!
DJ Boju po. So, our next speaker will talk about how to make use of this unique opportunity to optimize time as one of the most
Wow!
valuable assets available to us. Wow. So, how time can
Galing.
be used to bring to reality what we can only visualize previously with lame complaint that we don't have time. O, ang powerful neto, ang strong, di ba? So, oo, now that time is abundant, how can we unleash its power for us to overflow with results now and after COVID-19? Ayan. So, his talk is
Nako,
titled Overflow, the power of optimization and visualization to be more. Ah.
ang lupit, no? Ang lupit, Coach
Oo.
Candy. Kaya patagalin pa ba natin? Mag-overflow po tayo sa fourth speaker po natin. So, our last speaker is no other than the famous drum
Wow.
roll, pak, 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 Coach Clint Porto. Roll video.
Yes, and taking time to be part of this Global Virtual Coaching Summit, Part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneur that is based in Dallas, Texas, USA. This talk is a response to the original material of Master Coach A on COVID 19 ROI or Return of Insight. You may watch the replay of the Sid Kapia Night episode at Coach A's YouTube channel. I am Change Agent Coach Clint, one of the directors of Decaf Coffee Republic. I'm mainly the person in charge of the pastry and barista stations, although I'm basically an all around person here at the cafe. I'm the person who runs the cafe during nighttime and have started to stay at Decaf even before the quarantine was announced. The first notice for the community quarantine was implemented on March 15. By April 5, we have already been in a state of unrest for 21 days. While others were able to cope after some time, countless others continue to struggle for survival. As we enter the fourth week of the quarantine, we are now hopefully nearing the end of our isolation and may have come to wonder as to how things will be after. What now? Or what's next? Just like everyone else, I too am affected by the global pandemic that plagues our nation. A lot of the services that we make use on a daily basis are currently unavailable. As there are no transportations, this meant that I would have to stay at Teacup until the quarantine is over. While the first week passed with little to no problems, the fact that I will have to stay inside for a month and possibly more started to dawn on me. This, coupled with the fact that our present reality is not something we're entirely prepared for, left me looking for distractions to make it any more bearable. As days passed by, I started to realize that while these are indeed trying times, it also presents us a unique opportunity. Time. We now have in our hands, albeit inconvenient, the time to do some of the things we always wanted to do: learning an instrument, doing art, learning a new language, cleaning the house, and many others. I found myself asking, what is something I can do now that will make me a better individual? When I was invited to do a talk for the summit, I just knew that my topic would have to be this. I believe that this is something that most, if not all of us, needs to know. That despite the unrest and uncertainty of our reality, there is some good to be taken from it. So, join me as we dive into this learning opportunity about the power of optimization and visualization to be more. Optimization and visualization comes hand in hand. First, you'll have to visualize the outcome you want. Then, proceed to optimize your current actions and habits in order to achieve your desired outcome. Think about all the things you wanted to do before, but couldn't do because of various reasons. Perhaps you just didn't have the time or always felt too tired after a day's work. Think about what you want to be. Visualize a better version of yourself. Try to picture what you want to be after this season ends. Ask yourself, what exactly have I done lately that contributes to my progress towards my goals? Let's do a reality check. Well, binging on our favorite shows and playing all day surely provides a ton of entertainment. Is it really the most productive thing you can do right now? I'm not saying that you should stop watching those shows that you always wanted to watch or play the games you've always wanted to play, but rather, you should also allocate time towards your self improvement. As I mentioned before, we now have a unique opportunity of time. The question now is, how will you spend it? Social media, Netflix, and online gaming are quite enticing options, but think about it. We all have dreams, things in mind that we've been wanting to do but couldn't do because, well, we did have time. Yet now that we have time, have we really made a conscious effort to do them? Or did we allow ourselves to be consumed by the comforts of our couch? Is the price tag of staying in our comfort zone really all that worth it compared to the possibilities of taking action now? You're probably thinking, well, that's easier said than done. And I agree. Given the choice, I would have probably just chosen to be a couch potato and do nothing all day. After all, now's the only time that we're able to do this. Or so we tell ourselves. The thing is, even before this whole pandemic hit us, we've been consuming social media on a daily basis, oftentimes in an unhealthy amount as well. And so now that we've finally realized how much free time we actually have, why are we still not doing the things we've been wanting to do? The answer is support. We all need someone to support us as we start our journey, a partner who will help us keep going and remind us why exactly we started. In short, a coach. A coach will help guide you in your new journey and empower you to brave through the initial discomfort in order to achieve your ultimate goal. To cite a famous quote, the distance between your dreams and reality is called action. I want you to ponder right now. Ponder about the dreams and visions you have for the future. Think about everything you had to put on hold due to certain circumstances. I want you to imagine them as seeds, holding them in the palm of your hands. The seeds all take time and care for them to grow. And the sooner you start planting them is the sooner you'll start to see them bloom. Each seed has their own time of growth, and some may take longer than others. But in 1 year's time, you'll probably think to yourself, wow, I wish I planted them even sooner. How exciting is it to see your dreams unfold? To help you with knowing what your priorities are, let me present to you a story that you're probably quite familiar with. During a class discussion, a teacher takes out a jar and fills it with big rocks and asks the class if it's full. The class responds with, why, yes, of course. So he pulls out a container of pebbles and starts filling the jar and asks the class once again, is it full? The class, astonished, reluctantly answers, we're not so sure. And so the teacher then pulls out a bag of sand and starts pouring it into the jar, filling it up. The big rocks represent our priorities, while the sand and pebbles represent the small daily activities we'll fill our lives with. Notice that there's an infinite amount of sand and pebbles to fill our jars with. So, this may leave you asking, well, how am I supposed to fit everything in? And that's exactly the thing. If we don't fit our big rocks in first, our lives will be filled with only sand and pebbles. But if we start with our big rocks, we create room for what's important in life, and the sand and pebbles can only fill the spaces in between. Ever had those days when you seem to be so busy yet make little to no progress? Or how about those days when you finish just a couple of tasks but feel so productive? Then you probably understand what I'm trying to say here. So let's do an activity. I want you to get a piece of paper and with it, write where or on what do you currently spend most of your time. There's no limit to how much, so just keep writing everything that comes to mind. Next, you'll have to identify the single biggest thing that zaps your time at present. This would be something that's negative, unproductive, or unwanted. You'll then have to reflect on what do you think needs to change. After you've done this, Now you'll have to write the top three priorities of your life. I know we have a lot of priorities in life. However, it is essential that we're firm and clear on what really matters the most. After you've done this, I want you to identify what is one thing that is most important in your life right now. For the next step, I want you to draw a jar big enough for you to write in. You may want to turn over your paper or get a new one entirely. I want you to fill it with five big rocks, then five smaller ones in between the spaces. Write on the big rocks your key priorities in life, then on the smaller rocks your less important activities. If you do this correctly, you should by now have a clearer picture of what it is that you should really prioritize. This activity could be done regularly, weekly, or monthly to get your priorities in check. Doing so will allow you to have laser focus and know what exactly it is you have to do. To wrap it up, let me leave you with these questions for you to reflect on. Looking at what you'll be writing as your priorities, are the endless possibilities of taking action a reason compelling enough for you to take your first step today? And what is one thing that you can do for yourself that 10 years from now you will be grateful for when you look back into this time of pandemic? And lastly, what support do you need to take action? I want you to really think about these questions as they will lead you to a realization of what exactly you need. Just like everyone else, I was thrown into this time of uncertainty and fear without any warning. And the thing is, life is just like that. No one really knows the future, and we can try to prepare ourselves as much as we can, but ultimately, we will still be subjected to the unknown. However, we have a choice to succumb to our circumstances or rise victoriously and stronger than ever before. I know you might be doubting yourself and wonder if jumping in now is really worth the risk. Is what I'm planning to start really going to be relevant in the next season of my life, or is just another waste of time? But let me tell you this: whether what you're about to do is the next big thing, or as simple as starting to learn the guitar, or learning how to cook, or learning how to sing, what really matters is that it took you one step further towards the version that you visualize for yourself. I mean, even a caterpillar must undergo a state of vulnerability inside their chrysalis before they can emerge as butterflies. So, what risk are you willing to take now? Therefore, I urge you, I urge you to believe in yourself, to trust your capabilities, to never lose hope, and to keep trying again and again. And as Confucius said, our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. And so, my friend, never let go of your dreams. So, if you ever need coaching service, you may reach me through my email, portoclint@gmail.com, or through Facebook and Messenger. You may also visit our coaching hub, Teacup Coffee Republic, located at Pioneer Center Compound, Capitolio, Pasig City. We offer 24/7 coaching service on demand, 0917 586 1661 is the number to call. Visit Life Coach Philippines or www.globalcoachentrepreneur.org to know more about life coaching and the Life Coach certification program.
Ayos.
Wow! Another wow! 'Di ba? All I can really say with
Parang nakikinig po tayo sa isang DJ.
DJ na tunay, 'di ba? You heard the voice, DJ Boju, Coach Clint. Wow!
Ang
Ah,
galing.
wow, ano ba alam mo yung speechless. Wow, wow, wow. It's really the first time that I heard him also do a presentation, and it's really very beautiful how he first presented yung are you coping, 'di ba?
Yeah.
Are you coping or are you surviving? Kasi there are some in reality check right now. There are people who are already coping, but there are still people who are on the survival mode. And with that,
Yun.
he asked, diba, what's next? What happens after quarantine? Which is actually the question of most, or actually everyone else, after the
True.
quarantine, what's next? And beautiful thing here is he presented the challenges and the struggles, different challenges, different struggles, but he presented a unique opportunity which he emphasized is time, and his talk revolves about priorities and how you use your time. Ang galing-galing.
Time.
Oo, and he pushes us, no? He asks us, what is something that you can do now which can make you a better individual? And he asks us, no, the things that you're doing, the way you're spending your time, is it contributing to the process of you achieving your goal, to the progress of
Right.
goal, di ba? Kaya ang galing. So it's really the unique opportunity of time. It's in the no visualization. You visualize where you want to go, you visualize the outcome, and then you optimize the time that you have, because
Yun.
diba, time is the most valuable resource that we have. It's really time, and how you use it and how you optimize it will dictate how fast or how you will be able to reach your goal. And isa pa dito, no, yung seeds, he presented the seeds,
Yun.
which I clearly, alam mo yun, sowing and reaping principle, no, is seeds, and you take time to nurture the seeds. And naalala ko, I want to quote Master Coach A here, and I remembered her. She said that success is slow burn, and it's precisely the same as yung na-present ni Coach Clint na seeds, diba? Nakakatuwa.
Sobra po. Sobrang nakakatuwa po, coach. Parang ako po, parang habang nakikinig po, parang yung anointing, yung power ni Coach A, parang
Bumaba.
dumadaloy sa kanyang panganay na bumababa, no? So nakikinig lang po tayo, very practical, pero ang galing. Ako po, parang nakita ko po yung reflection po nung teacher na nanay. Alam niyo po yun, yung ang
Oo,
galing niyang
grabe.
pinalaki, ang galing niyang
Wow.
nasubaybayan. Yun po yung naglalaro sa utak ko eh. Kasi ang nagmumula siya sa isang kasi ako po personally, sobra po akong kinahahangaan ko po ang Coach A, tapos maririnig mo yung anak niyang ganun din. Sabi ko, ang galing, nakakatuwa yung training siguro nung pagte-train ni Coach A sa kanyang panganay na anak, di ba? Parang wow, ang galing po, no?
Oo.
Ah, pero yung pinaka nakuha ko po, nakita ko po talaga yung yung principle ng sowing and reaping.
Yes.
Parang ano ba itinatanim mo ngayon? Ngayong quarantine. Ano yung seed mo ngayon na pwedeng magbunga after ng quarantine o 10 years from now? Na pagpapasalamat mo, you will become grateful nga. Parang sabi nga niya, ano yung pagpapasalamat mo 10 years from now na ginagawa mo ngayon? So
Yes.
kung Facebook yung ginawa mo ngayon, eh di meron kang ano, history 10 years from now na history na puro mukha mo yung ano, puro TikTok. 'Di ba? Gano'n naman po eh. Pero
Yeah.
yung sinabi mo kung natuto tayong ng art, ng bagong language o ng magluto o may ginawa ka sa loob ng bahay mo na naging productive, siguro 10 years from now, pag binalikan mo yun, ay, yung quarantine, doon ko pa natapos yung kantang to. Ay, doon ko pala na-drawing tong mga moment na to, no? So, ang ganda. Ang ganda pong i-apply natin na mag-set po tayo ng mga priorities at pahalagahan po natin yung oras na meron tayo habang po naka-quarantine po tayo.
Yes,
'Di ba?
at
Ang
dahil
ganda.
diyan, 'di ba, binanggit natin si Master Coach A. Let's read the comments. Uunahin natin siyempre si Master Coach A, ang comment niya. Nako, eto na. Ang sabi po ni Master Coach A, I am a proud mom here. Oh.
Yun.
Oo, and si Coach Rizel nag-start siya, 'di ba? Tuwang-tuwa si Coach Rizel. She said, "Yahoo!" Oh, Yahoo, gano'n.
Yahoo!
O, sinundan naman din ni Coach
Google, gano'n.
Woohoo! The Voice, DJ Boju, let's go Coach Clint. And Coach Tin De Hoya, go Coach Clint Purto, love the voice. And si Master Coach Kendra Smalley, this is Coach Clint. And accountability partner hashtag from Coach Tin. And then si Master Coach Kendra, risk are like rewards to me, Coach. Ayan. And another one from kay Coach Kendra, get it
Coach
clean for
Kendra.
ayan, you're a pro. And then kay Coach Tin is galing, knowing your priorities and leveling up to prepare you
Leveling up.
COVID-19. Well done, Coach.
Amen.
And if you've observed, no, Coach Mel, what Coach Clint presented there is the big rocks. Oo. And we have a toolkit
Correct.
there, Master Coach, no, Big Rocks toolkit. And since Coach Clint is the one that presented the Big Rocks toolkit, if you want to get a hold of the Big Rocks, you can just connect Coach Clint or contact Pick Up Coffee Republic. The number is 0917-586-1661. And it's really beautiful how he said that our big rack is we have to create a room with what is most important in our life.
Important.
Yes, and he emphasized at the end, di ba? Sabi niya, even the caterpillar in the cocoon is in a state of
Yun.
vulnerability. So everything starts with you being vulnerable. So
Yun.
let's cap this no segment. And eto pa,
Opo.
believe in yourself, trust, never lose hope. Rise every time you fall, never let go of your dreams. So powerful.
Amen.
Ayan. And
Ang
with
galing.
oh, 'di ba? Ang ganda. And with that, we're going to move on towards our live panel discussion and you will see the four
Yes.
coaches. Oh, they
Nako,
will
nakakatuwa po ito, Coach.
very exciting. Yes. So we're going to take 5 minutes break, everyone. See you again after 5 minutes for our live panel discussion. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye!
Wow! Hello! Finally!
Hello.
Yan! Where's Coach Lau and Coach Clint? Are you there? Ayan!
Ah,
Hi, Coach Lau! Hi, Coach Al! Coach Clint! Oo. So, sadly, Coach Neo cannot join us, no? He has problem with, the connection. So, nandito ay si
sayang.
Coach Clint, si Coach Lau, and si Coach Al. Let's wait for Coach Clint. Oo. Ayan na si Coach Clint, naglalakad
Ay.
pa po. Ayan. Hello, hello, hello. Good
Hello,
morning,
hello.
everyone. O, di ba? Ang ganda na energy. Adja. Ay. Yes. Yeah. So before we start, we would like to honor Master Coach A for doing this, and the institute, the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs, Master Coach Kendra Smalley, for doing this Global Coaching Summit Part 2 COVID-19 ROI, the follow through. So again, this is a 40-hour run that we started on April 5 ng 12 o'clock a.m. that we will end on Monday. Etong ngayon, no, mamaya 4 p.m.
Mamaya.
So, so this is a 40-hour run, non-stop streaming, non-stop learning with 40 change agents, with 40 transformational messages. Ayan. And for those who didn't catch it, the other talks earlier, we are also streaming on YouTube channel, so you can catch it at Coach A and Coach AI Connect. Ayan. And speaking of the 40 transformational messages and change agents, three of them are here together with us. Yan na, yay!
Hola.
Yay!
Woo! So, coaches, share us your experience of doing the process from saying yes to doing the presentation, the preparation, until now, di ba? Can you share with us your key learnings or realizations? Sino ba gustong mauna?
Si
Ako. Sino?
Coach Lau.
Coach Lau.
Kabila,
Coach
kabila.
Lau ang
Akala ko
tinuturo ni
may...
Coach Clint.
Ayan, Coach Lau.
Hindi ka makakapagtago, Coach Lau. Coach Lau, go, go, go!
From the saying yes, kasi ang experience ko talaga is that, alam mo yung hanggang ngayon, the same thing na hindi pa rin na makatulog ng gabi and my work starts in the morning.
Mm.
So the struggle is real kasi ang daming ginagawa sa office din. Sabi ko, paano ko nabigyan ng oras to? It's my first time to do it and it's my first time to do a record. So madami siyang, for me, dami niyang unknowns. Madami siyang questions na parang, paano ko gagawin to? And how would I start? Ano yung topic ko? Una talaga yung topic, mahirap na siyang hanapin.
Mm.
But sa topic pa lang, I was thinking, how would I parang connect it with the ROI, yung material mo sa YouTube. So, napanood ko na pala siya twice. And I was thinking na, kasi it's my story and somehow I can relate that to my story. Thank you, Coach Candy, for the support. It made me, it enlightened me kasi, I've been doing what Master Coach A was saying na the concern, the delegation, and it's a work in progress naman. Hindi naman siya agad na ma-apply, but it's still a practice to do for, hanggang ngayon para sa akin. And the struggle is real. Oo, medyo kinakabahan ako dahil nalilate na ako and yung topic ko late rin. And tapos, paano i-balance yung oras kasi kakain lahat sa work. Tapos, paano ko i-maintain. Tapos, pag-maintain ang responsibility sa bahay. So, ayun. And the thought of making mismo the material na how would I connect all of these things together, especially yung stories and the drawings together. Kasi most of those hindi siya yung everyday journal thing. Yung iba doon is yung dati pang drawing and sabi ko paano ko pa siya i-connect for today. And it was fun also, of course. Masaya kasi yung mga 5 take before sabi ko okay na to. And kinakabahan ako sa take kasi first time ko nga gawin and I'm not yet that comfortable hearing my own voice sa record. So, parang a struggle sa akin na to check it. Sabi ko, kung hindi ko gusto, kasi di ko naman siya chine-check through, playing it. Sabi ko, repeat ko na. Tapos, okay ako sa recording. Then I'll go for this. So, after that final record, sabi ko, I'm good. So, pero I didn't yet heard it actually.
Hindi
Nakakaano.
mo
Hindi ko
pakinggan.
napakinggan kasi
Hmm,
yun nga, to be honest, hindi talaga pa ako comfortable sa boses ko when it comes to recording. And at least sabi ko, ano bang magiging reaction or how would they respond to my story? Pero thank you, Coach Candy, kasi that message was meant for that person who needs to hear that message. And somehow, I pulled that through. Proud self. Oh, proud self.
Congratulations! Oo.
Ayun, that's what I experienced from what's a great experience kasi bago to for me and somehow part of my journey during quarantine na I could experience something like this and ang ganda kasi nag-level up pa rin ako sa journey
Level
na
up.
to. Oo. Yun, good.
yun.
Perfect. Oo. Ang ganda no kasi yung sinabi ni Coach Lau with his talk is you create there's opportunity to create and na-create niya kanyang first time. So level up talaga. On
Ah,
taray.
Ang
No,
galing.
oo. Coach Al. Hello.
Hey, hello, good
Yes.
evening. Good morning.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
everyone. Nakikita niyo ako. Hindi ko nakikita
Yes.
sarili ko dito.
Ayan,
Hindi ko nakikita sarili ko. Okay. Nakikita ko lang
ayan.
pangalan ko. Ayan po. So, same po with Coach Lau. First time also to
Mhm.
do some kind of like this no, na I can say no to Coach A eh. Si Coach A talaga. Yung pagkasabi niya sa akin na, oh Ali, you do some talk online like this. Napala ako parang, okay, coach, yes. Wala nang isip-isip pa, yes na. Sabi ko, paano ba to? Because this is really my first time to really be online na having a talk like this. Laya na siya. Um, Conquer the fear that mag-online talk. And sana,
Galing.
parang, this is, this was that be the first and last. Siguro, more pa in the future. And
Definitely no more. Oo.
Mm. More letter.
More letters. Oo, ang taray ng letter. Oo. Dear Coach, Sincerely, Al. Oh.
Amen.
ano yun, ito, 2 days before ko na-submit talagang, sabi ko, paano ba ito? Hindi ko pa tapos, hindi ko pa tapos i-conceptualize, ano ba yung magiging talk talaga. Parang, nung tinatanong na ako ni Coach A, sabi niya, Al, tapos ka na? Sabi ko, Coach, wala pa. Si Coach Rizal din nag-follow up na rin na, Coach, tapos na. Sabi ko, Coach, pa, in progress na. Until such time na, a day before, na-submit ko siya sa, like,
Ayan.
uh,
And syempre, si DJ Boju, Coach Clint.
DJ Bojo talaga. Ayun,
Napakaganda po ng boses ninyo.
Yes.
thank you. Ayun, ako naman, siguro kabaliktaran nila, no? I'm more comfortable with my voice, pero hindi ako comfortable dun sa itsura ko in the mic. Kaya I opted to create a press mat na lang. So, ang ano naman sa akin, ang naging struggle ko talaga is kasi it was given to me on a short notice. So, short notice, I didn't really have feeling ko kulang yung time for me to prepare yung ano. Hindi ako ma-impromptu na tao kasi nabubulol-bulol ako. Actually, even when I was recording it, nabubulol ako. So, paulit-ulit ako ng record kasi hindi ko masabi ng tama yung uh, visualization. Kasi
Nabubulol pa po kayo nun ah.
nabubulol,
Oh my
nabubulol ako dun sa
guys,
visualization. So, hirap na hirap ako nun.
Ah.
Yeah. Then, ano rin, syempre yung topic kasi, the topic came to me easily kasi it was something that was being asked again and again. So, ilang beses siya tinatanong sa akin. And same response ako lagi na thought. Tapos nung binigay yung original material, yung ROI, na-connect ko agad yung tinatanong sa akin ng mga tao doon sa material. It's like, okay, so ito yung pwede ko maging topic. And ito rin yung something na nakaka-relate ako kasi ganun din kasi yung situation ko. So, ayun siya. Although I believe I could have done better, masaya ako kasi first time ko rin gumawa ng ganong talk. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Coach Clint, no? So, ano lang po ako, no? Medyo naging interesado lang po ako during this quarantine o during this COVID-19 po, no? At habang naggumagawa po kayo ng presentation, ano po yung pagiging, describe nyo nga po yung value po ng being a life coach o being part of the tribe. How it help? Parang yung pagiging life coach ninyo po. Coach Lau, mauna ka ulit.
Wait lang po, bago sila sumagot. Ayan, si Coach A.
Ay, opo.
Oo, nandito pa, nag-comment po si Coach A. Ayan. Sabi po ni Coach A, congratulations, coaches! You did it! O, di ba? Hindi
yes.
po yun, ko lang yun. O, di ba? I heard you, Coach Al. O, ayan, especially for Coach Al yun. And Coach Rizal said, go, 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 Coach Elsie Alcali. Ayan. Ayan, sige, go.
Thank you po. Sige nga po. Sino po ulit mauna sa question po na yon? No? Paano po nakatulong ang pagiging life coach po natin sa sitwasyon na ito? Habang gumagawa po kayo ng presentation, si Coach Al kaya una natin, Coach Candy. Coach Al.
Ay, ganun. Ala, siguro, the support system naman ng team, tatanungan, most especially Coach A, talaga na siya. Yung sa talk niya, talaga nagbigay ng yung online niya na what I need to do. Talaga na siya. And then, dun sa mga ginawa nating series of Go Reconnect, it really helped me a lot naman to really conceptualize my talk. Yes. That's really the big help po from the tribe naman. Which is parang gumaan yung aking sa kalooban habang ginagawa ko yung conceptualization ng talk naman. Paano magiging flow niya. Yun po.
Okay. Thank you, Coach Al, no, na nakakatuwa po na malaman po yun na may support team po tayo. Coach Lau, kayo po. Share niyo naman po.
For the talk, being a coach, kasi it's been, matagal na rin kasi akong coach. Pero ang one thing that helped me first is yung tribe and my coach. Yes. So, alam mo yung mas natulungan pa ako for being a coach than being the coach. Pero ang maganda kasi dito is that you cannot coach mahirap mag-coach if you didn't go through the process of being a coach. Kaya, I was aware of the process. I was aware of paano ito nangyayari. And ang ganda kasi, because of that, I've learned to tell a story to the drawings, tell a story to and I get to also learn from the people sa DCAP kasi, di ba, sabi mo nga, Coach, taong bahay nga talaga ako doon. I get to learn from them as well. Oo. I've learned from their slides. I learned how yung sa mga presentations din nila. I get to learn. Those are the collections na natutunan ko din and the realizations, the journey as well. So ang ganda lang kasi I have a very beautiful journey with the people in DCAP and a very beautiful journey sa tribe. And yung parang collection noon created the talk. Oh. Ayun. Kasi that's as a coach naman, I really do also wanted to help people sa art. Kaya
Right.
ganun talaga yung setup ko sa talk ko because simple as it is, can have a beautiful story out of it. Oo, it's a message.
Wow. Sino nga ba ulit yung maganda at saka magaling mong coach, Coach Lau?
Syempre si Coach Kevin, nandyan siya eh.
Ayun na, kaya naman pala ang galing-galing ni Coach Lau, Coach Candy, ikaw ang nagko-coach sa
Praise
kanya.
God po, praise God po.
Ang
Coach Mo,
galing-galing, ang galing.
Coach A. Oo, may pinanggaling din po.
Dumadaloy. Oh,
Opo.
eto na. Pakinggan natin yung pinagdaluyan talaga ng sobrang kagalingan, no? Sobra, no? Nakaka-impress, nakakatuwa. Coach Clint, kamusta po? Ano po ang pwede niyo pong i-share sa amin?
One of the things that really helped, kasi dahil life coach ako, was the change of mindset that previously wala sa akin. So, yung kasi talaga, when we became life coaches, when we started training to be life coach, and as we grow in our profession, no, constantly nagbabago kasi yung mindset na, constantly nagbabago yung how you view things, how you view the situations from time and time. So, I think that is primarily one of the biggest help na I got as a life coach. So you change mindset. And the next was, of course, just like Coach Al and Coach Lau said, it was the support system, nung tribe, because the tribe, sa tribe kasi natin, no, the the materials are given, we are given support that we need. So it made conceptualizing the talk much easier than it would have been kung mag-isa lang ako and I had to research on my own. I had to really think of it na mag-isa lang ako. So yun.
Wow, thank you, Coach Clint. Galing.
Ang
Coach
ang
Candy.
no, na every one of them. Actually, if titingnan mo yung talk nila, all of them emphasized the need and the importance of having a life coach. Oo.
Yes.
Ano po yun? Across the board talaga dito sa mga speakers natin. Hi po kay Coach Neo if you're watching. Oh, ayan. They really emphasize the need for a life coach, and what a life coach can do is a life coach is really an accountability partner, and not only an accountability partner, a life coach will journey with you and will support you. Kaya 'di ba ina-emphasize din nila ngayon sa interview sa panel discussion is the support system. Because the support system is very important kasi 'di ba, and eto ba sabi nila lahat sila may next, what's next, 'di ba, move forward.
Tama
We
po.
don't know, di ba sinasabi natin, what's next, what's next. We actually know what's next. But the question is, why are we not moving? Because sabi nga nila, the first step is always the hardest step. And that's where
Wow.
the life coach comes in. Bakit nga ba kasi bakit ba hard siya? Kasi you have to take responsibility. You have to take accountability sa lahat ng gagawin mo. That's why it's always hard. That's why, a life coach is very important to journey with you. Oh, ayun.
So ang ganda, ang galing po. Ang galing po ng mga speaker natin, Coach Candy, no? Iba't ibang larangan, iba't ibang industry, iba't ibang profession, pero isa lang yung nangibabaw, no? May ambag ka, may matutulong tayo, may
Yes.
pwede tayong gawin.
Oo, it's still,
Nakakabusog.
puso pa rin talaga siya. Puso. Oo. Mamaya guys, magla-love bomb tayo ha. Di natin palalagpasin yan. Oo. Okay. And what's really beautiful here kasi sa lahat ng talk nila, nangibabaw yung puso. Oo.
Totoo po.
Yung si Coach Kit, dapat gano'n na nosebleed ako. Ayan, oo. So Coach Mel, you want to share insights? Ano po ba?
Ako natutuwa po ako pero sobra po akong actually nabitin eh. Actually, ang sarap po kasi panoorin yung istorya po ni Coach Lau, yung paggamit niya po, yung love letter po ni Coach Al. Si Coach Clint, yung boses pa lang, panalo na eh. So parang gusto ko pang makarinig about sa kanila, sa mga susunod po nilang gagawin. Na-excite po ako, no? Na gusto ko pa pong mas matuto. Kasi habang kanina po parang busog na busog po ako pero mas gusto ko pa pong matuto sa kanila kasi ang gagaling po nila
Oh, nice.
mag-conceptualize, ang gagaling po nilang mag-create, no? Na nga pala, para mapapawawa. Ang galing pwede pala, kaya pala ng ganung mga format or setup po ng pagpe-present po, no?
Oo, and you can see the different modalities kung paano nila, iba-iba yung forma ng paggagawa nila, no?
Totoo po.
Yun, si Coach Al presented it as a letter, si Coach Lau, syempre
Letter.
yung skills naman niya. Syempre, in drawing, talagang na-capture dun yung journey niya. And syempre, sino pa ba ang ating DJ Boju? Oo, yan. And
Yeah.
tapos si Coach niyo, nakita mo talaga yung din, no? Yung pagiging tawag dito, yung teacher niya, nakakatawa siya, yung very energy niya na
Opo,
talagang,
opo.
ask me, gano'n siya, ask me why, oo. Kung napanood niyo yung kay Coach Neo, nakakatuwa talaga siya, ask me why, gumagano kasi very
Uh-uh.
interactive. It's,
May props pa, may props. Si
oo,
Coach Neo, may pagganon pa. Oh.
oo. Ayan. Coaches, anything that you want to share? Oo.
Message sa fellow coaches natin.
Mhm.
Ayun. Siguro what I really want to share, especially din dun sa talk ko was to keep going. It is always to keep moving forward. Kasi yun eh, like you said, yung sobrang hirap talaga ng first step. It's always hardest to make the first step kasi the problem here is that masyado tayong naka-slouch sa mga upuan natin. Diba? Sobra tayong relax eh. Kaya ang hirap kunin yung hunang akbang. Although, as we take the step, we take steps further and for as we go further and further, mas dumadali and we start to gain momentum and then yun na yun. So, pabilis tayo ng pabilis. So, yeah.
Coaches, you want to share?
Coach Al?
Okay, so guys, sa akin naman, sa message ko talaga, it's really, so really, gaya na nangyari ngayon kasi to really stop the hatred and talaga yung the scare na inano natin sa online and of course, to spread the love and care talaga sa bawat isa. That's really my, the message to everyone to really spread the love and care. This time of crisis na we are experiencing. Diba? So, amidst this one, let's work as one and really to stop the hate and the hate and scare and instead spread the love and care to everyone.
Yeah.
Spread the love and
Spread
care.
love, bam, boom.
Yes.
Ano ako na?
Coach Lau. Opo.
Sa akin, I just wanted to share kasi one thing I realized when I did that talk, kasi di ba na-realize ko rin yung journey ko na my journey was not perfect. It was full of ups and downs. Pero sabi ko nga sa drawing ko today, life is not perfect, but it's beautiful. Na what makes it beautiful kasi is that it's, yun nga, yung mga ups and downs because you can learn, you get better, you can be someone better through those experiences na meron ka. It's only you responding right from that situation that makes even more that you can move forward in life. Ayun lang po.
Ayan, and I think
Galing.
oo, may pa-phone in Dejo. Meron pong question si Master Coach A. Ito. Hindi po wala dito sa sa live comment but na message po siya is concrete action after today.
Wow.
Oo, 'di ba? Action talaga, concrete. Ayan, talaga i-emphasize natin. Concrete action.
Concrete.
Oo, after today.
Not next year, not 10 years from now, today.
Today, as in April 6 po, 2020.
Concrete action.
Concrete action. Mm.
Kaya mahirap pag nanonood
Okay.
si Master Coach eh.
Oo nga.
Napapalunok yung mga i-interviewin.
Kaya po siya master. Dahil po yung mga tanong niya, di ba? Yung parang, wow,
Apa.
yan.
Dapat tulog si Master ngayon eh. Kaso lang gising po siya talaga na madaling araw eh.
Concrete action.
Concrete action after today.
Siguro ako to go, para I'll go first na rin. Concrete action, I think it's, I'll start capitalizing dun sa talents ko. Kasi what this talk also helped me discover na kaya ko palang gumawa ng ganong klaseng content. That it's actually easier than I thought. Kasi inisip ko, sobrang hirap, kailangan kong mag-research, kailangan kong humarap ng ganito, ganyan, tapos kailangan kong gumawa ng script. But then, when I'm finally done creating the talk, I realized, okay, so kaya ko pala siya gawin. And actually, my mother was talking to me kanina after I submitted yung video. And it's like, okay, maganda yung ginawa mo. So, and it's like it's something that I can capitalize on, and it lit a light bulb in my head there. Oh, nga no, pwede ko palang gawin yan, no? So yeah, I think that's one of the concrete action plans that I have as of today.
Yes, ayan. Oo. Ibang coaches, expound lang natin is concrete action after today. You can do this like towards your goal after COVID-19.
Si Coach Lau, may naisip na si Coach Lau. Go, Coach Lau!
Your presentations are about, di ba, moving forward, what's next. So i-align natin siya with the what's next, di ba? Syempre, sinasabi niyo you move forward. So ang tanong is what's next? What action can you make after today towards to sinasabi niyo gusto niyong mapuntahan after COVID-19?
Yun. Point B, kung from point A to point B.
Ano?
Gising kasi si Master eh. Kaya ayan. Mapapa-oo nga tayo ngayon.
Concrete action.
Go, Coach Lau!
Kasi isa sa mga gusto ko lang i-revive ko ulit yung group ko actually. So, one of my concrete action is kasi gusto ko yung ginagawa ko.
Yes.
After all.
Enjoy.
Na-enjoy ko talaga. Even the drawings, na-enjoy ko siya. I never thought that those things that I draw na hindi ko pinapost is the one that's I'm gonna use for the talk. And, nakakamiss yung making that again. And isa sa I was planning this even before that gusto ko talaga ibalik to. Tapos natamaan ako ng waves of adjustment and all. Sabi ko, oh my gosh. Ibig sabihin, dahil nadala ako sa mga waves, nag-break yung patterns ko, nag-break yung routines ko. And somehow, actually, hanggang ngayon, gising pa ako. And nakakatawa lang kasi hindi pa ako nakaka-adjust pala of sleeping in the morning, waking up at night, na pagising ko, madilim na ulit. So, sabi ko, paano to madilim na ulit? I was always used to, I'm used to waking up mornings and kasi morning person naman talaga ako. And somehow, it changed at that point in time. So one of my concrete action is gusto ko talaga ibalik. So I start doing that again, drawing. Mamaya I will be announcing na I have ano pa tawag ko doon? Art story coming Wednesday. So, isa na yun sa mga gusto ko talaga gawin at gagawin ko na nga siya agad.
Ayan, agad-agad.
So,
Coach Al?
Yeah. So, my concrete action is that since this is my first time to do the video, I could actually continue this one in reaching out to my
Wow,
teachers.
wow.
What are the things that I need to tell to my teachers and what they need to do is that I could have a video
Video.
Wow, maraming
presentation
love
to
letter.
yes,
Ang
more
galing
love
mo.
letters to my teachers.
Oo,
Yes.
you're going to continue what you have started kasi ano no they emphasize that these are all first time nilang ginawa yung
Yeah.
mga
Yeah.
talents, yung skills and everything, and their concrete action is actually continuing what they started, di ba? Progress talaga.
Galing.
Ang galing. And we have a question here from Coach Will. Sabi niya, what shift is happening in you during this season?
During
So,
this
yung this
season.
season is season of malamang COVID-19.
Hmm.
what shift?
Shit.
Kasi nag-shift na eh.
Ayan.
Shift of
Ayan,
mindset.
Coach Lau. Since Coach Lau nag-shift
Oo.
na,
Oo.
ikwento mo or share with us.
Oo.
Ayan.
Okay.
Yung
Pwede bang
shift,
i-drawing mo na rin yan, Coach Lau?
yung shifting na yun, oo.
I'm trying to understand the question kasi what shift, even though in reality nag-shift na talaga yung
Totoo.
oo. So, what does he mean by yung shift? Kasi sa akin, what shift? Kadami kasing shift nangyari eh. Shift sa office, um, shift din sa
Night shift.
bahay.
Yung
Naging night shift ka.
Morning and night shift ako.
Morning
Coach
shift.
Lau, the shift that really created a dent. Alam mo yung shift na yung sinasabi ni Coach Clint na 10 years from now looking back yung shift na magiging proud ka.
Oh, that shift. Okay.
Yes, that shift.
Anong complete ko? Hanapin ko muna. What shift? Ulit
Coach,
na
yung
question.
picture po ni Coach Bill, let's
What
flash it
shift is
po.
happening to you? Okay.
What
What shift
shift
is...
is happening in you during this season?
Well, right now, masaya ako because one thing I learned from this season, that shift, is that in spite, di ba nagkwento ako with my quarantine journey that even before this, mag-emergency mode ako. Tatanungin ko na agad si Coach Candy na, Coach, masakit. Ano na nangyayari sa akin? So, what's happening is I get to learn that kaya ko na pala siyang i-handle those kinds of emotion,
Wow.
those kinds of pressures na nangyari sa akin. And somehow, I'm thankful kasi dito ko na kasi wala akong emergency mode pag nandito ako sa sa quarantine. Automatic, wala akong walang di ako makapunta ng kita agad-agad. So, at that moment, the one shift that happens to me is that I get to be better in comes to dealing with those kinds of emotions. Especially yung mga masakit na emotions na bigla mo lang marinig. And, alam mo yung narinig mo lang bigla out of nowhere. Tapos, at first kasi, ikakwento ko na lang. At first, hindi ko siya narinig ko siya eh. Narinig ko siya through phone call na naka-loudspeaker. Tapos, na-shock ako, bakit yun yung nasabi ng tao na yun? Not to mention the name na lang, okay? Na-shock ako kasi that's the person na mahal ko and biglang nasabi niya yung words na yun. So, ano nangyari? I thought wala lang sa akin. Tapos later on nangyari is that, oh my gosh, it is really happening. Nasasaktan pala talaga ako. So, ang shift lang talaga is that I get to acknowledge it immediately na I can't, dati kasi I deny that I nasaktan ako at that kind of, scenario, at that kind of mga event. Pero at today, I get to accept that and I get to to give myself a wonderful message. And nasaya ako kasi, as you can see, di ba, nakita mo yung mga drawings ko, there's always the wordings on the right side.
Yeah.
Ang reason yun is because those drawings are my message for myself na if those happen, ano yung pwede kong sabihin for myself so that yung mind ko mag-shift to that. It shifted to something beautiful. So ayun yung ayun yung isang shift na I discovered na nangyari sa akin in this journey that especially sa office that even though pressured siya, hindi na yung same as before na hindi ko siya matake. Ngayon, I did get better in handling those pressure. Ayun po.
Ayun, ang ganda. Alam mo, dahil
Eh,
diyan maganda 'yan, ituloy na rin natin yung question, 'di ba? Ituloy na natin sa iba. Ang ganda kasi, naisip ko kasi bigla, 'di ba, we are Master Coach is, really promoting the hashtag Corona shift, 'di ba? We're emphasizing on,
mhm.
'di ba? And yun nga, 10 years from now, galing 'to kay Coach Clint, 'di ba? Oo. 10 years from now, how would you look back? How would you like to look back towards this corona shift?
Sino sa akin?
Oo. Okay na po si Coach Lau eh. Oo, nakapag-share siya. Oo.
Ah,
How would you like to
si
look
Coach
back?
A.
Oo,
Yeah,
corona shift.
hello. Yes. Looking back 10 years from now. Tama?
Mm.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So looking back 10 years from now is that this is the moment during the quarantine season. This is the moment that I've been with people na more time with them, especially my family, my friends having the online talk with them, and of course you guys having this one an opportunity na I can talk with you online. This is really something to look back 10 years from now. Of course, kasi siya pambihira na this is not real kasi na parang parati may encounter every day, di ba? So
Mm-hmm.
this is something na it's really in my part I will really treasure it because um this had happened because of our situation right now, di ba?
Yes.
Mangyayari na in our daily in the future siguro kasi of course we have our work. um, we cannot spend really more time with our family, especially the family. Get more closer right now with my family because more than 10 hours a day or 24/7 we are just at home being with them, getting to know them, especially my brother because I'm not that close with my brother, so now with
Mm,
I really get to know him better. Yeah.
nice.
Galing.
Oo. Oo. Coach Clint?
Coach Clint.
Mm, ako naman, a shift that is happening with me is, I think mas okay na yung shift na nangyari talaga is yung my willingness to make a sacrifice
Mm,
for
Mhm.
mm,
for what matters. Kasi actually, kwento ko lang, no? Nakwento to nung original na talk yung sa ROI na
mm.
my mother said na we almost closed, but then she
Yes,
thought na
yes.
of keeping it open. Now, ang I think one of the reason na we kept open was because I decided na okay, I'll stay kasi tinanong niya like should we close or should we stay open? So ang inisip ko talaga no, sabi ko, well, pwede tayo mag-close, uwi na ako sa bahay, mag-relax ako
Yes,
or
yes.
what she said what made sense na people probably needs this place to be open. And so that's what I did and I decided na okay, I'll stay and henceforth, nandito pa rin ako ngayon and I can't actually leave until the quarantine. So, although we'll be closing for the Holy Week, um, ultimately I will still have to stay at Teacup. So, ayun. So I think it's a shift of how I feel about making sacrifices, even
Sacrifice.
when Lalo na pagka
Sacrifice.
inconvenient siya sa akin. Yun.
Ayan. So ano, to sum this up, no, yung live panel natin, one word that you want to share the audiences watching. One word for your corona shift, for during this corona shift.
Sa akin, evolve. No?
Evolve. Tama?
Yeah, evolve.
Evolve.
Yeah,
Evolve.
evolve.
Okay,
Yeah.
evolve. Coach Al, Coach Lau?
One word. Ano, wait lang.
Wait lang.
Sigurado.
Oo. I think ang word ko talaga for today, for the top, is journey.
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 Nice.
Yun talaga, oo. Kasi, explain ko pa ba or...
Ay, hindi. Ako yung one word.
Journey.
Oo. Coach Al?
For me, it's my heart. So connecting my heart to everyone.
Wow.
Heart. Ang
Heart.
galing.
At dahil dyan sa heart, alam na natin. Coach Mel, alam mo na. Oo, ayan na tayo. 3 beses, guys, no? Sunod-sunod. O, Coach Mel, ikaw na mag-lead.
Oh, coaches. Pero parang mas gusto ko po si Coach Al po talaga mag-lead kasi sa kanya po talaga nang galing yung ano na yun eh, yung slide na yun kanina.
Sige,
Coach Al,
Ay,
ikaw po ang magpasabog sa amin ngayon, Coach Al,
Okay.
ng favorite ano nyo.
The love bamboo.
Yes.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Love.
Laba.
Love.
Bamboo.
Boom.
Boom!
Oh, ito
Mabit.
na.
Love.
Labab.
Boom!
Love.
Labab.
Love.
Boom!
Sabog. Thank you, coaches. Thank you, thank you.
Salamat
Thank
po.
you.
Thank you po.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ayan, Coach
Wow.
Mel, ang ganda. It's a very very wonderful journey. And ano no, I may I'll just read the comment. May pahabol po tayo. Si Coach Faye, ayan, nagsabi po siya na good morning, coaches. Ayan, and sinabi po niya, sacrifice is an act of love. Thank you, Coach Clint. And your intention in helping your teachers to be better is beautiful, Coach Al. Ayan, nawala na po sila.
Wow.
Pero hinabol po natin. Ayan. So, no, Coach Mel, ano bang, with hosting this segment, what do you want to share? May gusto ko bang i-share yung na experience
Ako
mo?
po, bukod po sa experience na mag-host po online, pero ang sarap lang din po na natututo rin po tayo bilang host eh, kasi talagang dapat nakatotoo yung insight nila, yung insight din natin, makolab natin. Pero ang galing po nila, sobra po. Na-amaze po ako sa 4 po na speaker natin. Pare-parehas po sila ng mindset, yung parang champion mindset eh, na yung mindset ng isa parang nakakaawa. What's next? Ano yung nasa na ako ngayon? Alam niyo po yun, tapos saan tayo papunta? Kasi may mga tao naman po talaga na parang pabiktim lahat, pabiktim mindset, kawawa ako, tong quarantine, wala akong magawa, tong quarantine. Pero ito pong mga speaker natin ngayon, nagbigay ng solusyon kung ano yung pwede nating magawa during quarantine, ano yung opportunity pwede, priority nating pwedeng ma-discover sa sarili natin o somehow makita within sa bahay po natin, no? Kaya ang galing po, ang galing. Kaya kung bibigyan po talaga ng chance, no, kung yung mga hindi po nakapanood, panoorin po niyo yung replay. Marami pong wisdom, practical, even spiritual, sobra pong nakakabusog po ito, Coach Candy. Sobra pong nakakatawa. Lalo na yung creativity po nilang 4, no? May gumawa ng letter, may gumawa ng pakwento, may pa-DJs, boses pa lang, may mga pa-prop si Coach Neo. So, ang galing po ng creativity, di ba? Nakakatawa. At nakita nyo, sinabi ko rin po to kanina, Coach Candy, na iba't ibang profession po sila, no? May teacher, may entrepreneur, merong IT, merong faculty, merong radio anchor. Iba-iba po, pero iisa po yung yung gusto nila makapag-contribute at may solusyon pong maibahagi po sila habang
Yes.
quarantine po tayo. Yun po,
Okay.
Coach Candy.
Mm. And eto na po, and ano na rin natin, no, i-close na rin natin po yung segment natin to transition to segment 8. And
Eh,
with the experience, it's really sobrang blessing to really learn. And the common message here that I'm getting is moving forward. And hashtag Corona shift. It's all about
shift.
shifting after the corona, 'di ba? What can we do? And we can see here with the powerful messages is the need for a life coach, because a life coach can help you change mindsets, because change is constant
Correct.
and we have to keep on changing. We have to keep on evolving. And 'di ba yung the life a life coach supports gives you the support and is your accountability partner, 'di ba? And sabi nga ni Coach Lau, 'di ba, you can mahirap po to go through the process alone. Ayan, because it's really painful, it's scary. But a life coach will help you get through. And I really like to cap this from the three words na nakuha natin, 'di ba? Tag one word each sila. The word of Coach Clint is evolve, the word of Coach
Yes.
Lau is journey, and the word of
Journey.
Coach Al is heart, 'di ba? And I'll just sum it up, no, ito yung nakuha ko. Journey to evolve the heart is to begin to connect to other people's heart. It's all about social intimacy. But you cannot connect to other people if you first do not connect to your own heart. So it starts with you. Make that decision to change, make that decision to evolve, make that decision to shift during this corona shift. Ayun po. At muli,
Amen.
maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Coach Mel. Oo.
Thank
So,
you, Coach
oo,
Candy.
we'll transition to segment 8 and we'll take a break and see you guys. Keep tuning in. We'll just have a short break. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye. God bless po.
Good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Coach.
Yes, good morning to everyone, and good morning, Coach Pastor Alan, sa mga to those our avid viewer there. Good morning, good morning.
Yes, to all of you who are watching right now, whether on live or on replay, welcome to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. Yes, this is Part 2 because the latter one is a 20-hour run, but today we are having a 40-hour run that will continue until April 6 hanggang ngayon at 4 p.m. Wherein we will be hearing 40 change agents, 40 transformational message, 40 hours of non-stop learning. We are streaming, by the way, into YouTube channel, Coach A and Coach A Connect. Coach Timuel, and for those of you who are watching, the Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2 is brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder, CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. We have a local coaching hub here at DCAP Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner, of course, none other than Master Coach A. My name is Coach Pastor Ronald Balang, an apprentice of Master Coach A, and I will be your host for this segment.
Okay, so thank you so much, Coach Pastor Alan, and I am Coach Lem, co-hosting segment 8 with our coach Pastor Alan. And right now we have four speaker per segment, and we are on segment 8. So we've been into like already a long journey of our 40-hour continuous virtual coaching summit. Our first speaker is a certified life coach who have lived in 4 states so far and have the dream of moving to the West Coast one day. Wow.
Mhm.
And she have been on a national TV twice for a UNICEF interview. She have also host a prayer line every Sunday night. And our speaker is a certified life coach who believes that in life we can always understand and control what happens, and that's true and very correct.
Correct.
However, when a time like this, of course, we can either dwell on what is not understood, or we can use it as an opportunity for growth. Oh, this is very powerful message from our speaker. How simple by redirecting your intention or attention to the three R's: rest, restoration, and reset. Stay tuned.
Yes.
Yes, stay tuned to hear how this has impacted her life and how it can impact yours too.
Thank you,
Um,
Coach Samuel. Thank you for that. But before we introduce the coach, I want us to understand that another YouTube channel is Coach A Connect. And of course, her talk is entitled The Three R's: Rest, Restoration, and Reset. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our
Welcome,
first
Coach
speaker.
Peters. Roll the
Yes,
video.
roll video.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Global Virtual Coaching Summit. I am your change agent for Kita, and I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited that you're here because without you, we would not be here. So I'm very grateful that you're here today with us. So, a little bit about myself. I am a certified life coach, and I've been a part of this community for about a year now. I became certified back in July of 2019. I am ecstatic about that. My platform is about being you for you. I feel like that's very important because it is the foundation to everything. We chase society's dreams, we chase other people's dreams, we do and become chameleons based on what other people feel or see or think we should be, how our hair should be, how our nails should be, how our shape should be, whether you're big or small, all these things come into play. And we end up losing ourselves trying to chase after everybody else's thoughts or visions of who we should be. And the reality is we lose ourselves in that, and it's all about you being you, because you're here for a purpose, on purpose. So in the midst of everything that's going on around the world, we know that life brings unexpected changes, uncontrollable things. And quite frankly, there's always a time and a season where we don't understand what's happening, and we cannot control the things that are around us. So you have the power, or you have to make the decision to either sit and dwell on what you can't understand and you can't fix, or you can take that same energy and put it into growth and changing the things in your life that you can fix. And that is why I'm here today to talk to you about the 3 R's of life that have helped me, which is rest, restoration, and a reset. And rest came into be important to me because of how I was running through my life. I was just running, and trying to chase dreams, trying to chase money, trying to chase a career, and trying to chase relationships of all types, friends, and actually an intimate relationship with a partner. But altogether, it was just me running a rat race, constantly being on this hamster wheel. So I wanted to ask you, what did your life look like 4 or 5 weeks ago, before all this happened, before the social distancing, before the quarantine, if you will, before all this happened? What was your life like? Were you running from one place to another? Did you enjoy any meals? Did you enjoy relationships? Did you enjoy your family time? Did you even rest? Like, I know when we think about rest, we think about hitting a pillow and hitting the snooze button, right? But I'm talking about truly like taking the time to just kind of mellow out, to cease from all the rambunctious activities that we do every day, to cancel out the soccer practices, to cancel out the football practice, cheerleading practice, dance that your kids are committed to canceling out the hustle and bustle of working 10 to 12 hours a day trying to reach that ladder of corporate America, or trying to make ends meet, or doing all these things, plus having to come home and you have to cook, clean, do all the things of life, and deal with a spouse of whatever sort. But what happens when we really rest? Like, what happens when we really just stop? And right now, to be honest, we are in that type of situation, whether we like it or not. I mean, there's a lot of us that are not able to work because their jobs are dealing with the public in a different way, or you're in the nursing or doctor in an essential field where you have to be out there, or you're like me, where I'm still in corporate America also, so therefore I'm working from home. But the point of it all is there's no sitting on the highway for an hour and a half one way. There's no getting up super early to get in the shower, get the kids dressed, and do all these things that we normally do. It's rest. What happens when you no longer can say, I don't have time? Because we use that excuse every day of our lives. I don't have time. Why haven't you done it? I didn't have time. Why does this? I didn't have time. But reality is, all we have now is time. I don't care if you are working from home. You are not spending an hour and a half, 2 hours getting dressed and doing a commute where now you only have to spend 30 minutes getting dressed in the morning, or what have you, with the kids, and you can't say, oh, I got to take them here and take them there. They got soccer practice. They got all these things. No, they don't. So what happens when you rest? Now, I'm going to tell you what happened when I started to rest. And I'm going to tell you, it was an uncomfortable situation because I'm not used to the quiet. I like noise. I like to be busy. That's what feeds my spirit. That's what makes me keep going every day. Busy, busy, busy. I'm one of those people where once I accomplish a goal, I'm like, what's next? Immediately. I don't even sit and even try to just embrace what I have accomplished, to just take it all in. I don't have time for that. I got to move on to the next thing. Well, that's how I used to be anyway. But now, even with this situation, it helped me to realize that I was running from myself. I kept myself busy in order to not deal with me, in order to not deal with the quiet and the lonely moments, in order to not deal with the past pains and hurt, in order to not deal with the aftermath of rejection and past relationships and just different things that happened. I didn't want to deal with that. So I kept piling stuff on top of my plate so that I didn't even have to even recognize Rakita. I was able to just keep moving and moving and moving until one day someone asked me, "Where's Rakita? What does Rakita really want to do?" And I couldn't answer that question. So I'm going to ask you, what is it that you really want to do? What is it that you could take from this time of rest? And I don't mean just being lazy, being a couch potato, or anything like that. But what could you take from this time right now where it's quiet? You're not obligated. You can't run to the mall. You can't do all the retail therapy. You really, I know we can eat inside our house, but truth be told, you can't do too much of that because we're limiting our time in the grocery stores. You're limiting your time going to fast food restaurants and snacking and buying all the junk and things. So what could you really do with this time where you're seizing the moment and you're not really just running ragged and driving yourself crazy? What could you do in this time? Could you really take a moment and think about who you were before, or go back to that time when you were a little girl, little boy, and you had these dreams that really were ambitious, these dreams that built a fire like in your belly, like just burned, where you just were so ecstatic about the situation and ecstatic about the dreams and the goals that you had. Like, what would happen if you took the time and sat in quiet and thought about that? Or thought about the fact that because you've been moving around so much, you haven't really had a conversation with the people that live with you or the people that you love. Have you actually listened to a person in a while? Not just hearing them, because hearing them is like they're just like the Charlie Brown teacher, wah 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 wah, and then all of a sudden you catch that key word and you're like, oh, wait a minute, what did you say? Say that again. Because you weren't listening, because we move and move and move. We don't even think about things, or the fact that we move so fast that we throw food in the back of our throats just to say we ate, and not the fact that we actually enjoyed the taste and the textures of the food, or actually sat down and had dinner and not just on the move eating in the car or standing just to get to the next thing. What would happen if you actually sat down and watched a good movie from beginning to end without fast forwarding? What would happen if you took the time to read a book and to know what it feels like to turn pages again, or to know what it feels like to use your imagination as you read that book and start getting those visual pictures? What would happen if you actually allowed your mind, body, and soul to align again? If you took the time to rest. And like I said, rest is not just laying around doing nothing. And sometimes that is it, because your body needs that as well. We drive our bodies crazy. Have you ever took the time to listen to your heartbeat? Have you ever taken the time to feel yourself breathing in and breathing out? Are you really resting? This is the time. We can sit and dwell on what's happening in the world, when we're going back to work, when life is going to go back to normal. But chances are we're going to have a new normal, and it's not going to be a bad normal, but it's going to be a new normal. So while you're in this season and while we're in this space, we can use it, like I said, to just dwell on what we can't do and what we can't have, or we can create a space of just an ambiance, just enjoying the moment. And I know I'm enjoying the moment because I know a couple people have asked me, like, how am I feeling about this time? And I'm like, I thought I would hate it because I'm an extrovert and I love being around people. And I thought that this would drive me crazy, but I'm actually at peace to know that I'm not really responsible for getting on the highways and byways, for not being responsible for so much activity and things and events and things that are happening. I'm not responsible for so much anymore. I'm just responsible for me and my household. And that is different. I know I've heard others say that it's been great to just sit in the house and actually enjoy a conversation with their children, to actually get to know their children on a different level. You know, as time goes by and we're speeding through life, you don't really know who that person is anymore if you haven't had the time, that quality time. You know, people's minds are changing, people's thoughts are changing, their behaviors are changing, they're moving and grooving and growing. So therefore, it's great that we're having this time to get to know each other on a intimate level, where we know the thoughts, know their dreams, know things about them that might surprise you, to be honest. But we don't even take the time to do that. So in this resting season, which is ceasing to not do as much and not to be so stressed out and have so much anxiety, but to actually just calm down, bring everything to a great balanced level, to know yourself more, to know those you love more, to know, to be honest, to pull some things out of you that you didn't even remember, you know, about yourself, or you didn't even know about yourself, to even ask yourself a question. So I've asked myself this, so I'm asking you this. What would you like your life to look like? What would you like to come out of this? Like, what would you do differently than you've done before? Is it some things that you would like to stop now that you realize they're not necessary? This resting time will help you to do that. But as you rest, these questions will become answers at some point, right? Because you're starting to ask yourself some things. You're starting to massage the mind again to think differently. So now that you're thinking differently about the what ifs and what could be's and what did I think back then and how do I feel now and what could I change and what about myself do I like and don't like? Can I change it? Is it in my control? All these questions that will happen in this rest season. Then the rest season transitions into a restoration, which means that you're bringing things back to life. You're bringing things back to where they need to be. So you're bringing your mind back. You're bringing some goals back. You're bringing some visions back. And in this time of restoration, you start to realize what's important and what's not. When I started to restore my mindset about myself, I realized that I was valuable. And so that brought back value to me. That brought back the fact that those that have left me or those that I felt rejected by, they don't dictate who I am. They lost something. They don't get to, their life is not enhanced by me and what I could bring to the table. You know, I have a purpose, you have a purpose, and we're here on purpose. So therefore, they don't get a piece of that because they're gone. But that doesn't say anything about myself, or that doesn't say anything about you if they're gone. It's the fact that that season is over and we don't have to dwell on that anymore. But it's about restoration, restoring our mindset, restoring our hearts, restoring our bodies, restoring those relationships that you missed out on before you started your resting season. And those things that you may have forgot about, now they're coming back to mind, like, oh yeah, man, I remember when I used to want to be a doctor. Oh yeah, I thought about being a teacher. Oh, what about being a life coach? Hint, hint. You can do those things, you know. So those dreams that start to come back to life, that light that starts to shine again, you know, your face gets all bright when you start thinking about it. And like I said, that fire starts to burn again once you go from rest to restore restoration. Therefore, you're restoring some things. You're restoring those dreams. You're restoring those goals. You're restoring those relationships. You're restoring that thought pattern. You're restoring the yeses and the nos. You're restoring energy. You know, because we don't realize how tired we are when we're running and running and running. So now that you've gone from resting, you realize what your body needed. And now you're moving into the restoring stage where you're bringing some things back. You're setting it up again. So those things are being set up and recharged and regrouped and rethought about. You know, these thoughts are starting, your wheels are starting to turn to where you're like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, when I first started this family, my goal was this, and we got off track because of X, Y, and Z. But that doesn't matter if you got off track. The fact is, now you have the time to start over, setting things back up, recharging and regrouping so that you guys can come together as a unit. And even that marriage, even that relationship. Those things are being able are able to be restored in this time because you have what? Time. That's what you have right now. This time, if it doesn't teach you anything else, it teaches you that time is valuable. And some of the things that we thought were valuable don't even matter right now. I mean, jobs are here, here today, gone tomorrow. Money is here today, gone tomorrow. People are not. They're here today, gone tomorrow, but you have to value them in their season, in their time. So all this time that we've been running around chasing after things, it wasn't that important. So now you have the time to restore. So what do you want to restore? Think about the things that in your resting time, in this time that you really come to a 180 about in your thought process, how are you going to restore those? Like, what do you want to restore? And what does it look like to you? Like, if you were to restore that relationship, how would it make you feel? If you were to restore your finances, what would it do for your future? If you were to restore your health, how would your body react? Like, can't you imagine it being lighter and you're able to smile more? Your skin is clear. You got your water intake up. You're not eating that McDonald's and Burger King anymore. Those thoughts are restoring to bring about action. So now that we got out of the hustle and bustle and not thinking about all the hecticness that's outside your walls, you're in your four walls, you're in your comfort zone, and it's time to do some things that may be uncomfortable, but they will do some things to change your life. We cannot focus on what is not in our control. We can focus on what we can control, and that's within your household, that's within you. So we've rested. We've restored some thoughts, some patterns, some the mindset and these dreams and goals that we actually forgot about. Or you just restored yourself to know that you're important, to know that you're valuable, to know that no matter what you look like, no matter your size, shape, color, hair, length, whatever, you are important. So you're restoring that. You're restoring your self-esteem. You're restoring your ability to go. You're restoring your confidence. You're restoring the you for you, right? So as you restore, you have to shift into now the reset. So we've rested. Now we're restoring our thoughts and we're restoring our mindset and restoring relationships, right? Because those are the things that we want to restore. Now we have to go into the reset process. Now, what does your reset look like? Everybody's reset is different because, of course, we've rested and now we want to restore some things. And when you're restoring those things, it doesn't happen overnight. So guess what? You have to reset some things in your life. So resetting the mind, resetting the body, and resetting the spirit. So let's take, for example, if you're resetting a relationship. Let's say you've realized over in the resting period that you did not spend enough valuable time and quality time with your children. And now you decided that that's what you want to restore in that restoring season. So guess what? It doesn't happen overnight, but you can reset your mind and reset that schedule that's so crazy that when things go back to normal, you will be able to spend that time. So you're going to reset your schedule to where every Friday night, you're now going to spend that with your kids, or you having date night with your spouse. Or if you're resetting your finances, guess what? You're going to do that with if you're restoring your finances, you're going to reset it with a budget. You're going to do it where you're setting up your monthly or weekly, bi-weekly, however you get paid, a budget that works for you and has your goals in mind. When I decided that I was going to pay off my student loan debt, I had to reset my mind to where I had to change it to, do you need this or you want this? Now, I convinced myself a lot of times that I needed a lot of things, but the reality was I wanted them. You need a Michael Kors bag, girl. Yes, you do. Yeah, girl, you need it. Oh, by the way, I talk to myself like this, like, girl, sis, you know you need that. No, I did not need it. I did not need it whatsoever, but I wanted it. So I had to reset my mind to say, I don't need this. And I had to reset my mind to say, I don't have to eat out every day or every weekend. We tell ourselves that we deserve to be treated this way. Do we deserve to have this and we deserve to have that? But yet, is it necessary for us to live? No. And that's another thing we're learning in this moment, in this time, is that some of the things that we thought were necessary are not necessary anymore. Like going to the hairdresser all the time. You're still alive, you're still breathing, right? It might be something that you like, but it's not something you need. Going to the nail shop all the time is something you like, but you're still breathing without it, right? Going to McDonald's and Burger King, you're not able to do that as much. You might go through the drive-through, but you can't go sit down at Red Lobster and all these things and spend $50 to $100 in one setting. You're still breathing without these things, but these are resets that are happening. This time is showing us some things about ourselves that we desired. We desired, we wanted, we cared about, we fought for, we pushed through, we worked through all these things, but they're not always necessary. And they also probably took a toll on us in one way or another. You were probably either over budget all the time or negative bank accounts. All kind of things were happening when you were not being mindful and wanting to restore your finances to have that reset. So excuse me, these are the things we have to think about in our reset period of time, is meaning that we're setting it up to be a success for the future. So now, if you decide that you want to restore that dream of being a doctor, restore that dream of being a teacher or whatever it is, and you need a degree, let me tell you, it's never too late to reach your dreams. It's never too late to change a dream into reality. It's never too late. You're never too old, too young, too nothing to handle and have what you want. You're breathing today, so today is an opportunity to start resetting towards that goal. So when this whole situation is over and you're able to go back to normal, then guess what? You have a plan in place. So now you're going to reset your plan. So where if you're desiring to be an entrepreneur, you want to work on that business, you're going to go to 9 to 5. You're going to work your 9 to 5. But guess what? From 7 to 12 p.m., you are working on your business. You're giving yourself some time to do that. If you decide that you need to go clock in and clock out, and then you need to be online to get that degree, you do that. And mind you, online schooling is still happening right now. So in this time, you could really be getting ahead of the game and starting that degree. Or you could be like me and decide to want to be a life coach and find that online course, and you could have that thing as soon as you finish. So when you get back to work, you already can tell your coworkers. They say, "Oh, how did you enjoy your time?" You say, "Oh, girl, I went on and got a certification. I did this and I did that." There's a lot of things that still are at our fingertips because of the fact that we are a very virtual world. Hence, you're watching me now because of the accessibility that we have through online learning and online teaching and online this and online that. So therefore, we have no excuses. Remember, time was an excuse, but it's no longer that because we're now having more time than we ever had before. We're having more quiet time. We're having more rest. So if you want something, there is no excuse of why you can't have it right now because of the fact that we are in the situation. Remember, we can take what's happening right now and dwell on it and be miserable and depressed and anxious and trying to figure things out, or we can take it and use it to our advantage. When will we get time like this again? You know, I remember an old friend of mine used to always tell me that because I was always running, I'm like, I'm not doing nothing. There was a 3-month period of time that I did not do much of anything, right? Because I was transitioning between states and jobs, and I had no job at the time. So I was just like, oh my God, I'm just not doing nothing. I don't like being like not busy. I gotta be doing something. I'm always in something, right? And I remember him telling me, he said, enjoy this time because that once things pick up for you, you're going to be running again like a crazy person. So sit in this time and enjoy the moment. So for those 3 months, I got to know myself at that time. I got to know myself. I got to know some things that I wanted to do, some dreams that I wanted to accomplish, and just be able to reconnect with me. And I was able to also work out and spend the time losing weight because, again, we say we don't have time when we're working like a crazy person. So therefore, I had time to go work out 2 times a day, eat right, cook every day. I had all the time in the world to make some things happen. So this is your personal time, right? This is your personal time. This is your moment of opportunity, whether you like it or not. We're in this thing. You can't change it, right? So let's take advantage of it instead. Use it as a challenge to to rest. So you're going to rest first, get your mind right, get realigned, and figure some things out. What do you want to do? What did you forget about? What are those dreams that you haven't accomplished yet? Is your life looking the way you would like it to? Are you living for yourself? Are you being you for you? So you're going to rest. And then you're going to restore based on the answers to those questions about where you are, what your life looks like, what you would desire it to look like. So in that restore process, you're setting back up those goals. You're reinventing yourself. You're recharging yourself to think about those things again, to really put them back in line with how important they are and where they fit. And you're restoring those relationships and all those things, right? You're restoring. And then you're going to reset, meaning you're going to set up that plan and put things back in order to the point where you can actually achieve the goals. You can actually achieve the relationships. You can actually do the things as you restore them. Now you can make them come to pass. You can make them a reality in your life. This time, please don't take for granted. Please don't take it for granted. Please don't dwell on why this is happening, why you can't understand it, when's the cure, and all these things. Because, yes, we all want those things to happen. We all want to go back to a normal life, if you will. But let's go back to that normal life as a better person. Let's go back to that normal life with a better mindset. Let's go back to that normal life with new goals, new transitions, new relationships, restoration, and a new smile on your face where you're not dwelling on what could be or what was or how we're going to get out of this thing, but to just focus on what can I do in this season? What can I do right now to make my life better so that my future will be absolutely amazing? All it takes is one step at a time. We feel like we need to skate through and jump through hoops and do all these things, but it's really one step at a time. So use the 3 R's to get where you want to go. Remember to rest, restore, and have a reset. Thank you so much for your time. I enjoyed being on here. I hope you got something from this message because I enjoyed delivering it and I enjoyed sharing my moments with you. So if you desire to reach out to me or you like coaching services, I can be reached on Instagram at Rekita Peters. That's REKITA PETERS. Or you can find me on my website. It's www.rekitapeters.com. Or you can join the Coach Hub with D Cup Coffee. And thank you so much for joining. I'll see you next time. Bye.
All right, all right. Thank you for that, Coach Rekita. The 3 R's in getting you to your direction: the rest, restoration, and then, of course, the reset.
Reset,
Ayun,
and
reset.
that was really Coach Pastor Alan, a very powerful talk about this 3 Rs. I
Yes,
really like the beginning of the talk of Coach Rikita is more about before we are saying that we don't have time, but right now we are we are now saying that we have now the time and we have no change because no matter what, it gives you that opportunity to really look forward for your time. It might be on your on your relationship, on whatever you are doing, restoring your goal. This is really powerful things that we can actually reflect on.
Actually, Coach, I really love how he transitioned from the rest to restoration and the reset. It's very organized and synchronically, scientifically beautiful. And I believe that the world right now really was being forced to rest. Meron siyang mga ano may mga tawag dito, may mga words siya na nakakatuwa. She uses rambunctious. Because sabi nga, it's difficult to control of all the things that's happening right now. Talagang God has given us the ability to rest. This is really the shift that's happening. Kasi nga, ang daming mga nangyayari and lalo na siya, she's working from a corporate America. So sabi niya at this moment, she she has been really given the time to rest unlike before. And then pag nakapag-rest na, this is just my ano no, this is my insights about the beauty that she talked about. 'Di ba naalala mo if you watch the COVID-19 ROI, the talk of Coach A, before our concern is having no time to rest. That was our
Yeah,
concern
yeah.
before because
Mm-hmm.
we are very busy. Now, a shift happens right now, and we are really literally forced to rest. Yung dating iniisip natin na I don't have time for this, I don't have time for my family, I don't have time to do this. Now we all have the time. And as a matter of fact, because of the time na binigay sa atin, ang dami nating pwedeng balikan o ang pwede nating gawin pag nangyari itong rest na ito. So how
And
about you, Coach?
yeah, yun coach, dudugtungan ko lang yung point mo about the time, doon dami nating ginagawa, we're so busy, we don't have time for the family. I really like had Coach Rikita have had focus
Sorry,
on the
what's the name? Sorry, what's the name?
Coach Rikita.
Okay, okay, Rikita. Oh, yeah, yeah.
So the focus on about relationship. So all through the way, she was talking about rest, restoration, and reset. Dinadaanan niya lagi yung relationship. So
Mm-hmm.
doon niya talaga na i-focus yung kanyang talk about, you have to rest, or like ano ba kinakailangan mong i-stop ngayon in terms of relationship, and what would you be doing differently. Tapos sinabi niya pa, if you want to do doon sa restoration, bringing things back to life.
Yes, ang galing,
Your,
galing.
it could be your vision, your goals, your values, your dreams, and I really like it. Na sinabi niya, restoring your heart, restoring your mind, and restoring your body. So um, we have now in the restoration, we have now to focus on the relationship because we have now the time, as we have said a while back. Yeah, and then the reset part, ito yung nakuha ko doon, coach relationship, ay yung mga example niya, relationship, financial aspect of life, and our dreams. And I really like it that it might be something right now, especially for our financial aspects. It might
Mm-hmm.
be something you like. When you go to probably in the mall, when you go to buying something, it might be something that you like, but not all the things that you like is something that you need. So
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's very powerful, coach, because he wanted to really highlight, okay, right now you don't have it, and yet you are breathing without it.
Yeah, that's powerful because she was able to identify and to make us aware what is the want and what is the need. Natutuwa ako kasi talaga sinabi niya yung mga basic na mga babae na every week nagpapa mani pedi or manicure and pedicure, and then right now hindi talaga mangyayari yon. And one thing I also love about the restoration part is that maybe this is because you have the rest and that is equivalent to time, and maybe this is the time that also that you restore your forgotten or buried dreams, di ba?
Mm-hmm.
Kasi nga because we are too busy, because we are sabi the rambunctious of the things that there's a lot of doing right now, Sabi niya nga, nakalimutan niya na yung sarili niya. And that is absolutely true. And darating talaga yung punto ng buhay natin, we're just running on a hamster wheel. I remember Robert Kiyosaki, parang nasa rat race din tayo. And then, nakakalimutan na natin yung sarili natin. But this time of rest and this time of restoration, balikan mo, di ba? Na, baka dati gusto mo talaga maging doktor. Maybe you really wanted to be a singer, a musician. Alam mo, Coach Lemuel, no? Alam mo naman na I'm a pastor. Before, yung mga church member ko, yung mga church disciple ko, because of the things that's happening right now. So, hindi kami masyado nakakapag-usap personal but online. Natutuwa ako kasi because of this rest that's being given to us, nabalikan niya yung talagang pangarap niya nung bata siya. Tanong mo kung ano, sabi mo, ano yon?
Ano yun? Ano yun? Ano yung Pastor Coach?
Gusto niya talaga maging DJ. And if you will look at that person right now, negosyante siya. Alright? So, negosyante siya and then ang pangarap niya talaga, ang pangarap ko talaga, Pastor, gusto ko talagang mag-DJ. And because of the rest, he flowed with restoration. There was this app, ang pangalan is WeSing. Doon niya nabuhay yung pangarap niya na nagdi-DJ siya ron. Tapos nagulat siya, may bayad pala.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Wow.
because parang ang nangyayari parang sige what song will you like to play, and then ang kagandahan doon kakantahin niya, and then when he started singing because he's enjoying it because that's his passion, nagulat siya, sinulatan siya, and he earned money from doing that. And that's why I totally agree with the wisdom of Coach Riquita. The rest will enable you to restore your dreams when you were kids, when you were really wala kang iniintindi. And that's happening doon sa aking kaibigan right now, sa church member. He is reliving his childhood dream na maging isang DJ. Yan.
Yes. And actually, this time actually give us all the opportunity. As you have said, it's ang term na ginamit ni Coach Rikita is more of reconnect with self. So, it's time to reconnect with ourselves. Ano nga ba talaga yung gusto natin sa buhay natin? What is it really deep in our heart, our desire? So, yun yung napakaganda doon. And basahin lang natin siguro yung message. May comment dito si Coach Candy about value people in their season, in their time. So, nga naman, we cannot push, we cannot push other people ng might be, this might be the not yet the right time to value people, but napakaganda na I think this is already the season. Ito na yung season na para mag-value natin yung dating binabaliwala lang natin. Like, sometimes it's been our family, our spouse, our children, our kids, our friends. So this time, we were able to have that space to reconnect with them, although with social distancing, di ba? Sabi nga ni Master Coach A, yes, social distancing, but it should be social intimacy with physical distance. So,
and alam mo, speaking of valuing people you're in season, naalala ko I interviewed you a couple of days ago, 'di ba? Because naabutan ka ng lockdown diyan. I think you're in Bulacan, right?
Yes, Coach. Nasa Bulacan ako, Coach.
Di ba? Before, pagka may mga bata dyan, pag nagtatrabaho ka, and now, because of this season, namimiss mo rin pala yung mga bata. Pag gising mo, pag akyat mo dyan, may naglalaro. Alright?
Yeah.
And then, of course, she goes on with the, by the way, no, I like her tagline. I believe this is her tagline. Being you for you.
Yeah.
Who else will benefit? Who else will enjoy that great benefit of being you? Of course, than you yourselves.
Yes.
And I believe that this is the rest, restoration, and reset is all anchored from being you, so for you. So the reset, I love what she said when he said, back, it's some, wait. Sabi niya ganon, when you go back to the normal, all right, at least you have a better mindset, you are a better person, and a new goal. Kasi eventually we will this lockdown will be over. This lockdown will come to an end, and she's challenging us. What are you becoming in this season of rest? So maximize the restoration and maximize the reset. So when you come back out of this, you will emerge a better person.
And I like it na ginamit niya talaga the term is new normal.
Yes.
Talagang this is it's really emphasizing that what is happening right now is a normal thing. So it's more about growing. So what is your new normal? So I really like it, coach.
Yes. All right, coach. In to recap it all, the coach of Coach Nikita is very, very powerful. It's really returning us from the way God designed us to be. And we in the tribe, in the Life Coach Philippines, it has always been our battle cry that we live with the design life. And our design life is that God designed us to rest. And because we are not resting, I believe this is the shift. Here you go, you need to rest. So that when
Mm-hmm.
you rest, you are designed to restore, because we have been given that ability to restore whatever it is, what was lost, to restore whatever it is that we somehow forget along the way because of our busyness. And when those two things take place, a reset will happen. 'Di ba? Pag mabagal ang internet connection, ano ang laging sinasabi ng tech support? Sir, reset mo lang. And I
Yeah.
believe the world, or all of us right now, has come into a reset, so that when we come back, better and stronger, you for you. Okay, we will be having a break, Coach Lemuel.
Yes, so we will be having a 5 minutes break. But prior to that, would like to read the comments of Coach Al. Prac-
Hmm.
Practice 3 RS this season of rest to level up the self. Yeah, that's what the part of the message of the summing up message of Coach Pastor Alan
All
for
right,
you.
let's have a break.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome
Yes.
to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. This is Coach Pastor Alan, and thank you, Coach Lemuel. For those of you who are just tuned in, this is a 40-hour run that will continue until April 6th from 4 p.m. 40 change agents, 40 transformational message, 40 hours of non-stop learning. We are streaming to two YouTube channel, Coach A, and then of course the Coach A Connect. Coach Lemuel, the Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2 is brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coach, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder and CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. We have a local coaching hub here at DCAP Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner none other than Master Coach A. My name is Coach Pastor Ronald Alan Balang, and I am your host for this segment.
And hello, I am Coach Lem, co-hosting segment 8 with Coach Pastor Alan. We have four speakers per segment, and we are on segment 8. And we are on our second speaker, who is also a certified life
Mhm.
coach who likes to talk a lot, like to eat a lot, and someone who sleep a lot.
I'm
Our
excited
speaker,
to hear this person because he likes to talk a lot. And then, of course, our speaker also believes that this is probably her mantra or philosophy in life. She said that losing is part of winning. In all aspect of life, we need to lose some for us to be able to win some. Let's all win together as one. Powerful.
and her talk is entitled Channel in Disguise. victory beyond survival. Let's welcome Coach Michelle Alejo. Roll
All
video,
right.
please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for saying yes and taking time to be part of this global virtual coaching summit brought to you by the Global Institute for Life Coaches and Entrepreneurs based in Dallas, Texas, USA. My name is Michelle Alejo. I am a certified life coach and currently working as a corporate life coach and a business consultant in one of the BPO industry in Ortigas. What I do is that I make sure that all of the employees from the management down to the agents will have their heart and mind aligned towards their work. So basically, it's the integration of life coaching in a corporate industry, especially in a sales environment. All right. Well, this talk is a response to the original material of Master Coach A's COVID 19 ROI or Return of Insight. I encourage everyone to please do watch the replay of this Kapehan episode from her YouTube channel. Just search Master Coach A or Coach A. Title is COVID 19 ROI or Return of Insight. All right. Well, my respond is all about the five W's and one H of life. Since this is a follow through, Master Coach A mentioned about a mental or the mental gymnasium. How do you feel when you come out of or from the gym? Let me start with these three questions. After this pandemic, who are you? Who do you want to become? How are you going to live your life? And what kind of story will you be sharing in the future for experiencing this kind of pandemic? Let me respond with five W's and one H in life. First is the who, your what, your where, your how, your why, and your when. Let's start with the who. Of course, this is not about your friends, your family, your government, or this isn't about the environment you are at right now. This is all about you, you alone. How are you going to live your life? Or who do you become once this pandemic ends? Will you choose to remain that way? Or will you choose to improve more for a better version of yourself? Let not this pandemic be the end or define your story, but rather let this pandemic be the end of the old version of yourself. Decide to change for the better. What you think hinders your progress, leave it now. Once you decide that you will not live the kind of life that you have right now, once everything will be starting again, then your life will change forever. Second, your what. What's next for you? What's your plan? What preparation you are making after the end of this? What preparation you'll be making when you experience difficulties in the future. Not the same as this pandemic, but I'm talking about all the difficulties that you'll be facing, that you'll be experiencing. Will you be prepared by then? Since right now, today, most of us isn't prepared. We never expected this. Since now we've experienced this kind of pandemic, in the future, in every difficulty that you will be facing, how prepared you are. I remember I have one question from one of my fellow coaches, my batchmate in the past, when we were, having coffee, and she came up with a question like, "What's the worst case that could happen in your life?" And then, of course, me being a warrior before, come up with an answer with all the worries and all the anxieties and all that. And she gave me a follow-up question where, will you permit that worst scenario to happen? And of course my answer is, of course not, right? So before you will reach, or before you will experience that worst case scenario that you're thinking, you should be prepared by then. You should have all the plans or all the preparation for you not to reach that worst case scenario that you have in your mind. So preparation is always the key. I am a believer of that. When you are prepared, there's nothing that will break you. So for now, let us think of ways how to prepare ourselves after this pandemic. And let us make sure that the preparation that we are doing is aligned to what we really want to achieve in life. The next W is where. Where do you see yourself after this? Where are you going next? Where is your destination? This is not about a specific place or a specific city or country. This is all about the path that you are taking or journeying right now, or after this, right? After this pandemic, will you be in the same spot as where you are right now? How about you considering taking a whole new path, a whole new direction with your career? Maybe by then you'll realize something. Maybe after this pandemic, you'll decide that you're going to change your career. It took me a lot of years to be where I am at right now, doing this thing that I enjoy the most. I never thought that I'll be doing this kind of job that I've been wanting all my life. And I hope you will find that kind of fulfillment as well in your life. Since everything is a reset, we are going to live a brand new beginning. Everything is possible. In your career right now, are you in a job that you really want? Are you working with the right kind of people? Are you in a healthy relationship? Are you in a place where you are fully accepted, loved, and respected? Where will you be at when that day comes? Bottom line, wherever you are by then, make sure that your heart is overflowing with love and genuine happiness. So let us just recap. You already have your who, yourself. You already have your what, your plans, your preparations. You already have your where, the place that you want to live in, or the path, the journey that you want to take. The next is your how. How are you going to achieve all of this? How are you going to live a brand new life? Will you still have the same mindset instead of money, 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 or career, career, career? How about after this pandemic, you focus on your families, your relationships, and most importantly, focus on your spirituality, your faith. You grow your faith with our Father God. The way you see things, the way you interpret things. If before you were easily swayed by your emotions, how about looking at things differently by then, based on logical perspective? Remember, it's never about the situation or the circumstances that you have. It's always about how you respond to it, the way you deal with it, how you handle it, how will you fix it, and put an end as a solution to the bad situation. The next one is your why. What is your compelling why in life? If up until now you still don't have that greatest why in your life, then maybe this is the best time to think of that. When everything is over, find or create that very reason why you choose to survive and win this greatest battle in life. Lastly, when? When will this all end? When can we start a brand new beginning? When can we finally say that we won? No one knows for sure. One thing is for sure, this will end sooner or later. The important thing is, as we journey all together, let us not forget that there's a reason for everything. In every bad situation, there will always be the good side that comes with it. For every loss, we will surely gain something from it. We just need to trust the process. Always remember that it's never about the downfall, it's all about how you stand up and fight again. That makes you the real winner. Choose to win in all aspect of your life. Never give up. Again, let me do this recap for you on how are you going to have that winner mindset after all of this. First W is the who, which is this is all about you. Your what? What's next for you? your plans, your preparation, how prepared you are once everything is over. Next is your where. Where do you see yourself after this? Still doing the same thing? Next is your how. What kind of perspective, what kind of mindset will you be having after the pandemic, after this reset? Next is your why, your most compelling why in life. If you don't have one right now, then I hope after this crisis, you will live your life with your greatest why, your greatest reason to live a life that you deserve. Only God knows when everything will be over. Let me end my talk by telling you that you are a winner. By now, listening, by now, watching this video, you won the game. You've survived this far, and I believe that you will be holding on and you will finish this battle. Choose to live, decide to win, and live a life that you deserve. Thank you everyone for watching. And if you need coaching services, you may reach me at 0995 483 5478. Again, that's 0995 483 5478. Or you may visit our coaching hub, Decaf Coffee Republic, located at Pioneer Center Compound, Capitolio, Pasig City. We offer 24/7 coaching service on demand, or you may reach 0917 586 1661. Again, that's 0917 586 1661. That's the number to call. That's Coach Rizal. Visit Life Coach Philippines or www.globalcoachingentrepreneur.org to know more about life coaching and life coach certification program. Again, thank you so much for watching.
Wow!
Yes, Coach Pastor Alan, and that was a very powerful talk by Coach
Coach
Michelle about
Michelle.
channel in disguise, victory beyond survival. I like it na sinabi niya we
Wait,
are
wait, can we repeat the title again so that the audience could have a grasp about it? Can you repeat it again, Coach?
channel in disguise, victory beyond survival.
Yes. Yeah. Coach, could you please share your insights about that powerful talk?
Yeah, napakaganda ng kanyang ano because it's just following the sequence of all the 4WH questions where
Mm-hmm.
it talks about the self or how the definition of yourself. And she said that this pandemic doesn't really define you.
All
It's
right.
you who will define yourself. And then it's also this pandemic allows you to create a plan for yourself on where you are going to journey. Ano yung journey mo or your path? And then sinabi niya about also the perspective or what is your current mindset by this time. And yung sinasabi niya na ano, what is your compelling why, which is I really like because probably yung tinanong niya na, are you really in the right career this time? Or are you really in the right relationship by this time? And then The last one is the when, wherein it talks about a brand new beginning. So this will end according to her. Everything, this pandemic will end, and it starts a brand new beginning. So
Co-
I really like it. Yeah, that's my insight.
Coach, you know the let me know if I'm having a feedback, coach. May feedback ba? Ayan. Okay na ba? Ayan. All right. The beauty of what Coach Michelle have shared to us is that alam mo agad na ang nagsasalita is a life coach, not just a motivational speaker. Because a life coach will allow you to see from where you are right now and where you need or supposed to be. All of those questions, it creates an awareness of who you are right now in this pandemic. What are you doing? Where you are, and how and why and when. And then, during the talk, by giving us the five W's and the one H, is that she's telling us kung ano ang magiging shift na mangyayari sa'yo pagkatapos nitoong pandemic na to. Diba? In the who, lagi-laging tinatanong, who do you want to become after this pandemic? Then, what preparation are you doing? Kasi we cannot avoid, it's inevitable that probably in our lifetime, may mangyayari ulit na ganito. I mean, napakaganda nga eh. At the beginning of the decade, we Filipinos experienced two powerful events that happened. Pumutok ang bulkan ng Taal, and then, of course, meron tayo ngayon tinatawag na coronavirus. And then, of course, the where. Where is the path that you're going? Saan ka sa pupunta? And of course, this is my ano no, my personal favorite. Yung pangalawa is how and the why. Kasi sabi niya rito sa how niya, how are you going to live a brand new life? Will you be doing same mindset? Kasi nga kung pumasok ka na pumasok yung corona, ang mindset mo, for example, mindset mo is A, pag lumabas ka, ang mindset mo pa rin A, eh medyo mahihirapan kang mag-transition o medyo mahihirapan kang mag-adapt. Because just like what most of our speaker, or I believe almost of our speaker will say, hindi na tayo babalik sa normal. Talagang there is a new normal. Do you agree with that, Coach Lemuel?
Yes, I totally agree about that. And then I just would like to read the comment of Coach Candid saying, the most important is that our heart overflows. That's a very
Talaga. Thank you, Coach Candy.
thank you for that. And from this, thank you. Hello, Coach Michelle as well.
Yeah.
You're a good job, Coach Michelle.
Coach Michelle will be joining us later in the panel. So, thank you, Coach Michelle. So, share me more about your insight, about the insights that you discovered from that powerful talk, Coach Lemuel.
Yeah, Coach Pastor Alan, I have one thing that I really put in here in my notes because while watching, I was taking notes. This is one thing that it's never about the situation; it's
Mm-hmm.
about how you respond. So, meaning it's about ourselves, how we actually respond to the situation. So we have that power to really determine ano nga ba ang gagawin ko kung ito yung sitwasyon ngayon. Um, ano yung gagawin ko. It's not about ito yung sitwasyon and then you explore on everything revolve around the situations, but rather it would be good to really look into our response.
Actually, I love the word that you use, respond. And that is also the same word that he used, respond. Kasi most of the time, we react to the situation. All right? And then, of course, the mature way, the wise way, is we should be responding to our situation. Eh, you know what's happening right now in our situation is that when the people discovered about the lockdown, they did not respond, they reacted. So if ever these things will happen again, I pray that all of those who have heard that powerful talk from Coach Michelle is that when this thing happen again, we will not be reacting, but we will be responding.
Yes. So I think Coach Pastor Alan, we will have our 5 to 10 minutes break before to our next speaker.
Wait. There's some. Let me read first the comment. Okay. Yeah, from Augustus Alejo. Good job, my love. I think this is the hobby.
Yeah, probably very supportive.
Yeah,
Happy.
very supportive. I met him once when I think twice when he attended the blessings of the cup, or probably in one of the church service in Matthew 5:16, because Coach Michelle, uh every now and then she attended the worship service. And and again, before we go on a 5 to 10 minute break, I would like to share two powerful words that she mentioned during that talk. She said that it's not about the downfall, but how you got up. Saktong-sakto kasi nga, 'di ba sinabi niya kanina sa gist ng talk niya is that losing is part of winning. And there was this book from John Maxwell, Failing Forward. And I believe Coach Michelle have put it in one powerful statement. It's not about the downfall, but how you got up. Because failing is part of our life. Downfall is part of our moving of us moving forward. Most of us really look at the downfall, but we should look up on how we can get back up. I believe that is the essence of the 5W and 1H. That is why she closed it. You are a winner, choose to live. You are a winner and choose to live a life. Yan. Thank you. We will be having a 5 to 10 minute break, and we will be going back for the next speaker. See you in a while. Hello, hello,
Yes, welcome
hello.
back.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. A 40-hour run that will continue until today from 4 p.m. 40 change agents, 40 transformational messages, and 40 hours of non-stop learning. We are also streaming coach in two YouTube channel, Coach A, and then of course the other one is Coach A
Coach
I
AI
Connect.
Connect.
Let me repeat that, Coach A and Coach I Connect. The Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2 is brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder, CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. We have a local coaching hub here. It's at D Cup Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner none other than by Master Coach
Master
A.
Coach A.
My name is Pastor Coach Ronald Alan Balang, and I'm also an apprentice of Master Coach A, and I will be your host for this segment.
Yes, thank you so much, Coach Pastor Alan, and I am Coach Lem, co-hosting this segment 8. We have four speakers per segment, and we are on segment 8. And we are on a third speaker who is also certified life coach. He was born in the province of Abra, but prefers to be called a Cagayano, for in Cagayan he found his happiness and joy, and now married a Cagayana with three beautiful children. A champion debater, wow, and a speaker during his student days. Employed as the youngest DJ in the radio station at age 19. Fond of asking questions and found it as a lucrative source of income as he is a lawyer by profession.
Yes, we have a lot of certified life coach who is also a lawyer in our tribe. The title of his talk is From Grave to Life. What could be worse than COVID-19? Let me reiterate that. The title of this talk, From Grave to
Great to
Life,
life.
what could
What
be
could be
worse than
worse than
COVID-19?
COVID-19?
Here, he will discuss that the spread depression is a thief. It steals our joy, dreams, our courage, and our life. He believed that the fear on COVID 19 is nothing compared to the fear of losing one's battle against depression. In this talk, he will share to us on how did he slay the giant called depression. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow life coach and change agents, let's welcome Coach Attorney Sam Agalos. Roll video.
Good morning, friends. My name is Samuel Agalos. Some people simply call me as Sam. I am a certified life coach, meaning I am a change agent. I am also a lawyer. I got my own law firm, and I am based in Tuguegarao. So, katulad yung sinabi ko, aside from lawyering, I do life coaching where I help people in the areas of mental wellness, family relationship, career choice, and advancement. Also, I am a preacher. I am the feast builder of Feast Tuguegarao, a Catholic charismatic community of the Light of Jesus family. And I want to thank you for watching and saying yes to be part of this global virtual coaching summit part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneur, based in Dallas, Texas, USA. And this is our response to the original material of our Master Coach A on COVID-19 ROI, or Return of Insight. So you may watch the replay of her video at the Kapehan Night episode at Coach A YouTube channel. A few days ago, I received a message from a coachee na nakatira sa ibang bansa. Kasi napanood niya yung aking video which I uploaded last week. Pinasalamatan niya ako at sabi niya sa akin, thank you, ang ganda yung message mo, but ito yung aking concern. This COVID-19 scare has made me more depressed. Kasi alam nyo, she had been battling for this depression for so many years. Ang dami-dami niyang tinitake ng mga gamot. Meron siyang tranquilizer or sleeping pills aside from her depression medicines prescribed by her doctors. So ito yung kanyang tanong. Pwede pa ba akong magamot sa aking depression? Will I still get healed of my depression? Friends, listen, this is very important. Our capacity to survive is greater than any threat or virus that will come to destroy us. This is what I know. This COVID-19 virus, this pandemic will come to an end. Kailan? I don't know, but it will surely come to an end. Alam niyo yung tanong na will COVID-19 end? Sa akin, that is not a very important question. Kasi sa akin, sigurado that will end. May mas mahalagang question o tanong na dapat natin tanungin sa ating mga sarili, lalong-lalo na kung ikaw ay may depresyon or may kamag-anak, kapatid, anak, parents na may depresyon o di kaya ay na-diagnose na siya ay bipolar. Ito yung mga tanong. If you are a bipolar or a person afflicted with severe depression, who do you choose to be while our world is being raised by COVID-19 pandemic? Do you choose victory? If yes, what are the things you need to learn from this episode in our human history that can also make you overcome your own depression or illness? How can you grow while our world is battling this COVID-19 virus and while you are battling your own depression? Those three questions sa akin ay napakahalaga. I'm going to tell you something about myself. Okay? In 2010, it was the worst year of my life, my friends. Hindi ko maintindihan ang aking mga sarili. There was sadness within me that I could not fathom. Hindi ko maintindihan kung saan nanggagaling. Alam nyo, kung mayroon akong ini-start na project or business, in a matter of few days, I lose interest. Ang daming perang nasayang. Isa pa, I did so many crazy things na muntik na masira ang aking buhay at muntik na masira ang aking pamilya. I was losing sleep. I was losing interest on things that I love to do. And then, I began to entertain thoughts of killing myself. So one night, habang natutulog yung aking asawa at aking mga anak, kinuha ko yung aking baril. I went inside our comfort room, loaded my gun, ikinas ako. And when I was about to point the gun in my head, biglang pumasok yung aking asawa. Nag-agawan kami ng baril. Alam mo, ngayon nagpapasalamat ako na hindi pumutok yung baril. Nagpapasalamat ako na walang nadiskrasya. At nagpapasalamat din ako na hindi ko na-lock yung CR, yung door ng CR sa aming kwarto. So after that incident, my family, my wife brought me to Manila for treatment, and sa aking encounter with my doctor, I was diagnosed with having severe depression and worse. Sabi pa nila, bipolar daw ako. So I was given medications like tranquilizers, antipsychotic drugs, and many more. So ang dami-dami kong tinitake ng mga gamot every single day. Alam nyo, yung depression, yung having the thoughts that I was depressed, at nalaman ko na bipolar ako, alam mo, it affected my self-esteem and self-confidence. I looked down on myself, and this affected my job and my practice as a lawyer. Weekly, we were in Manila for counseling and treatment, and I was beginning to lose hope to get healed. Then one day, my wife brought home a book entitled Companion. This is published by the Shepherd's Voice publication of the Light of Jesus family under the leadership of Brother Bo Sanchez. So doon, nabasa ko about the feast being held at the Philippine International Convention Center. So I asked my wife to accompany me to PICC to attend the feast. So the following Sunday, my wife and I went to PICC to attend for the first time the feast. Alam nyo, pagpasok namin doon, the worship was great. Talagang tinamaan ako ng worship. And then, nung narinig ko yung preaching ni Brother Bo, naku, talaga, I was so blessed. That is why, sabi ko sa misis ko, balik tayo ulit next Sunday. So yun, pabalik-balik kami every Sunday. And then one feast, habang ako'y nagdarasal, sabi ko, Lord, if you will it, you can heal me. I surrender my illness to you and my life to you. And I got that inspiration. Alam niyo, sabi ko, if I believe that God will heal me, I have to submit to His healing power. So right there and then, I decided to stop taking my medicines. Friends, i-clarify ko lang it was a risky decision on my part and hindi ko sinasabi na gawin nyo din yung ginawa ko. I did it against the advice of my doctor. Pero I did it in obedience to my faith and I received a miracle. So, gumaling ako. So, to thank God for His mercy and healing power, alam nyo, I joined the feast. So, in 2010, I brought the feast into Tuguegarao. At nandun na, from the time we started our feast hanggang 2018, I became the feast builder of Feast Tuguegarao. Pero alam nyo, noong 2017 and 2018, may nangyari. Kasi napaka-busy ko na building the feast, building my career. I became so busy, I sacrificed my health, I sacrificed my rest. Because of that busyness, I was not prepared for the tragedy that came to my life that year. Naging mahina ako. Una, there was a leadership crisis, leadership dispute na nag-arose within our ministry in Tuguegarao. At doon, alam nyo, I became so bitter, so furious, so suspicious, and worse, my father got ill. So, eto yung crazy pa na nangyari. I mistrusted everybody. I was left to fend myself. I began to isolate my feelings and my life. I did so many crazy things. I always look down on myself. In public, people see me as beaming with self-confidence, but deep inside, alam nyo, I was crying out loud. I hated myself. And then, my father died. The crazy thing is, hindi ko matanggap yung kanyang pagkamatay. I got depressed. And then I started to entertain suicidal thoughts because I wanted to be with my father in his grave. Pero at the back of my mind, may nagsasabi, hindi yan tama, hindi yan tama. And so, I went to my family and I told them I need help. So, dinala naman nila ako sa doctor and I was again treated for depression. I was again prescribed with medicines which for 8 long years, I was able to avoid. And then, my wife watched an episode on TV, a program on TV about improving family relationship. At doon, nakita niya yung life coach being interviewed. So sabi niya sa akin, do you want us to go for coaching? And so I agreed. So we went to the D-Cup Coffee Republic. At doon, na-meet namin yung couple coach, sina Coach Sean at Coach Chin De Hoya. So we went through coaching. At alam nyo, nakita namin kung gaano ka-epektibo, gaano kaganda yung life coaching. Gumaling ako, na fast track yung paggaling ko. at gumanda yung relationship namin mag-asawa at yung relationship namin sa mga anak ko. So, with that, my wife and I decided to go to a certification at kami din, we became life coaches as well. Alam nyo, yung magandang nangyari, may magandang nangyari, nagkaroon ako ng depression. Because God gifted me with a higher level of service and better relationship. I have learnings which today I would like to share to you on how I was able to slay the giant called depression. So there are 4 steps that I did when I fought against depression and I was able to defeat it. The first is acceptance. Alam nyo, prior to my appointment with my doctor and even after my several sessions with her, nung unang-unang bout ko ng depression, I was in a denial stage. I could not accept being depressed or even sick. Alam nyo, sa akin kasi, depression is only for the weak and those with weak psychological makeup. Yung may tama. Pero alam nyo, mali pala ako. Anyone can have depression. Anyone can be a victim. Pwede ikaw. Pwede kang maging depressed. Pero alam nyo, sa pinagdaanan ko, pwede itong makontrol. Pwede itong ma-manage. Friends, tandaan nyo ito. Our mind, our faith, our God are stronger than depression. Kailan nangyari yung acceptance stage? The acceptance stage sa akin happened when I was at the feast. Because during one of the prayers, nung kasalukuyan yung feast, I was able to accept that I was ill, that I was having the severe depression. And friends, this is what I believe. The first step towards healing is to accept that you are sick, that there is something with you. Because when you know that something is wrong in your life, something is not working well in your life, you will find the solution to fix it. It's a normal human reaction. On the other hand, if you do not know that there's something wrong with your life, kung hindi mo tanggap na mayroong something wrong sa buhay mo, alam nyo, yung healing, solution, will never come. Sa akin, nung una, the solution came from asking God to heal me. The solution was to surrender my life and my illness to God. And when I surrendered my life to God and my depression to Him, I got the healing that I was searching for. You know, it's so important yung acceptance. Merong isang guy, may isang lalaki, who was also diagnosed with severe depression. Every year, simula sa month ng September until January, alam nyo, yung kanyang depression talagang ang taas. Hindi naliligo, hindi natutulog, pag magsalita, masakit, ang dami niyang nasasaktan. He goes into a frenzy buying. So one time, nag-usap kami ng kanyang asawa. So, nagkwento ko sa kanya tungkol sa aking depresyon at kung paano ko ito na-overcome. Nagulat ako sa sinabi ng kanyang asawa. Sabi niya, alam mo, buti ikaw, tanggap mo na ikaw ay nagkaroon ng depression, ikaw ay depressed. Alam mo, yung asawa ko, hindi niya matanggap. Every time na dinadala namin siya sa doktor, ang sabi niya, bakit niya ako dadalhin sa doktor? Wala naman mali sa akin. Hindi naman ako masakit. Kaya ayaw niyang i-take yung kanyang mga gamot. Friends, if you want to get healed of your depression, if you want to get healed in any problem in your relationship, if you want to get healed of anything, accept that you are depressed, accept that there is something wrong, accept that you need healing. And when you're able to accept with your whole heart that you're indeed in need of healing, that indeed you're in need of help, you will decide, you will enter into that phase where you will decide that you will get healed no matter what it takes. And that brings me to my second point. Next step. After acceptance comes decision. Accepting that you are ill is the first step, but you cannot attain healing if you do not decide that you need to get healed. When I was able to accept that I have depression and was even classified as bipolar, nagdesisyon ako na I should not be defined by my illness. I should not be defined by my being diagnosed as bipolar. I decided to act. I decided to do something to defeat my depression. Friends, to accept that you are ill is one thing, but to decide to defeat your illness is another thing. Ito kasi ang problema. Some people are left in the acceptance stage that they no longer do something to defeat the depression. They just rely on the medicines given to them by the doctor. Friends, listen, unless and until you decide that your illness, your depression should not control you, should not define you, should not make you as its slave, your depression will always rule your life. Mga kapatid, mga kaibigan, today decide that you should win over your depression. Your decision will make your journey towards healing more successful. And once you make the decision to get healed, then you are ready to take the next step. And the next step is action. Acceptance that you are ill and deciding that you want to get healed will not be complete without action on your part. You need to act. So what actions did I take to get healing? First, I went to seek help. Una, pinuntahan ako, unang pinuntahan ko is to find healing was God. Siya yung unang pinuntahan ko. I went to God for healing, and through the mercy and love of God, I was healed in my initial bout with depression. During my second bout, again, God healed me by bringing me to people who helped me understand better my illness and who gave me a wider and deeper insights on healing and on my life. Sa second bout ko ng depression, God healed me by sending me to a doctor and to a life coach. Ito ang realization ko. God does not always work in a miraculous way, just like what I experienced in my first bout of depression. God also works in ordinary ways, and that is through doctors and life coaches and family members and friends. Also, through my second bout of depression, God opened to me another door to help those who are going through the same illness in a more practical way. Eto kasi, when I got healing in my first bout of depression, akala ko noon, only through God's miracle can one get healed. Pero yun naman ang naging problema. May problema sa paniniwalang yun eh. Because there were depressed people who came to me and who did not get well after they surrendered everything to God. Still, the depression stuck with them even if they prayed a lot. But nung nangyari yung second bout ko ng aking depression, God opened my mind that healing may take the form of a miracle on one hand and a process of going to a doctor or a life coach on the other hand. Both are still the work of God. Both are still gifts of healing from God. So aside from going to God, ng unang ginawa ko, I also went to a doctor for help. I took the medicines prescribed of me. I followed his advice. I humbled myself by accepting his decision how many medicines should I take, when I should take it, and when should I stop it. But I did not just confine my healing to what the doctors gave me. I also sought ways to fast track my healing. How? I sought healing through a life coach. I went through discovery of myself and I was able to identify my irritations, my red flags. Ngayon, alam niyo mga kapatid, I know how to determine the red flags every time my depression rears its ugly head. I know how to process what I feel and find solutions to these ugly feelings and experiences I go through. One of the wonderful help of coaching and my relationship with God ay nangyari when my mother died. How I handled myself when my mother died. Para sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam, 3 days ago, as I speak to you today, we just buried my mother. You see, the death of my mother came as a surprise. My mother died of a stroke last March 21. On Friday, March 20 in the evening, nag-uusap pa kami eh. We were both laughing on something. And then Saturday morning, she took a bath at nung natapos na siyang naligo, she had a stroke. She died. So they called me up and after knowing that she died so suddenly, alam nyo, gumuho yung aking mundo. I could not eat. I could not think. I was irritable. Hindi ako makatulog. So sabi ko, the first thing that I need to do is to accept that my mother is gone. So I went to our room and I told myself, Sam, kinausap ko yung sarili ko eh. Sabi ko, Sam, your mother died. I understand you and your feelings. You are sad and you need to grieve. Grieve if you must, but you need to get hold of your life. Because eto yung na-realize ko eh. My mother will not be able to rest peacefully if I could not accept her death. If I again wallow into depression. Because I believe deep in my heart, my mother is now in a better place because she's now with my Father and with Jesus, my God. I cried a lot. I respected my feelings. I cried a lot because I needed the purification brought about by crying, by tears. And I prayed a lot for my mother too. And I journaled also my prayers and my emotions. I avoided the red flags. And thankfully, I was able to carry myself. My emotions and my mind during the wake were in control. I was grieving, but I was functioning. Even today, my friends, I'm still grieving, but I am functioning. I am able to verbalize my emotion. That is why I'm able still to do my work and my ministry. Kakaiba nung namatay yung father ko because lamay pa lang, during the wake pa lang, I was already depressed. So, let me go back. After getting the help, the next thing that you need to do is to get support. Friends, to win over depression, you need to have group of supporters. The first support came from my family. So, yan din ang advice ko sa inyo. The first support should come from your family. Alam nyo, I'm so lucky that I have my wife and my children and my siblings as my number one support group. They were the ones who brought me to the doctor. And it was my wife who brought the book, which led me to the feast. And she also was the one who suggested that we go through coaching as a couple. Ang laking tulong ang mga yon because they ushered me towards my healing and victory over depression. The second support group that I have is my spiritual family, the Light of Jesus family, and the feast. Through our small group gatherings, I am able to open up my problems to my friends and my victories and my failures. Alam nyo, pag ang ginagawa namin during our LG meet, yung small group sessions namin, we pray for one another, we tell our frustrations to one another, we help and support one another. So yun po, one of the great benefits of having a spiritual family sa akin, kitang-kita ko to, klarong-klaro ito was when my mother died. Builders from all over the Philippines called, texted me, and messaged me. Some even offered financial help. You see, I could not thank them enough. They were Jesus to me, hugging me during the most difficult time in my life. Life is much better and happier and easier with my spiritual family backing me up. So, after seeking help and getting a support group, the next step is to be vigilant. Yes! Nung gumaling ako sa first bout of depression, ng depression ko, ang alam ko, hindi na ako magiging depressed ulit. That I will not get depressed again. I was overly confident. I became proud. I became self-sufficient. Nakalimutan ko yung grace of healing I received in my first bout of depression. I abused myself with work, sa aking profesyon bilang abogado at sa ministry. Hindi ako nagpapainga. I did not rest. I did not listen to my body. And then slowly, my depression crept in. Nung nagkaroon ng problema sa aming grupo sa Tugigaraw, because some servants left our group, and that led me that really devastated me kasi na-divide yung grupo. Hurting, I still plowed ahead. I still plowed ahead. But then I kept things on myself. I did not share my burden. My self-confidence bumagsak. I kept blaming myself. And then nagkasakit yung tatay ko. I was not even with him when he died. And I was really torn. Talagang bumagsak na naman ako. Self-hatred, hopelessness, extreme sadness, guilt. Yun yung mga bumagsak sa akin. I did crazy things and my family got affected. So after the burial of my father, I again went to a doctor. I was again prescribed with medicines na sa tingin ko hindi ko na iti-take. I went on leave for 2 months in our ministry. I asked my associates in the law office to take over my cases. Alam nyo, it was a good thing that my spiritual family again came to the rescue. They prayed for me, they rallied for me until I was able to get back on my feet again. Tapos, my silent retreat na pinuntahan ko, organized by the North Luzon District ng Light of Jesus Family. Doon, alam nyo, nag-one-on-one kami ng Diyos. I poured my heart out to God, and God slowly revealed Himself to me again. His love, His forgiveness, and His mercy. And after the silent retreat, my wife and I went to a couple coach who worked with us in improving ourselves and our relationship. So in my coaching session, ang dami ko natutunan doon. I learned to identify my irritations, my weaknesses, and my strengths. It was a way of looking at myself in a new lens because I have a better view of myself. I prayed hard to God to lead me towards healing and renewal, and He never failed me. Through prayers and through my coach, I was able to get rid of my medicines again in a very short period of time. Ngayon, I am free of my depression, I am free of those medicines, and I am free of my illness. So, what did I learn from that episode in my life? Friends, eto yun. I learned to accept that depression is part of my existence, but it is up to me to control it, to defeat it, to bury it. I have identified the red flags and I am able to avoid yung mga red flags na yon. For example, one red flag is my inability to sleep. Pag hindi na ako makatulog, I right away confront myself. Saan ba nanggagaling yung sleeplessness ko? And then usually, I see a problem, I see a stress, I see a feeling, I see a sin that is not resolved or that is not addressed. Friends, to defeat the enemy called depression, being able to stop your medication doesn't mean victory already. That is just the first step. Victory happens when you are able to get on with your life and not allow depression to strike you again. You need to be vigilant. Know your red flags. Know kung kailan ka ulit magiging biktima ng depresyon at alam mo kung ano ang gagawin mo. First step is acceptance. Second is decision. Third is action. And now the fourth, service. To defeat depression, you must serve. Lumabas ka sa iyong self-imposed isolation. Go out from the lockdown you have imposed upon yourself. Even if your body and your mind refuse, have the will to go out and serve. Friends, this will hasten your healing. That's what I did. Sa second bout ng aking depression, even though I was in doubt of myself, even though I had a very low self-esteem, I still went out to serve in the ministry and I even joined events of the Integrated Board of the Philippines, Cagayan Chapter. Sumasali ako sa mga events doon. I did the simple task of attending the feast and fixing the chairs after. Ako din yung nagpe-prepare ng lugar kung saan magpa-practice yung mga music ministry namin. All this I did even if I was depressed. Isa pa, hindi ako tumigil sa aking trabaho. I also constantly brought my children to school. I have to drag my feet to act. And then slowly, I began to enjoy what I was doing. And here's the miracle. Because of what I went through, I became a life coach. I became a better husband and a father. I emerged a better leader. Mga kapatid, mga kaibigan, depression does not rule over me. Depression does not define me. I rule over my depression. I define my depression based on my terms and my own rules. Question: how and where should you serve? Eto, simple lang. Find a spiritual family or an organization na tanggap ka for who you are and what you are. For me, alam nyo, I'm so lucky. I found the delight of Jesus family and the feast. This spiritual family is God's gifts to me. The point here is find a group or an organization where you can serve. Because the more you soak in your own corner, the more you will plummet towards depression. Let me summarize things. Let me go back to my three questions at the start of my talk and let me answer them one by one. If you are a bipolar or a person afflicted with severe depression, who do you choose to become while our world is being raised by COVID-19 pandemic? When I had my depression, I choose to defeat and overcome that illness. I refuse to be its slave. Instead, I choose to be its master. I choose not to label myself as depressed. I was able to remove that label. So while this pandemic called COVID-19 is raising our world, I choose not to be affected by it. I choose to control my fears. I choose to use my mind and to use my faith in safeguarding myself and my family. I choose to control my depression even while the world is full of fear and anxiety because I always choose victory. Number two, what are the things I learned when I was in the peak of my depression? I learned important lessons to defeat my depression, which I have just shared with you today. But more importantly, I learned more about myself and the ways to manage and control and defeat my depression. Ito pa, ang natutunan ko, I learned that God, no matter who you are and what you are, mahal ka pa rin niya. God still loves you and God can still use you. Just say yes to Him and cooperate with Him. Number three, how can you grow while you are battling your own depression and while our world is battling this pandemic? Alam nyo, at the peak of my depression, I learned that acceptance is the first key towards healing, and second is the decision to overcome it. From that, I took action, and from that, I was able to emerge a better person. I became a better leader, a life coach, a better husband, and a better father. In these extraordinary times, listen, my friends, in these extraordinary times will teach you and me a lifetime learning that will change us forever. So how will these learnings apply to you if you are not suffering depression? Baka sinasabi nyo, what's the use of this video? What's the use of this talk? Hindi naman ako nagsasuffer ng depression. Pero gusto kong tanungin kayo. I want to ask you three questions. Number one, what do you choose to become while you are going through quarantine and lockdown due to this pandemic? And during this lockdown and quarantine, what are the things that you learned that can make your life more meaningful and significant? And number three, how can you grow to the person you want to be while our world is battling COVID-19 and we are ordered to stay at home? Importante yung mga tanong na yon because the answer to those questions will give you a lifetime learning that will change you forever. Thank you for watching. My name is Coach Attorney Sam Agalos. If you need coaching about mental wellness, family relationship, career choice and advancement, or any legal issues affecting your relationship, you may reach me through my Facebook or Messenger account, Samuel Agalos, or through my email flash on your screen, or I'll just dictate it to you, sagalos at yahoo.com, or through my mobile number 0917-572-5558. You may also visit our coaching hub, the DCAP Republic, located at Pioneer Center Compound, Capitolio, Pasig City. And this is open 24/7, and we are offering coaching service on demand. You may call us 0917-586-1661 or visit Life Coach Philippines or www.globalcoachentrepreneur.org to know more about life coaching and life coach certification program. This has been Coach Sam saying God bless you and to God be the glory. Thank you for watching.
Wow. Wow. That is hello, Coach Timuel. Can't hear you. But for those of you who are watching, that is just Coach Samuel, Attorney Samuel. Hello, Coach Lem. Are you there?
Yes, yes. I think
Yes.
I muted my mic accidentally. So yes, that was really a very very powerful talk, and really it gives us I think Coach Sam for really being vulnerable. You know, yung kinekwento niya yung sarili niya, then there is being authentic of himself. That's really inspiring na, you know, from the beginning up to the end, I feel the inspiration.
It's alam mo ang daming laman. It's really a powerful testimony. Really means kailangan talaga ng maraming testing because you know the testimony, the root word there is test, and Coach Sam is really filled with life testings. Three in life coaching we call that altering events. Three
Mm-hmm.
altering events in his life, and he was able to encapsulate it in less than an hour talk. And grabe. As in, very, very meaty. So, Coach, let us discuss the insights that you received from the powerful talk as he shared to us how he defeated the giant called depression.
Yeah, so I think one thing that I was really stunned about is yung ano yung sinasabi na I chose victory. You know what? And then yung sinasabi niya na I master my depression. So ako yung nagbibigay ng rules and regulations, laws over my depression.
Coach, wait. Ang ganda ng sinasabi mo. Ilayo mo lang ng konti yung mic mo. Kasi medyo, ayan, sige, yan.
Okay, okay na, coach.
Yan, better. Okay, continue.
So sabi ko nga I think yung ano yung gustong-gusto ko dito is I chose victory, yung sinabi ni Coach Attorney Sam that um I am the master. I become the master of my own depression. So I ruled over my depression. I have the rule. I have the law over it. So something that is really like, you know, yun yung pinaka para sa akin yun yung pinaka gist ng um 30 to 45 minutes na talk niya about this, that we have that power to really choose our own victory over anything else, pandemic man yan, um sitwasyon
Depression
man
man.
natin sa buhay natin yan, depression man yan. So I really like it, the how uh, he said it. And then yung sabi niyang dalawang point na yung process na yon,
Uh-huh.
he was able to learn about himself and realize that no matter what, God's love you.
Wow. Before I share mine, can we just read the comments from our audience, starting from yes, from Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. She says, Coach A, well done, sister. I believe she heard the story, the testimony. That's why Coach Candy Tang said, powerful intro. Kay Coach Glenda Cruz, a needed surrender. Yeah, and then she followed it up by blessings and healing to you, Coach. Thank you, Coach Glenda. And then, of course, acceptance by Coach Candy. Coach Glenda emphasized the next step that Coach Sam did, action, multi-approach. And for Coach Glenda, wow, Coach Glenda is really amazing insight, Coach. Depression as part of our existence, but it is ours to control it. Be vigilant and know red flags in action and serve. All right. These yes, of course, from their coach, Coach Tindi Hoya. Powerful sharing. Thank you, Coach Sam, for trusting the process. And of course, Coach Kay Zabala, I choose victory. And Coach Glenda again, he mastered this condition with I don't know, it's strong approach.
Yeah.
Amazing. So, back to his back to his talk. It's a powerful testimony. Three altering moments in his life: 2010, 2017 to 2018, and then very recent 2020. 2020, he discovered that he is depressed, and that depression caused him to doubt himself, to lose his self-confidence, and eventually it led him to hurt himself, and that is by getting his gun and trying to kill him. It's a good thing
Mm-hmm.
hindi pumutok, and it's a good thing the wife intervened. I believe, to sum it up, what happened to him is really a divine intervention, a divine healing, wherein we can see, I love what he said, God works miraculously and ordinarily. Let me repeat that. He said that God works in both ways, miraculously, because that was the first time he encountered this healing. And then on the second, ordinarily. I'm not saying doctors and life coaches are ordinary people, but in that sense, he's administering his healing by the use of those senses that we have. We can see a life coach, we can hear a life coach. So, coach, let us discuss the stones, if I may say, the
Mm-hmm.
stones that he used in killing the giant called depression. I'm coming in a point of view wherein David used a
Oh yeah.
stone to kill
Mm-hmm.
Goliath,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you know the story, David picked 5 stones. He picked 5 stones, but Coach Attorney Sam, he gave us
Uh,
4 stones, if
for
I may. All right?
yeah.
He said
Yeah.
acceptance. Tell me something about it. What is your insight about that? Acceptance.
I think from the very beginning, yun yung pinakamaganda niyang message eh. Outright, the intro was about surrender and submission.
All right?
Because it's you cannot really you cannot be healed if you not will it. If you did not submit, if you don't surrender yourself, if you don't accept both in your mind, in your faith, that that your mind, your faith and God is stronger than any of the depression, as Coach Sam said.
That's why I love his vulnerability, because to some it's foolishness to admit that he has a depression and a bipolar condition, because he's a lawyer. That could be used against him. But that's
Mhm.
very powerful when he said acceptance. Hindi ka pwedeng gumaling hanggat hindi mo tinatanggap na may problema ka. Well, we have
Mhm.
this saying, I don't know if it's a Filipino saying, it's hard to face the problem when the problem is your face. O, di ba?
Yeah.
Mabuti na lang, hindi natin problema yon. Amen?
Amen.
Well, I love that. Acceptance. That's one powerful stone. Tanggapin mo na may problema ka, and yes, you are right. Very, very concrete picture of vulnerability. And that
Mhm.
is the culture and the value that we promote here in our tribe as
Right.
a life coach.
Mhm.
Vulnerability really is a potent tool in battling this giant called depression.
Depression. Mhm.
And then he talked about decision. Come on, tell me about the decision, coach, the insight about that, na sinabi niya.
So napakaganda dito kasi after you have actually accepted your situation, as I said, the first step towards healing is to accept that you are sick. Then
Mm-hmm.
you will have a very wise decision. Okay, if this is my situation right now, then what would be my decision in order to really battle with my situation, with my depression. So yun yung yun yung pinakamaganda doon sa sinabi ni Coach
And
Attorney
then
Sam.
he pointed out maraming talaga, sabi niya, hanggang acceptance lang. But they are not deciding. All right?
Mhm.
And that's what significant about his narrative, significance about his testimony is that, yeah, I'm sick. Yeah, I'm depressed. Yes, I am bipolar. Now, I have to make a decision. Kaya yung laging sinasabi nila I choose to win. I choose to defeat this depression. And then he goes on by saying action,
Mhm.
acceptance, decision, and then he needs to act. And because he accepted that he's sick and he decided that his sickness will not define him, which is very powerful, diba? And then he
Mhm.
thought, I need to get action. I need to get I need to get help. And
Mhm.
that's the time he discovered, he was being brought to the doctor, binigyan siya ng tawag dito, binigyan siya ng mga gamot.
Medicine. Aha.
Yeah, the first help na pinuntahan niya is doktor, which is
Mhm.
very, very usual and normal. Di ba?
Yes,
But
pagka mayroon
then,
ka pupunta sa doktor.
correct. And then God led him. It's, alam mo, in listening to his talk, it's really the wife who is playing the second Holy Spirit.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because it's his wife who introduced him to the feast. Diba? It's because of that
With a
book.
book. With a book.
Yes. Kaya nga the healing that takes place in his life is both miraculously and ordinarily, but God works in both ways because he's God. He's
Mhm.
God. Yeah. Any medium that he wants to use, he can do
Yeah.
that.
And parallel to that, yung sinasabi niya na healing is actually in different forms. So it's
All
not just
right.
about the medicine, di ba? Hindi lang yung medicine, it's about yung doon sa book, yung sa feast, and then afterwards yung bumalik na naman yung depression niya, yung life coaching naman ngayon. And he was saying na iba-iba talaga yung forms ng healing. And yeah, ang sabi niya doon, yung as a result, na-identify niya ngayon kung ano yung mga red flags niya. And he was able to process himself.
Alam mo coach no, baka kasi na-miss nung mga tao, but I would like to re-emphasize it na when he surrendered his sickness to God, when he surrendered his life to God through the feast, okay, by his decision, by faith, he stopped his medicine.
Mhm.
Diba? But sabi niya, binigyan niya ng stern warning. Sa kanya lang yon. And
Mhm.
he is not advising it to everyone because personally, nagkamali din ako in my
Mhm.
lifetime, in my time as a pastor. I'm still a pastor. Nagkamali din ako na, sige, i-ano natin yung faith mo, but without the approval of the doctor. But it worked for him. So I just want to emphasize, for those of you who's a person of faith and you're suffering from depression, bipolar, or anxiety, We do not suggest that you stop that medication. Okay? And that is also the suggestion or the stern warning of Coach Sam. It is between you and God. All right?
Mhm. Yeah, that's true.
And then, sinabi mo kanina nagkaroon bumalik. Bumalik yung
Aha,
depression niya.
bumalik. Yep.
Yeah, bumalik kasi mayroong nangyari. Anong nangyari?
So parang hindi siya, yun yung point niya na kailangan maging vigilant tayo. Akala natin victory happens when you actually when akala natin na nagme-medicate na tayo, okay na
Mm,
tayo. Is that okay na, we already the winner. But actually, it is about really being vigilant of your red flags. Ano yung mga triggers mo? Para
yeah,
at least you
yeah.
can process yourself by yourself. So yun yung ano niya. And then, actually sabi niya rin, you really have to look for support. Na yun nga, kung
Mm,
makikita mo sa kwento niya, dalawa yung in-emphasize niya doon. Although isa lang yun actually, coach, is more of, the term is family. But
family.
he was able to identify it, yung talagang family niya, yung personal family niya, as well as yung spiritual family.
Correct, 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 correct. And then he goes on by saying, 'di ba, na kasi nga sa dulo sinabi niya, eh ano ba naman ang mangyayari dito because wala naman kaming depression. Ang galing niya nga, he was able to shift it because he's coming in a space na may depression siya. And then sa dulo, ano ba? Ano bang koneksyon? Hindi naman kami nade-depress, hindi naman kami nangyayaring itong ganito. Same stones that he used in defeating depression and bipolar and anxiety is the same stones that he's proposing to us in this middle of pandemic, in this middle of COVID-19, in this season of great shifting, all right, we need to use the same thing that he have used in battling depression, and that
Mhm.
is acceptance. May problema tayo. Anong problema? Talagang tumigil ang mundo, nabago ang mundo ng COVID-19 na ito. Correct, Coach
Yeah,
Samuel?
yeah. Yes, and
Okay.
then after that, ano yung decision na gagawin natin? Okay, may problema tayo. This is the pandemic right now. We have the COVID-19. What decision are we making based doon sa talk ni Coach Sam? And then afterwards, kung may decision ka na, then what would be the action na gagawin natin doon
Yeah,
sa
yeah.
COVID-19?
Tapos 'di ba? Balikan natin yung desisyon, 'di ba? Kasi 'di ba, laging tanong ng mga speaker natin is what are you becoming in this season? 'Di ba?
Mhm,
So I
mhm,
guess
mhm.
that's the decision na dapat nating pag-isipan. And then action. Balik tayo ron sa pangalun yung sinabi. Anong aksyon ang ginagawa mo na pag lumabas ka rito, you're not the same person na pumasok ka nitong great shift na ito.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, I think that's always been a repetitive message ng ating mga coaches. And then I think so okay, may COVID-19 tayo ngayon. And then after that, what next? I think napaka-clear doon sa sinabi ni Coach Sam that we should be vigilant. We should
Mhm.
be vigilant about, of ourselves, of everything else around, because it
Consistent.
might be the same as COVID-19. There might be another one,
Yes,
right?
yes, definitely. Kasi nga, it's what's happening right now could happen right now. Sabi nga ni Solomon, nothing is new under the sun. Pwedeng mangyari at mangyari ulit. So, yung pang-apat na binigay niyang stone is serve.
Yes,
Diba?
service.
And, alam mo, life coach talaga. Ang sabi niya, yes, you have a condition. Yes, we have a challenge right now as the world experiencing this. But you should get out from your self-made isolation. Hindi ibig sabihin hindi ka na makakapag-serve. That is what we're
Mm.
doing right now. Imagine
Mhm,
this.
mhm.
We are limited. I don't know if you have your quarantine pass. Ikaw lang ba yung nakakalabas?
Oh, may quarantine pass ako.
Ayan, di ba? May in-invite nga akong isa kong kaibigan na life coach, sabi niya, yun lang husband niya lang daw ang may quarantine pass. So hindi. But look at this, no? Acceptance, decision, action, and serve. We
Mhm.
are on quarantine. We are limited but not restricted. We're
Mhm.
able to do this global virtual coaching summit too. And this is a way of serving. This is how our master coach A offers the service of life coach here in the Philippines by hosting, by giving this for free. As a matter of fact, the first global virtual coaching summit has a payment, Coach Lemuel. Are you aware of that?
Yep.
May
Yeah.
bayad. But in this season, Coach A says, this is our service. 40 change agents speaking empowerment, speaking hope, telling about powerful stories, telling about life coach. We're giving this for free for 2 days. So in this note, we are serving and we are serving in the middle of this crisis.
Yes, yes, yes. To that coach. A very big yes to that. Napakaganda ano na yung sinabi niya talaga na ni coach attorney Sam
Coach
about
Attorney Sam.
about service. You are not bounded. Quarantine ka but then you are not closed lang talaga. Hindi ka limited to that. Yung sinabi niyo nga coach na hindi tayo restricted. We can be able to serve our community.
Yan. And to end this, no, can you share your uh, final insights before we go on to the next speaker, Coach Lemuel?
Yeah, so I think my final insight here sa talk na to is that really yung sinabi ko na kanina na may freedom to choose our own victory. We have to always choose our victory by by the stones na binaton ni Coach Sam about acceptance,
Mhm.
decision, action, and service.
Yan. Again, my final thoughts, but uh, very powerful talk from Coach Attorney Sam. In this season that we're experiencing a pandemic, in the season that we are experiencing a pause, a big pause, the world will never be the same again. And that is why we really need support. And according to his talk, one of the best support that he got is being under a life coach. As a matter of fact, the two of them underwent a coaching session with a very close friend of ours, Coach Sean
Mm-hmm.
and Coach Steen.
Mm-hmm.
The life coach was used by God to administer a better healing. Why did
Mm-hmm.
I say better healing? Because on the first healing that he experienced, it is about miraculously. All of a sudden, nawala. He made use of his faith. But then something happened, he was made aware of his red flag. Yung sabi niya nga, hindi na siya nakakatulog. Yung may nangyari, namatay yung father niya. And that is the time God led them to a life coach. And by meeting a life coach, by undergoing a session for life coach, eto na, lalo silang nangging magaling. And that is why, sinasabi ko kanina, tatlo yung altering moment event.
Mm-hmm.
Tatlo yung altering moment event nila. Kasi nga, a couple of days ago, his mother died.
Mm-hmm.
And lumabas mga nun sa GC natin, and we have extended our condolences to him. But
Mm-hmm.
because of the miraculous and ordinary healing that he experienced, miraculous by faith and ordinarily by using a life coach, he was able to weather, or he was able, sabi niya nga, to flow this kind of challenges or testing that's happening to him. In the same way with our audience, COVID-19 is very challenging. Pag hindi ka na-challenge, ewan ko na lang. Okay? It's very challenging. Okay? Seek God's help. and then seek the help of a life coach. We will be back for the next speaker. We will be having a 5 minute break. Okay? Bye bye. See you later.
Hello.
Hello, hello. We're back. We're back again. Hello, Coach Lemuel.
Hello, Coach Pastor Alan, and I think we're coming back to our last speaker for today.
And yes, before you introduce our speaker for today, welcome everyone to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. This is a 40-hour run that will continue until today. We started yesterday at 12 midnight and we will end today at 4 p.m. We're in each and every one of us will be hearing 40 changed agents, 40 transformational messages, and 40 hours of non-stop learning. By the way, for those of you who have a YouTube account, we are streaming on this two YouTube channel, Coach A and Coach AI Connect. The Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2 is brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the tribe of life coaches certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder, CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. We have a local coaching hub here at D Cup Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner, Master Coach A. My name is Coach Pastor Ronald Alan Balang, an apprentice of Master Coach A, and I am your host for this segment.
And I am Coach Lem, co-hosting segment 8 with Coach Pastor Alan. And today we have four speakers per segment, and we are already on the segment 8. And we are on our fourth speaker, who is also a certified life coach. And our speaker for today loves swimming, but don't know how to swim. And and she is known as Cherry Godmother without a wand. Okay, and she is a mother of five kids, supposed to have half dozen, but now legated.
Wow. I'm excited to hear this talk because the title of our talk is Rising Up with Him Using ROI. Let me repeat that. Rising Up with Him Using ROI. A short talk on how to rise up with the Almighty God after the global pandemic crisis. And according to her, she's using the Kapihan Night Talk of Master Coach A, COVID-19 ROI, or Return of Insights. Ladies and gentlemen, our fourth speaker for segment 8, Coach Cherry Mendel. Roll video.
Coach Cherry G from Bicol Region. I'm a certified life coach. I am a change agent. My topic for today is all about faithful rising from the space of isolation. This talk is all about rising up after this global pandemic crisis that we are facing. So I want you to ponder for two questions. So my question is, how was your faith during this crisis? Number two, how can you be a person that is full of faith? So stay tuned and I will be. Hi everyone, this is Coach Georgie. I am presenting now my topic, Faithful Rising from the Space of Isolation. I want to start my topic with definition. What is faith? Faith is the assurance that the things revealed and promised in the Word are true, even though unseen, and gives the believer a conviction that what he expects in faith will come to pass. Faith is the tangible essence of what is hoped for, so tangible that the faith itself is the evidence or reality of those things that are not yet visible. In other words, it becomes so tangible that you now possess it. It becomes a reality in the spiritual realm. But without faith, it is impossible to please Him. For he who comes to God must believe that He is, and that He is a rewarder of those who diligently seek Him. From Hebrews chapter 11, verse 6. I have here a reason to trust God in the midst of crisis. When life gets messy, it's natural for us to get stressed, angry, or bitter. We often blame God on every misfortune that happened. We seek for His presence but fail to recognize. But in this kind of circumstances, we must know that most of the time that trouble comes, God wants to sharpen us, mold us, and transform us into something greater. He wants us to see a side of Himself that we haven't yet seen. And He wants others to see the amazing things He can do in our lives when we trust Him with the mess. So we might as well respond the way He delivers so He can get out of the mess. So the number one reason to trust God in the midst of crisis is God is more compassionate than you realize. In Psalm chapter 56, verse 8, tells that God not only sees our tears, He collects them. That means my heart and yours is more precious to Him when we can imagine. That kind of response from Him means He's trustworthy to work our situation out for our best. The second reason to trust God in midst of crisis is your situation didn't take God by surprise. Just because it caught you off guard doesn't mean that God was clueless too. From Psalm chapter 139 tells us that God is familiar with all our ways, where we've been, what we're doing now, and where we're going. Before there is a word on our tongues, He knows it. I'm
And we are back.
Yes.
for for all of our viewers, we just have to we let you the reason why the sudden interruption of the message of Coach Sherry is because of the technical difficulties. As we are all aware right now, is the almost all of the world right now are using the World Wide Web, and meron nagkakaagawan talaga ng signal, nagkakaagawan talaga ng mga data. So Coach Lemuel, we for all of our viewers, we will have a break, and then we will gather the speakers. Hopefully we will gather the two of the speakers so that they could join us in our panel, and we will upload the video later
Mm.
when the technicalities is being resolved. Again, we apologize for that part. So we will be back in a 5 to 10 minute break for the panel. See you later. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Coach Michelle.
Hi,
We're
Hello
Coach
back.
po.
Michelle.
Can
Thank
you hear
you
me? Can you
for
hear me?
yes, yes. We can hear. Can you speak, Coach Michelle?
Can you, ano po?
Yan. Malinaw, malinaw,
We
malinaw.
can
Okay, can
hear
you
you.
hear me well?
Kapag
Ako
malayo ka,
lang? Nasaan
oh,
yung iba?
lapit ka ng konti para kasi medyo nagfi-feedback.
Okay.
Yan. Ayan. You look greater pag mas malapit. Talagang support na support
I
ka
look
ni
the
Habi
same.
kanina eh. Oo nga, you have the same. Sige, ganito, Coach Lemuel, no? Let us
Mhm.
explain to our audiences. Again, the last video, nagkaroon lang tayo ng technical difficulties and we will be uploading it once the glitch has been addressed. And right now we are blessed and fortunate to have one of the speakers among the four during the segment 8, and she's Coach Michelle. And eventually, Mami, Coach Sherry will come in. We're just fixing some glitch, lalong-lalo na kasi she's from Tacloban eh. So,
I
ina inaayos natin yung signal. Okay. Sige. Sorry, hindi pala sa Tacloban, Bicol, Bicol.
Bicol. Yeah, Bicol. She
Thank
is my
you.
kababayan.
Oh, kababayan talaga, no? Okay, okay. Sige, let's go on with this powerful panel. We have four powerful speakers. So, Coach Miss Michelle, can you please share to us how did you feel in doing that talk? Anong naramdaman mo noon?
yes. Well, while doing it kasi I've been
Hello, Coach
Hello, Coach.
Michelle. Coach
Yun yung
what I
Michelle.
did was I've created the yes. Am I back?
Medyo can you ah, yan, sige. Can you use a headset, Coach Michelle?
Okay, hold on.
Sige. Ayan, so while we're waiting for Coach Michelle, nakakuha ka naman na ng konting insight dun sa talk ni Coach Sherry, no?
yeah,
Coach
nagsimula
Lemuel.
siya doon sa tinatawag na ang gusto ko doon yung God actually sharpen and to transform us. And
Oo,
natapos siya doon sa compassion.
oo nga. Very, very powerful eh. Are you all right now, Coach Michelle? Ayan, ikinakabit pa lang niya.
Yun talaga nagpapatunay, Coach, na we're alive.
Yeah. We are live and this is not recorded.
Okay. Coach?
Ayan. Yes.
Ayan.
Okay.
Clear?
Share
All
to
right.
us. Yan. Clearer. Better.
Better. All right. Well, when I did that kasi parang it's a daily process for me. I mean, kumaga parang continuous yung pagre-create ko sa kanya. I think when Coach A asked me like Sunday or Saturday last week,
Mm.
and then the whole week, well, I was preparing then since yun nga, I have to work during night. So very limited then
yung time, no? So when I was doing it, it's like an everyday insight. Like I look at my kids, my family. Well, whenever I go outside, somehow magpapahangin or magpapaaraw. So it's a daily process for me. So parang sabi ko parang it's not a bad thing at all eh. Ito yung
Uh-huh.
nangyayari. So parang when I look deeper talaga in my everyday, the whole time na ginagawa ko yung content, dun ko na-realize na parang ang ganda, kumbaga this isn't a bad thing at all yung nangyari sa atin. So what I did is parang sino ba talaga tayo after this? Parang ano yung magbabago sa atin? So why not a better version of us? Since ang ganda eh, ang ganda ng araw, ang sarap ng hangin. For me personally, I'm looking for a better upcoming days ahead of us after this. So, parang hindi ko kasi ine-entertain yung bad side. Although, yeah, ang daming sa news
Mhm.
na
Yes,
parang
yes.
sobrang daming naghihirap and all that. Well, I acknowledge those, no? Parang mahirap din talaga yung kung nasa posisyon ka nila. So, we are blessed kasi parang somehow parang we're not thinking of yung parang say for example sa food so for
Mm-hmm.
the family parang you're not parang wala ka sa battle na iisipin mo kung ano yung kakainin mo mamaya bukas. So parang I'm just so grateful sa buhay na meron ako ngayon and somehow parang gusto kong ma-share na while instead of you entertain the bad side of it, why
Yes.
don't you be
Mhm.
grateful na lang din on what's coming up next and nasa kamay pa rin natin kung or decision pa rin natin, choice pa rin natin kung paano natin dadalhin yung buhay natin towards up to the end of this pandemic.
Oh,
And
wow,
and
wow.
Coach Michelle, while doing the talk, what the process? Ano yung naramdaman mo doon sa process ng paggagawa, prepare ng mga talk? How do you feel about it?
Well, yun nga, full of gratefulness lang din
Mhm.
talaga eh. Parang mas na-appreciate ko talaga yung buhay na parang everything is a reset. So, parang lahat money doesn't, yung value ng money, hindi ganun ka-valuable ngayon yung money. Kasi even though you have your money right now, nandyan lang yan. Malamang nasa bangko or nasa ano mo lang yan. So, hindi mo talaga siya nagagamit for now. But yun nga, it's more on the deeper side of life na money cannot buy. Kumbaga parang yung mga material things, yung car mo, andyan lang malamang sa garage, parang super mura na ng gas ngayon. Wherein dati, super nararatel tayo, ba't ang mahal ng gas and all that. So parang ngayon, parang yun lang, yung i-value mo lang talaga ngayon is yung moments na parang nasa bahay ka together with your family, your kids, and how you appreciate your life right now. Seeing the news, hearing those news na parang may mga pamilya or may mga tao na nagugutom and all that. So parang dun pa lang makikita mo how great your life is. And 'di ba, sino ka ba naman para magmaktol, mag-complain? I mean, there's a lot of employees right now na nawalan ng trabaho. Marami ring parang ngayon may trabaho ka pa and yet you're still complaining. So parang dun mo makikita na lang dun mo ibe-base talaga na parang ba't ganun yung tao na parang no judgment but may mga
Mm-hmm.
kanya-kanyang pinagdadaanan. But the thing is that yun nga may pinagdadaanan tayo ngayon and I'm sure na etong pinagdadaanan natin will be a preparation talaga for us for a better version of yourself. So kumbaga parang i-enjoy natin, i-seize natin tong moment na to kasi may rason to kung bakit yung buong mundo pinagdadaanan ito.
Wow. Very
Mm.
profound. In a short while, Coach Lemuel and Coach Michelle, one of the segment speakers, say Coach Sherry, will be joining us. So maya maya lalabas na dyan. So Coach Michelle, among the five, diba? The five W's and the one H.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Mm.
Okay. Asan ka ngayon doon? In your current space right now. Ano yung iniikutan mo ron sa lima na yon?
Sa akin yung pinaka-why ko talaga, it's, bakit? Parang very, parang tumatatak sa akin yung why ko. Parang, why? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing all of this? There's something within me talaga na parang, ano ba talaga yung rason bakit ko ginagawa yung mga ginagawa ko ngayon. So parang dun umiikot talaga yung mundo ko ngayon na parang hinahanap ko, well, I think, in my own parang understanding of my life right now and the way I'm saying things, parang kumaga, one step closer. I'm still in a work in progress, no? And I think everybody is. But the thing is that, sobrang natagpuan ko na kasi kung bakit yung mga iba pang napagdaanan ko in the past is parang it connects me here or it directs me here eh. Kumaga sila or yung mga napagdaanan ko in the last past sa ng buhay ko, yun sila yung nag-connect kung nasaan ako ngayon at nagsasalita. And, I want to inspire people talaga. Yun yung pinaka bottom line ng lahat ng
That's the why.
ginagawa ko. Yes.
That-
And I think yun talaga yung pinaka tumatatak in everything I do. Why? Lagi kong sinasabi bakit ko ginagawa to, bakit ko gagawin to. Doon lang. And, I'm very much whenever I found or I find answer in my whys.
Yan. Yun talaga, Coach Michelle, napakaganda kasi pag alam mo kung bakit, yung pinaka-deepest na bakit mo, talagang everything becomes possible. Yung mga
Correct.
sinasabi natin dati na hindi natin kaya, that's quite
Mm-hmm.
very impossible. Yet pag if you know your deepest why, mangyayari at magagawa natin yung mga bagay-bagay um,
Sure. Yes
na
po.
pwede nating gawin actually. So,
Mm-hmm.
what I like the most doon sa ano mo, coach, is about yung tinatawag na brand new beginning, yung when mo,
Yes, yes,
yung
yes.
Yes.
brand new beginning. Um, what are you actually looking for? What is your brand new beginning after this COVID-19?
Well, after this, some part of my well, honestly, personally, meron andun pa din yung parang pagiging somehow parang
Hello?
worldly things in me na parang kailangan little thing like I said, money, okay. Can you
Medyo
hear me,
coach,
coaches?
Yeah.
nagbe-break. Can you repeat
Co-
that, coach?
you're breaking a while back. Probably sa
Oo.
signal, coach.
Okay.
I hope, can you
Can you
repeat
hear
it
me
for the
better now?
audiences?
Please go
Yan,
ahead.
yan, yan, yan.
Paki-repeat.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, yun nga, yung saan na po tayo ulit? I'm sorry.
Since you have your when, so yung when mo, coach, is your a new beginning. I was asking you about what will be your new beginning after this COVID-19 pandemic.
Coaches, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Okay. Well, new beginning talaga. I'll be you mentioned. Yes. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Chop.
Yeah, this is
Am
really
I
challenging.
still cutting in and out?
Mhm, mhm.
Yan, okay na. Yan, 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 yan.
Okay. All right. So yung new beginning ko ngayon, no, what I'm saying is that I'll be cherishing talaga each moment right now kasi parang once na pwedeng mawala lahat. So parang after this or not just after this, even during, I have and I need to cherish each moment talaga in my life. Na yun yung parang pinaka bottom line ng realization ko na parang everything, power, money, fame, lahat yan mawawala in one snap. So what you can, hold on to is your family, your moments, and all that. So yun lang, yung mga precious moment, kailangan natin i-seize lahat yun kasi yung mga dating nagpapaikot sa mundo, like yun nga, yung pera mo,
Mm-mm.
yung kapangyarihan mo, wala one snap, everything can, um, can just mawala lahat, no, na one snap lang. So what we need is to, this is a very humbling experience and we are very lucky enough to experience this kasi kung hindi tayo pinahumble ng pagkakataon na ito, parang hanggang saan ba talaga tayo magiging, should I say, masama sa mundo, like parang nagiging hard na kasi yung mga tao, like ako personally, no, may mga marirealize ka na parang dapat talaga hindi talaga ganon or somehow dapat naging soften yung, I mean soft pa yung heart mo and all that. So yun lang yun parang this is a very humbling experience for the whole world. And this is a very perfect moment na parang mag-start talaga kung ano talaga yung original design natin at kung ano yung pinipili nating pagkatao na meron tayo. Like what I've mentioned last time no, dun sa live interview, parang we are all designed naman din to na mababait na tao. It's just that may mga nangyayaring sitwasyon, circumstances sa buhay natin na nakiging masama tayo or yung reaction natin, the way we react on things. So yun yung mga nagiging parang flaws ng buhay natin. Pero original design natin, we are good. And I know na bawat tao, sino ka man, ano man yung past mo, meron kang kabutihan talaga sa puso mo. And I think this is the perfect time for us to, start a new beginning, ipakita natin sa mundo kung sino tayo. Yun
Alam
po.
mo, thank you Coach Russell and Coach Lemuel. No? It's really synchronized. Yung talk din lalo ni Coach Riquita. Coach Riquita is
Mhm.
from the United States, 'di ba? Her is what are you becoming in this season of rest, in this season of restoration, and then in this season of reset. And the same way with what Coach Michelle is saying, talagang na-humble tayo We are
Yes.
really humble So, Coach, may tatanong lang ako if you don't mind. Medyo mahirap yung tanong
Mhm.
ko, Coach Michelle. Are you ready?
Sige po, sige po.
Okay, okay. Doon sa 5 W and isang H, ano yung pinaka-challenging sa'yo ron at bakit?
Well, siguro yung parang yun din, yung parang where. Parang kasi of course hindi natin alam kung saan tayo pupunta or sa pagkakataon na to walang sure kumbaga there's no assurance kahit sabihin mo na you have your career, you have your job, parang hindi mo alam what will happen next so iniisip ko talaga na parang well it's maybe anxieties na rin no na parang I still have those parang of course kung parang since nasa life coaching na tayo, nalalabanan ko siya somehow. But normally talaga when you do have the current mindset na parang hindi mo din maiiwasan somehow mag-worry kung saan ba after this saan ba tayo pupulutin, no? Hindi natin alam kung along the way matatapos natin to and all that. That's why the parang ang iniisip ko na lang talaga is yung ngayon. And and I'm very much positive, even though parang I don't want to feel to be worried, no, parang I am just being positive that everything will be ending soon. And yung ngayon, kung paano ko i-live yung ngayon ko, kung paano ako mamuhay ngayon, I'm sure ito yung parang pinaka-foundation to where I am going at. And yun po, parang yun lang. It's just, parang as of right now talaga, I'm living in a grateful mindset talaga. And by that, parang sobrang nakokompleto na po ako.
Mhm.
Wow.
Wow, complete Coach Michelle. Coach Michelle, may tanong lang ako na paborito kong tanungin actually to during coaching session. Aside from what you have already said, what is your greatest win in this process? While
Powerful,
doing this
powerful.
coaching? Yeah.
Greatest win sa talk po, or
Yeah,
with this is whole life coaching?
Um,
you could have the satok, and then you can just
Um,
elaborate it probably with the COVID-19
okay.
pandemic by this.
Yes.
but
Well,
before you answer that, coach, before you answer, talagang napaka-supportive nitong Agustus Alejo. At sabi niya, life is full of challenges. The best educator is our experience. Life is too short. Let's enjoy life. Oh.
yeah.
Sige, coach.
Thank you. Well, yun po, parang ang pinaka-win ko talaga to dito is I'm not so used to, recording and all that sa mga social media. But I think everybody needs to be heard talaga. And yun talaga yung pinaka-purpose ko na I want to share my thoughts, and somehow, well, kahit hindi madami, hindi lahat makaka-relate. I know one or two will, have an impact whenever I talk and I speak. So, dun pa lang na nakapag-share ako and na-share ko yung thoughts ko, it's a big win for me. And the whole process, this life coaching, nung napasama ako, natagpuan ko yung tribe, parang I'm very
Mhm.
grateful. Si Coach A, alam niya yan, on how grateful I am. Si Coach Pastor, nasaksihan niyo po yung journey ko on how, di ba, yung process. So, from a cluttered Michelle, and now, still in a work in progress, but yung difference talaga personally, I can feel it, and I'm living into the difference of me right now as of before.
Eh, really, life coaching really works because personally,
Yes, it
I was
does.
there in your certification and wow! Coach
Hello,
Cherry
Hi,
Coach
is
Coach
in
Cherry.
the
Ed.
house. Hello, Coach
Hello
Cherry.
po.
Good morning, Coach
Hello
Sherry.
po. Good morning. Good morning. Good
From
morning,
Bicol, Coach
coaches.
Cherry. Coach Cherry,
Yes
because of
po.
the
Yes po.
technical difficulties that occurred, could you please just tell us about the gist of your talk? Then para pagka in-upload natin, magkakaroon lalo ng mas matinding grasp yung tao. So,
Okay. So, my talk po, coach, is all about being faithful. Uh,
mm,
sa panahon kasi ngayon na crisis, wala naman tayong ibang pwedeng gawin kundi lumapit tayo kay Lord para mas maramdaman natin yung presence niya amidst of the crisis, coach. So, yung talk ko, coach, is merong steps on uh, steps to become faithful, merong ways,
mhm.
merong reasons. So, yun po, coach. It's a short talk, pero sana makatulong. And I just want to speak from my heart. And I agree with Coach Michelle na uh, we need to be heard. And I'm so blessed na yung mga coaches merong ganito, and uh, pati kami na na simpleng mamayan pero meron din palang meron din palang ways para magkaroon kami ng maibahagi sa mga hindi lang sa mga kapwa coaches kundi sa mga nanonood. So, yun po, coach.
Coach Cherry, two
Apa.
things, no? Kapag kasi nga masaya yung background natin, may manok, may ibon, ayan.
Opo.
Talagang very nature. Pag hindi ka
Ay,
nagsasalita, i-mute mo lang yung mic. But I have a follow-up
okay po.
question. Okay, my follow-up question
Opo.
is, what specific solution does your talk presents to the challenges that we're facing right now as a nation? What specific solution that your talk presents to the challenges that we're facing right now as a nation? Kasi hindi natin narinig ng masyado eh. But from that, please share to us.
Okay, coach. Meron po akong isang solusyon. And
Mm-hmm.
ang solution ko po is surrender yourself to the Lord. Yes po.
Coach, can
Sa
you kindly
challenges niyo po.
expound that, Coach, yung surrender? Kasi narinig din natin yan kay Coach
Mhm.
Attorney Sam, di ba, Coach Lemuel?
Yes, yung submit and surrender.
Yes, and I
Ayan.
think kay Coach Riquita rin, submit and surrender. And there is also a portion by Coach Michelle, surrender. And surrender really is a powerful word. So Coach Jerry, kindly expound what surrender is all about.
So, coach, hindi naman tayo bibigyan ni God ng problem kung wala siyang solusyon para dito. So, everything is planned by the Lord. So, we just need to have faith and surrender ourselves kung ano yung plano niya. So, trust tsaka yung faith is very important right now.
Thank you, Coach
And
Jerry.
and Coach Cherry, marhay na aga sa imo and to those
Wow.
so watching there. I just would like to have a follow-up question around the insight of surrendering.
Mhm.
As a coach, Coach Cherry, what have you surrendered, or based on this pandemic that we have experienced right now, what had you been surrendered in your life right now as a result of our COVID-19 pandemic?
So far, coach, before pandemic, hindi ako yung taong although I'm not that kind of religious and spiritual, but I pray to the
Mm-hmm.
Lord. But during this crisis, mas na-mold yung faith ko sa Kanya na everything has a reason. Everything is planned by God. Everything will be okay. We just need to believe in Him and trust Him with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Before we we continue, let us read the following comments from our viewers. Okay, let's read from Coach Glenda de la Cruz. Coach Glenda said, listening to everyone's story is really highlighting to me that our strength and growth stem from a position of vulnerabilities, which I am seeing from all the sharing. I totally agree with that. There is
Very
growth in
much.
uncomfortability. Amen?
Yeah. It's like coach na lagi kong one book na nabasa ko is to be really comfortable with uncomfortable.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. And Coach Candy totally agreed with her comment. Ang sabi ni Coach Candy, yes, Coach Glenda, vulnerability is key. All right. And then we were all work in progress. Coach Michelle, you are not alone. That's from Coach Z. And of course, Coach Candy, thanks for the hashtag surrender. I trust in faith. Okay. So may tanong si Coach Glenda and I pray that yung mga nakikinig din pwedeng sumagot dito. For other listeners who may not have an experience with surrendering, what does surrendering look like? Ayan. Very good question. Sinong gustong mauna? The lady from Bicol or the lady from Ortigas or Makati?
Pasig.
Pasig! Walang tumawa. So, sinong gustong mauna?
Okay, ako,
Okay,
coach.
Sige, si Coach Michelle na
Okay.
raw. Siya una nagsalita.
Sige.
alright. Sige po. Well, for me kasi surrendering is trusting the process eh. So, yun pa lang, yun yung lagi kong iniisip sa ngayon. When you surrender things, you let things flow, you let your heart grow, and, just enjoying eh. When you surrender, hindi mo iisipin kung saan ka tutungo or kung anong mangyayari. So it's a worry-free life when you surrender. And yun nga, when you trust the process, you have faith and you are faithful. And I think surrendering, yun yung magiging parang free-flowing na buhay na gusto mo. And when you surrender din talaga, parang it will elevate you or it will take you away from a full of worry life, going dun sa life na parang let just things flow, easy ka lang, relax ka lang, may plano sa'yo, at I'm sure maganda yung patutunguhan mo. Hindi mo kailangang mabahala or mag-worry kasi merong magandang buhay na nakalaan sa'yo.
Wow, surrendering. Thank you. What about you, Coach Cherry G?
So, I totally agree with Coach Michelle na yun talaga yun eh. When you surrender, you are trusting everything. You are trusting the process. And hindi mo mararamdaman yung panic because you surrender.
Mhm.
You know that God has plans. So, yun po.
Alam mo, I would like to add to those insights from these two wonderful coaches. Kasi nag-comment din yung isa nating life coach, na si Coach Candy, #surrender. I think a couple of days ago, she asked me a question, what's the difference between surrender and submission? So, dahil ito sports buff to si Coach Candy, may alam sa sports. I came in to the point na sa UFC, yung mixed martial arts. You're familiar with that, coaches?
Yeah.
Okay. So sabi ko, in the mixed martial arts, there is a difference between surrender and submission. Kasi pag submission, okay, nag-submit ka kasi mapapahamak ka, nag-submit ka pero lumalaban ka pa rin. Kaya nga parang defeated by submission. Ito yung mga nag-tap. Suko na ako. Pero ang tawag talaga ron is submission. Kasi sukul ka na masasaktan ka, mababalian ka. But in this talk that we are having right now is that we are really coming to a point in the posture of surrender na alam mo may magagawa ka pero magta-trust ka ron sa process kasi once you trust the process, just like what Coach Michelle have mentioned about, is that it will flow di ba? It will flow. In surrendering, you need more of the trust, not faith.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I agree.
You need more of trust, not faith, because iba yung naniniwala ako, that's faith, from nagtitiwala ako, that's trust. That is why lahat tayo dito certified life coach and karamihan ng nakikinig dito, that is why it's very important, day one of our certification, we have been trained to trust. Ano yung activity natin? Faith walk or trust walk?
Trust.
Trust walk. Because in surrendering, you need more of a trust. I'm not disregarding faith because that's the talk of Coach Sherry. Di ba? Faith is the only one that pleases God. Yun yung talk mo in Hebrews 6 something. Correct, Coach Sherry?
Yes.
But God wants us to trust Him. And in surrendering, that is where trust. Galing ng mga discuss
Wow.
natin.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Amen,
So,
Coach.
Yeah, probably from the coaches. Just one word quickly from coach. One word about your experience, Coach Michelle and Coach Cherry.
Ex- experience po.
Yeah, what
What?
one word
Yeah, yeah.
that describe your experience? One word.
While creating the talk, is that what you mean,
Yeah,
coach?
yeah, yep.
Okay. Well, sa experience talaga, one word that amazing talaga. I'm so amazed with, while I'm doing it and this whole life coaching
Yeah.
career of mine, it's just so amazing for me and
Okay.
napaka powerful.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Coach.
Amazing,
Amazing. Coach
Coach
Cherry.
Jerry.
Okay. Sa akin naman po, challenge. I am challenged to do things. This is my
Okay.
first time to do
Mm-hmm.
this. And nung na-invite ako ni Coach Rizal, nag-yes ako pero hindi ko alam kung paano gagawin bigla. Sobrang
Okay.
na-challenge ako. And then, akala ko hindi ko kayang gawin. And after nung nagawa ko yung script, eh, kaya ko naman pala.
Okay. So
Yun po,
great. Thank you
sobrang
Wow.
so much.
challenging.
Wow. Thank
Yun
you,
po.
Coach Cherry, and thank you, Coach Michelle. It's an honor to be a part
Thank
of
you,
this
coach.
panel. And we will be seeing you in some of our events. Bye bye and God
Correct.
bless.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
coaches.
much po. God bless you.
Oh, there you have it, Coach Lemuel.
Yeah, thank you so much, and be my partner, Coach Pastor Alan. I think one thing that before we leave, we wrap up this session from that coaches. I was able to have this two powerful words, which is amazingly challenged. So in this
Amazingly
COVID
challenged.
19, we are a pandemic. We are actually amazingly challenged by this COVID-19 pandemic.
Wow. Ako, in all of the four talks that I have listened, the reason is that my one word is becoming. Becoming. Because in this kind of seasons, in these challenging times, what are you becoming? And I pray that each of us will become the way God designed us to be, the way God desire us to be. So again, this is Coach Pastor Alan,
This is Coach Lem. Thank you
and
for
we will be
joining
right
us.
back for segment 9. And thank you, and God bless.
Bye bye.